for any dang little thing.
John, did you want me to answer your question about that little, when you said extraordinary evidence and stuff like that for extraordinary claims?
I mean, I know, sure.
I mean, what are you trying to get at? Like, you're saying, like, what are you trying to get at when you say something, if something's extraordinary claim that needs extraordinary evidence? What are you getting?
If you say that you saw a dinosaur, then I would want evidence to prove that what you said is true. When you say that God is real, I want evidence for it. And then even if you provide me evidence for that, I want it to be absolute 100% proof that it is the God of the Bible, not just something that you happen to know about.
Okay, then you're at a dilemma here, because at first, because it sounds like you're moving the goalposts right now. First you said, I want evidence. If the Bible, the fact that the Bible is evidence.
No, it is not. It is not evidence.
The evidence is just, the Bible is only evidence of the Bible. It's not evidence of God.
There is no factual evidence that God told these people to write that book. There is zero evidence that any of the claims in that Bible, the Red Sea parting, ever took place.
Well, Sean.
Okay, for sake of discussion, let's assume that Jesus did exist. Now, if he didn't do any of the miracles that we're said that we're told that he did, if he didn't do any of those miracles, his claims wouldn't go very far at all. I mean, his ability to convert people would be almost non-existent. The same with the apostles when they spread through Rome. If they weren't able, according to the stories we've been taught, if they weren't able to perform the miracles they did and back up what they say with real God divine power, nobody would believe them, or very few would.
But for some reason in the modern day society, just, well, it's in the Bible. It's proof. It's evidence. Well, no, it wouldn't have worked 2,000 years ago.
That's because they'll believe any damn thing.
The problem that you have is that you have initially asked for evidence, and then you have moved the goalpost after that and said that this evidence has to be proof of God, and that's not the same thing.
What I said, I actually said, if you claim that you know that God is real, I want to have proof of that God. And if you claim that it is the God of the whatever Bible you use, NIV, whatever, I want proof that it is that God.
Well, here's my claim. Here's my claim. I know that God is real. I know that the God that I believe in is the true God, and I really don't care if you believe it.
Well, there you go. I wish everybody had your opinion.
No, but David, I know that you don't. What are your views on evangelism, David? Do you believe that we should spread the gospel, or do you think that
whoever is called to do it should do so?
So it's okay for some people to spread the gospel, and if you don't want to, it's okay for you not to.
No, I didn't say that. I said if God put it in your heart to do it, then you do it.
I think too many people are unqualified to try to spread it, and that's where we have this problem that we have.
I think people just get a romantic notion about some things, and then they go and do things when they really haven't been given license to do it.
I don't think anyone's unqualified to spread the gospel.
No, okay. Evangelism is not the same as witnessing. We're all called to be witnesses. Now, what a witness is they can make a claim, and they say, well, I witnessed this. Then whoever hears it, they don't accept it. They don't accept it. You don't have to keep beating them over the head with it.
That's Jesus said, "Go in the highways and byways."
Hold on, no, don't use the Bible. Do not use the Bible. We're going to outlaw the quoting of the Bible real quick.
Why?
Because there's no substantial evidence to quantify anything in it. So don't use it for just 2 minutes. Don't use it. And try to get your point across without using it, if you could.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense when that is clearly my worldview.
He has a relationship with a book. He can't do it. He can't say one thing that Jesus has told him that wasn't written down in that book.
Isn't that what you would expect from a biblically consistent Christian?
A biblically consistent Christian? Yes, I'm not one of those.
What?
The thing is, it's not even biblically consistent because I don't know what kind of Christian you guys are. Do you subscribe to
I'm a
the fact that
universalist.
Jesus came and changed the old law, or did he not change the old
Jesus
law?
No,
Jesus fulfilled the law.
Sean, you just don't have an understanding of the law, period.
Jesus,
No, no,
the
no,
old,
no.
the old Jewish laws, the old Torah, the written Torah. Jesus brought the spirit of the Torah with him. Now, there's two things. There's the written law, and then there's the spirit of law. We even have that in our own speech, in our own English speech. There's the spirit of a thing, and then there's the legality of a thing. Jesus told us how to go by the spirit of the law. If we went by the spirit of the law, then by default we're obeying the law through our faith in him. And that is to love God with all your heart, all your soul, all your mind, and love your neighbor as yourself. Now, one part of that is anything about a Bible.
So I put that kind of company.
What'd you say, Farhan? I didn't hear that. Farhan? Okay. I guess he's not there. I'm a Bible believing, Bible obeying, born again Christian. That's all I am.
I'm a
And-
born-again member of the Bride of Christ. I'm a universalist, and I have authority over the Bible. The Bible does not have authority over me.
Oh, my goodness.
I do,
Sure.
and so do you. I can do whatever I want with this book. I can do whatever I want. I can throw it across the room if I want to. I can rip the pages out of it if I want to. I can actually write different things in it if I want to. Because I have authority over this book.
Welcome, John.
Sean,
And so does each and every person on the planet.
no.
Yes, they can do whatever they want with it. That's authority. If you have authority, you can enforce your authority.
You have no
I'm
idea.
arguing with G-Man. This is
What
my
do you-
I'm arguing with
No
G-Man. He says he
idea.
has authority. He
Okay.
says he has authority to make people go by certain things, to call people
You
out.
have no idea what the
That's
Word of
not
God.
authority. Authority. If you have authority, you can enforce your authority. You can bend people to your will. You can make
So,
it happen.
David, are you saying if the Bible was God's word, then you wouldn't be able to rip the page out of it?
If the Bible was the Word of God, the actual Word of God, I wouldn't be able to do a thing to it.
Well, David, that would like violate free will. You realize that?
No,
That's the
there is no
issue.
free will.
Well, what
Oh,
I'm saying,
You
it would
you bring God into the equation, there can be no free will, because God is the owner of everything.
shameless.
God,
You-
it says, okay, if you have a creator of the universe that's in charge of everything, every infinitesimal thing, there's no room for free will. You only have the illusion of free will to make your life palatable.
shameless. Can you deal with David and I'll just deal with Sean because I don't.
Nobody's going to deal with me.
Yeah,
God's
please
going
deal with me.
He's not going to deal with me.
How about this? Then Shameless is going to talk to you, conversate with you, and I'm just going to conversate with Sean. Because if I say anything to you, David, and it's not going to be pretty because you're not going to.
No, it won't, because you're kind of a jerk.
Say it again.
Because you're kind of a jerk, man.
Okay, well,
You're
I'm
ignorant.
just saying it won't lead. It won't be a good conversation for you because
It won't be a good conversation for me. No, it won't be good for you.
In your opinion, Mac, do you think David's going to hell? Not, don't say it's not my place to judge. I just want to know what your opinion. Do you think David's going to go to hell?
in my opinion, if he doesn't repent, yes.
What has he done to be worthy of, or what has he done to warrant repenting?
One, he assumes that
You assume, but continue.
no, he assumes that the Word of God is something he can take authority over.
No, I didn't say that. I said the Bible. I didn't say the Word of God.
You do know that the Bible was compiled by, the Council of Nicaea is where
No,
the
Son
idea.
No, it wasn't, Sean.
Oh, it wasn't.
The
Oh,
Council
yes,
of Nicaea had nothing to
What I'm
do.
talking about.
I wasn't going to say the Bible.
Now
I
they're
was
going to
say
try
the
to
Trinity.
rewrite history.
Really?
Mm-hmm. The Council of Nicaea was they were politicians and sun worshippers. They were pagans.
The Council of Nicaea was not the time where they had created the Bible. The Bible was already canonized after, centuries before the Council of Nicaea.
Right. It wasn't even, Nicaea wasn't even on canon. Nicaea was just on the deity of Christ. And the funny part about that is, at 325 AD, it was kind of a non-issue at a vote of 99-1. But the problem is, if you look within the Epistle to Philippians, which was written like 20 years after the death of Christ, you'll notice that the deity of Christ is presented in Philippians and also the Gospels too. So the deity of Christ was well established in the Gospels and the epistles well before Nicaea. So,
and how can you say that stuff was not added at any of the numerous?
Sean, hold on. Don't start shotgunning us.
Shotgunning.
Yes, because you was
You interrupted me, and I was trying to say that the Trinity, but you interrupted me by saying that it didn't have anything to do with the Bible.
Because you already came to the assumption you already had the lack of knowledge that you assumed that in the Council of Nicaea
and you don't assume anything.
That was the case.
Everybody assumes things.
Okay. It's like you're saying this. Okay, I was wrong about that, but now I'm going to ask this.
I wasn't wrong. The Council of Nicaea was to determine the Trinity. That is what it was. That is the sole purpose of it.
That's not what you said, though.
Because you fucking interrupted me.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
I apologize about that.
Now,
but
as far as me going to hell, I can't go to a place that don't exist.
Oh, for the love of peace, man.
You guys are having like a three-way conversation. Like, this is kind of crazy.
Well, he made the claim that I'm going to hell if I don't repent, according to his viewpoint. So that when people say you need to repent, what they really mean is that you need to conform to their mentality.
Mark, did you say that? Did you really just say that to him? That you need to repent and go to hell?
yes, he did. I asked the question.
Okay.
And there is no hell. Hell was made up. There is no hell.
Look. Let's just accept that you guys are essentially different religions. You don't need to argue with each other.
But we do have to now because they both say that they're Christians. But why would a God allow that?
They might. But I'm not interested in the terminology. I'm not interested in the terminology. I'm interested in what they actually believe, and they are essentially two different religions.
I agree with you 100%, but I don't understand why a deity would allow there to be so many different interpretations of his word.
Well,
would it make sense? Would it make sense that the reason why this is the case is because the Bible clearly says that this will happen?
No, that's not a claim.
Thank you. I was going to ask that, or say that.
Because
okay,
let's take.
I have a question for Farhan really quick. Are there any Muslims that don't think the Quran is God's word?
Can I make my point real quick?
Let's
just say, for example, that you're somebody that lived way in the past, and you want to make up a fake religion. I'm not saying it's Christianity. I'm just saying let's say that somebody wanted to do that. So they know that there's probably a good chance that somewhere down the line somebody will question the authenticity of their made-up thing. So what they do is they put in a book, they say a claim that if anyone, that there'll probably be a time when people will say that it's made up. And then they put it in there, and then people later on say, look, they said this would happen. That's because they're smart enough to know people would see through it eventually.
The Mormon Church is the best example of that. In the book of, not the Book of Mormon, the Doctrine and Covenants, it specifically says that everything the prophet says is handed from the Word of God. And if he says something that is not from the hand of God, God will remove him from his position of prophet. That sounds like the best loophole law in the world right there. And the Bible is so full of those two.
Well, the thing is, if you're making a claim of, like, say, that God's speaking through you, or that you're representing God in some way, then you have to be able to back it up with something that can't be explained, something out of the ordinary, like a miracle or a prophecy, and then it happens exactly the way you say it happens. And that's how a lot of the writings of the prophets, according to what we've been taught, is that they had in their lifetimes with witnesses, according to the stories, were able to do things that were extraordinary. You know, raise people from the dead.
The Bible says, test the spirits, see
Let
if
me
they know.
finish. Let me finish. So there were people that knew that these prophets were capable of these things because they had witnessed it. They talked to people who witnessed it. So when they made a far-claiming prophecy, they claimed that that's a prophecy, and they're waiting for it to happen. That gave the miracles that were performed during their lifetimes gave them credibility. So when they wrote a prophecy that was going to take place, say, hundreds of years in the future, it gave it credibility.
Jesus said, test the spirits, see if they are of God. Because many will say to me on that day, Lord, Lord, have I not cast out demons in your name? Have I not performed miracles? Have I not done this and that?
Why would you ask God that?
Say what?
Why would anyone ask God that?
Especially the Son of God.
I would never ask God that. If God,
those are people begging for their life, David, on the last day.
No.
That's what that is.
If God told me you messed up, I say, yeah, you're right. I messed up.
Yeah, well, that's people begging for their life on the last day.
They're not begging for their life. They're trying to educate God.
No, they're saying, Lord, Lord, I'm a Christian. I'm a real Christian. Didn't I prophesy in your name? Didn't I claim to be a Christian?
No, they didn't do that.
I don't understand the context then, David.
No, the answer to the questions is no, because of the last verses in the book of Mark.
Oh my goodness.
The book of Mark actually says that the people that believe in Jesus and follow him will do those things.
That pretty clearly seems like people begging for their life on the Day of Judgment.
Even 500 believe the same thing we do.
Didn't I do this thing? Didn't I do that thing? You're not going to say that to God. I would never say that to God.
So actually, we have a similar tradition, but we say it pretty much applies to the Christians.
Why would I ask a question like that when I know that all I ever did in my life was sinful? Even the best thing I did was sinful. I know that, and I know God knows that. Why would I ask him that?
You're going to be shot.
It's rhetorical asking. It's a rhetorical asking. It's not like you're actually saying. It's like, hey, wait a minute, why is this happening?
It's the shock of the whole thing, David. They're shocked. They thought they were saved. They thought they were Christians. When they find out they're not, they're so shocked. They're saying, Lord, Lord, I did all of these things. I cried out in your name. I professed you as Lord. I drove out.
That's not what you asked him.
I always read it more as like a very cynical attempt at like legalism. Not that like they're shocked. Like I don't think, maybe I guess people are sort of masters of self-deception. But I always envisioned it as more of like a no, but we said the right things kind of refrain.
But the point is
about what you do. It's about what God does. That's the whole problem with that statement. It's never about what you do. If I were to ask God, if I were to ask God anything like I didn't understand why I was being punished, I'd be like, weren't you in my life? Weren't you doing this thing and that thing in my life? I wouldn't be saying like I did this, I did that. That's crazy.
They're doing.
Okay, so I mean, you guys are different religions basically, but I think that it really comes down to just there's a interpretation that most people have, and I to be honest, we share it, even though I'm not Christian, and I think you're having a different interpretation. That's what it comes down to.
Thank you, Farhan. Please, I don't understand. And Sean, to go back to you, I'm still trying to figure out. You didn't finish your point with the Trinity thing.
I mean, we've hit so many different things, man.
Well, because what I'm trying to figure out is why you have. Well, one thing I do want, since you said that, but I'm trying to figure out why do you have an issue with me as a biblical Christian who obey God's word? Why do you have an issue with me quoting God's word, considering that's what I'm supposed to do?
I don't have an issue with you as a person. I don't have an issue with you as a Christian. I don't have an issue with anything. If you actually, in your day-to-day life, actually do the things that you claim that you do, then I think you're a pretty decent person.
Now, Sean, before you leap to that conclusion, you ought to check his doctrines regarding sexual ethics, LGBT people, and so on.
Well, see, there you go then. But the difference between what you do and the things that you do for good, or the good deeds that you do, versus the good deeds that me as an atheist do, I'm not trying to get a reward out of the things that I do. And I'm not saying that you are either. But when I do a good deed, I'm not doing it because God wants me to. I'm doing it because I want to, and it's the right fucking thing to do.
Okay,
And
Sean.
when you live your life solely on a book, and I'm going to answer now your question about me, judging you based on you quoting scripture.
Mm.
When everything out of your mouth, and I'm not being disrespectful, when everything out of your mouth about your religion is just a quotation from a book that was written 2,000 years ago by so many different authors, it has over 144,000 known errors. And it doesn't matter if it's just interpretation errors or grammatical errors or things like this. These things compound and add up over time. I don't understand how that's justification for believing in such an extraordinary thing as God. Why not the Islamic God? Why don't you believe in the polytheistic gods of the Romans or the Egyptians?
One thing you don't know about me is that I used to hate God. And I was a so-called person born in the church, and I still wound up hating him. When I came back to God, I wanted to understand more about God, because I realized that without him, I had nothing. That without him, I was suffering for the so-called freedom that I wanted to be away from him.
I can explain why we believe in Christianity and not Islam very quickly, and I can do it from an Islamic perspective. Islam even says that there are people that are Jews and there are people that are Christians, and they're the Al-Kitab, or people of the book, or people of the scriptures. And there's a lot of prophets, but the ones that actually, there are only few prophets that came down with an actual book. And of the ones that did, specifically Moses and Jesus, they had, followers, that were Jews and Christians. So why am I a Christian? Well, because I'm a believer in the Messiah. And even the Quran says that there would be people that would believe in the Messiah, and I'm just one of those people. So
you are a Christian and not a Muslim, because at the Battle of Tours, the Hammer, which was his name, defeated the invading Muslim armies into Europe. Your ancestors probably came from Europe, and if they had not won that battle, all of Europe would have eventually caved into Muslim religion, which means...
That's not true. That's
Actually, it is
necessarily the case. No,
we are Christians. We are Christians because we've been exposed to Christian doctrines, at least in
I was making
our lives, and some of us.
I wasn't disputing that. I was disputing the idea that had tours gone differently, all of Europe would somehow have been,
He was the last remaining defense. He was the last remaining army that could have pushed them back.
No.
I'd like to say welcome to Rankcam, and also note that far too little credit is given to Odo of Aquitaine.
Hey, Nadia, how you doing, dear?
Well, I'm getting pretty sleepy tonight.
Yeah? I just wanted to hand out a few notices here.
No, Jesus.
Hey, back
notices.
Oh man.
Yeah, David, you're up for eviction.
Oh, fuck you.
And so is Sean with the forbidden apple.
You don't have any authority in anything other than your own bullshit imagination.
I will slow down your internet.
Excuse me?
I'm going to slow down your internet and just show you the power.
Okay, go ahead and do that, man.
Sean, with the forbidden fruit apple, you realize that logo, I know you think it's for Apple, but that is a slap in God's face with the forbidden fruit.
I don't care.
Well, you're going to be on notice as well and up for eviction.
Awesome.
So, and David, I'm real serious about you. I've had about enough out of you and your nonsense.
Oh, there ain't a damn thing you can do about me, man.
Wait, are you the guy that said that he was eaten by an anaconda and just ripped right through it?
That's right.
Yeah. He crazy.
Also picks up motorcycles. He picks up 600-pound motorcycles and tosses them around like Tonka trucks.
It was two of them, David.
Everything out of his mouth is bullshit.
He's
Are
just
you calling me a liar? Are you calling me a liar, David?
Absolutely.
You're calling Rand Campbell a liar.
I am.
Have you lost your mind?
Nope. Nope. When you say that Jesus tells you it's okay to treat others the way you are treated, and not to treat.
What did
others
Jesus say? Jesus said to treat people the way that you would like to be treated. Did he not say that?
So you want to be treated like shit?
Treated like shit. You want to be treated like shit.
I've been treated like shit my whole life, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the trolls here on YouTube treat
You
Christians
included.
like.
Wait, you included, right?
You think I'm a troll?
Absolutely.
You lost. Who is this? Who are you?
You know me as much as I know you, man. It doesn't
All
matter.
right, I'm going to have to locate your IP address and have you removed from the internet.
Man, I got people trying to sleep over here. Don't make me laugh.
Yeah, so I'm pretty knowledgeable about computers, and I sincerely doubt you can do that from Google+.
I can think you off the internet. Now, listen.
Troll. You're such a troll, man.
Yeah, he thinks he's Jesus, or at least
You're
Jesus.
ridiculous, man.
He thinks
ridiculous.
He's
Yeah.
Who is this now? Who is this?
It shows you my name when I talk.
No. Actually, it's not. It's really not.
Jesus gave him permission to sin.
Sean with the apple. Yeah, it was bugged for me too, like that.
Yeah.
This is the landlord, okay, and the evictions notice is due here.
Yeah, they're due. So what you guys doing?
Yeah, well, and you're committing blasphemy by putting him up on a pedestal.
Do you have a landlord, David?
What do you want to know about that?
Do you have a landlord, David?
You should know it, dude. You're the king of everything.
Yeah. Do you have a landlord, David? Yes or no?
No, you should know it.
No. Well, I know. Of course, I know he does.
Of course, I have a landlord.
Of course, I know he does. What do you think?
I have one? Do
no.
I have?
No.
Bravo.
You own your home. Well, not outright. You're paying it off.
How many more months
What
I
does that
got?
do with the thing, Rand?
11.
That's not correct, but
Well, yes, it is correct, and you know I'm right, and that's why you stuttered. At any rate, it doesn't matter. It's not important. It's not important that I know. Just understand
Can you
something.
just assume that
Apple.
he's literally like not mentally something's wrong here?
Who just spoke? Who is that?
Rand's not for real. He's just a joke.
No, I'm serious. Either he's just messing around, or he literally has some kind of psychological issue.
It's both.
Well, you're half right.
so he's just messing around.
Well, we all have.
Or
mental
he's
issues.
only messing around a little bit and only has a little
let
bit
me
of a
ask you a
psychological
question,
issue.
brother. David, you have mental issues?
No.
You have no mental issues at all?
No.
Nothing, period, never.
I'm fine.
So you're the sanest man in the world, because in order to live in this world, you got to be a little bit crazy, bro. Are you telling me that there's nothing about you?
You're redefining what sanity is.
Okay, well then you define it. If I redefine it, then you just give it a straight definition. Are you at the very?
It needs to be of a sound mind. It needs to be functional and have a sound mind.
So you have a sound mind.
Yeah.
Describe it.
I don't have to.
He doesn't get on the internet and say that he's going to get people kicked off by finding their IP address on Google+.
No, but he does say that he's met Jesus and he's a fiery wolf.
I never said that.
What is he? When you saw him, what did he look like?
He looked like he's made of fire.
Okay, so I'm going to ask. Who am I going to ask? Let me just go around here. Let's go with Big Mouth Sean, the Apple boy. Does that sound sane to you?
Well, I'm an atheist, so I think it's...
Well, I'm just
Sounds so outlandish. I mean, what about the Transfiguration?
There you go.
So is it any more outlandish that I stalked a lion for 14 hours and killed it with my bare hands?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
The lion would have to have already been practically dead.
I stalked it, David.
With your bare hands.
Yes.
You would have been eaten alive.
I drove my fingers into its throat and killed it.
Guys, seriously, like, there's something going on here.
See, guys, this is what I was saying earlier.
I want you to go to the zoo and wrestle with a lion.
Extraordinary evidence
Wrestle with
for
a
these
sick one.
extraordinary claims.
Wrestle
This
with
is
I
exactly
wrestled
what I was
him.
talking about, Mac.
I
It's
wrestled
crazy.
a bear at the zoo. Have you ever wrestled a bear, David? A grizzly.
No, I'm not stupid.
I wrestled one.
You got some pictures?
Can I take as a true story, by the way? This is
No, it happened before the
not a
internet.
joke. My ancestors, like one of my great grandfathers, was in India, and the village was being attacked by a tiger. And it's like a thing where when a tiger attacks you, you hold on to its like mouth or something like that, like its whiskers or its mouth or nose or something like that.
That's right.
And it like it's kind of like if you hold a puppy at the back of its neck, it like goes limp. It does that, and it like immobilized it. But he got his hand chewed up really badly, and but eventually the villagers came and killed it. That really happened.
Yeah, and I talked to gorilla. A gorilla was on a safari in Africa, and a gorilla was going. Who's laughing?
Everybody, dude.
And the gorilla was acting really crazy, so I talked it into strangling itself.
A razorback. I mean, what do they call those? Great
silverback. It was a silverback.
Silverback.
Yeah, I talked it into choking itself out.
Okay, can we all just mute him or something like that?
Yeah, a gorilla is like 10 times as strong as a human.
I know, I've wrestled them.
You would probably not have survived it.
Are you crazy, David?
No, you are.
Guys, he's just trolling.
Yeah, guys,
ignore him.
Does he even know who he's talking to? David, who are you talking to, bro?
A crazy person with outlandish stories.
No, he's just joking. Either he has a mental issue, but it sounds like he's joking, though.
Let me tell you a true story about Rancan. He beat Chuck Norris and the guy from a Dos Equis commercial in an arm wrestling match at the same time.
Thank you. Exactly. And Nadia would agree to that, wouldn't you, Nadia? Throw your hand in the air if you agree. Nadia, put your hand in the air. Just say, I agree.
Funniest thing I heard from
beating somebody for arm wrestling is not the same as wrestling with a grizzly bear, a gorilla, and a lion.
He's never met Chuck Norris, David. Come on.
What's the matter with you, David?
There's a remote possibility that could be a true story.
Okay, okay, I'm going to tell you a true story. Do you know that I trained Bruce Lee in 1971?
That's
Do you have any proof for any of this? Because these, to me,
it all happened. It all happened before the internet. So,
Bruce Lee got his training in China.
Yeah, where do you think I was? Japan?
Oh God!
And you were in jail.
You are the most awesome person on the planet. I want my real life friends need to have a hangout with you.
All right, bring them in. I'll train them on the internet. African martial arts.
Can everyone meet him?
Yeah.
Hey, Rand.
African martial arts. Is there such a thing as that?
Yeah, I studied in the jungles of Africa with 7 foot tall tribes.
Martial arts is in Asia, man.
No, but this is African martial arts. It's
no
deep.
such thing.
Serengeti.
Yes, David. I studied there for 7 years.
So you were over there for 7 years, and you were also in China training Bruce Lee for how many years?
It was only an 8-month thing. I trained him quickly. He was pretty smart.
Oh wow, you got him a black belt in only 8 months.
Yeah.
Man, I took martial arts for 9 years.
It had nothing to do with Ip Man. Ip Man's who trained Bruce Lee. Ip Man, the IP guy. He trained Bruce Lee. You had nothing to do with it.
Hey, Rand.
Yeah.
Hey,
what up, brother? How you doing, man?
It's the first time, I think this is the first time I've met you and actually talked to you. It's nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, man, my pleasure, bro. No, I've listened to you for the last while. I love your apologetics. I love the way that you come in and praise the Lord, bro. Listen, man, it's a great thing that you were an atheist. You came to Christ, and you're not afraid to get up and speak about it, man. God bless you, sir.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I just play with these atheists because these atheists, you know, they think the Bible's fairy tales. They think God doesn't exist. You know, they think Christians are all foolish and gullible. So I just give them some stuff to be gullible about.
No, when you do that stuff, all it does is make the stuff that's in the Bible even that more outlandish.
Yeah. So here's what I say to you guys. Were you gonna come to Christ before you met me? Were you just about to come to Christ?
No.
No. Are you gonna come to Christ because of William Lane Craig? Is William Lane Craig gonna bring you to the Lord?
No, God's gonna bring me to God.
That's right. When God decides that you need to get saved, it's gonna happen so quick and in a hurry,
I've
bro.
been saved. Does that mean I'm gonna have?
You haven't. You can't be unsaved. You can't be unsaved.
Oh well, then I guess I'm good then.
No. You had a mental relationship with a religion, but you were never saved.
How do you know that?
Okay.
How do you know what my heart felt?
Are you saved?
You tell me. I was baptized. I went to church for 23 years, basically.
Okay. So do you believe Jesus Christ died on that cross for your sins?
No, he didn't exist.
Oh, there you
You
go.
don't believe Jesus existed?
So either you were never saved, or you're the prodigal son, and you're just backslidden, and you're coming back. But what I would say is this: you can't be unsaved. I think you. How old are you? Let me guess. 37.
No,
How old?
29.
29. Okay, so yeah, you're a prodigal son. You're just little BS, man. You're backslidden. You'll be all right. You don't sound like an a-hole. You don't sound like David at the end. David got a Rand crushed because I won't go for coffee with him. He wants to act like he don't like me no more.
Oh, I'm so brokenhearted over you, Rand.
But I have a feeling, Sean, that you're just backslidden, brother. I don't think. You see, my Lord, he completes a work that he starts. You know what I mean? He never leaves a work undone. So if he started a work in you, you can rest assured it's going to be finished. And you're probably just enjoying your sin right now, enjoying some freedom. Because, you know, Christianity.
Oh, my God. Did you just say that?
Christianity takes work, bro. You know what I mean? You got to walk.
No, it doesn't. It takes absolutely none. It is the easiest religion on the planet.
Is it? You don't think it takes work? Oh, man, it takes work, bro.
No, sir.
Oh, yes, brother. It takes work. You gotta repent. You gotta be convicted. You gotta talk about the Lord to people when people don't want to hear it.
You don't have to do any of that. The Bible just says all you have to do is believe in Him.
No. Jesus said, if you speak about me, I'll speak about you to the Father.
So
see,
He's bribing you.
There's a lot of people that call themselves Christians, but you would never know it. You would never know it. They call themselves Christians.
Why would God, an omnipotent being, need somebody else to talk to Him about you?
Christ said He's going to spit a lot of people out of His mouth like lukewarm water.
Rand, you took that verse. You all take that verse out of context. He's talking about the religious leader of that church. He's not talking about the people in the church.
Oh, David, sit down.
No, you sit down and shut up and learn something.
Seriously. You think everybody's going to heaven, huh?
I do.
You think
why would a non-loving God not want that?
Okay, so if everybody's going to heaven,
the letter written to Laodicea was the one you're talking about.
Why is such an ass whooping at the cross, bro? Why did Jesus take such a beating?
The angel of the church, that means the leader of that church, whoever the pastor of that church is, had to repent. There's a pastor of the church that was lukewarm.
So you think the Lord took that beating for nothing?
That's what that warning was about.
Rand does have a point. If universalism is true, why did Jesus need to die for our sins? If everyone's going to be saved, even the ones that didn't believe in Jesus.
If Jesus didn't die and raise from the dead, we would not be able to raise from the dead.
Wow, son. David, just between you and I, everybody else, plug your ears. I want to just say something to David. Everybody, David, nobody, they've got their ears plugged. They're not going to hear this. Listen, are you drunk?
No, but I think you are.
Are you drinking? Get right with the Lord, David, and never mind your nonsense.
You get right with the Lord. Quit twisting God's words.
So you don't think there's a hell?
No.
Oh, really? No hell.
No, really.
Why would a loving God?
So all those suicide bombers are just right in heaven, are they?
Yeah, that's what they believe, man.
Yeah.
What makes them wrong? Why are you right and they're wrong?
Oh, because there's only two beliefs in the world.
They have to be changed.
No, there's two beliefs in the world. There's only two beliefs in the world, David. There's the belief that you can save yourself, and the belief that you need a savior.
No, that's
Muslims don't have a savior, so they're going to hell. The only way you're getting to heaven is through Christ, bro.
Jews don't have a savior either. What does that mean? They're going to hell?
I'm not saying that
they're the chosen ones.
Oh, so they get a pass then.
You have to go through Jesus.
Well, see, they might be under condemnation. I don't know. They might be under judgment.
Who do you think is going to be judging people at the end of time? It's going to be Jesus.
Yes.
But when He judges people, He changes them.
Why judge them? Why judge them if they're all going to heaven anyway? That's kind of silly. That's like making your son fill out an application for a job you're already giving him. What's the matter with you, man?
Because you gotta have paperwork, dude. That's why.
Is you drunk? No, you don't.
No, it's you. You gotta, if you're gonna give your son a job, you gotta train him for that job.
Well, yeah. And you train it by repentance.
He's got to be prepared.
And read
Who ain't going to repent? Who ain't going to repent when they're standing before Jesus in real life?
Oh, no, it's all over. No, bro, when you cross over.
It never says that.
David,
never says that.
When you cross through the veil, bro, it's done. You ain't coming back here. You can only repent here. You ain't repenting over there.
I never said that.
You ain't repenting over there. Your repentance happens here,
yes,
bro.
you do. Oh, you certainly do.
You can't accept. No, you can't. Once you're over, it's done, bro.
You repent. You repent. The Revelation chapter 5. Revelation chapter 5 says that everyone's going to be praising God.
Rand,
yeah, all knees will bow and all tongues will confess.
Rand, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let me ask a question.
Oh my goodness.
Do you got kids, Rand?
Yes, I got 9.
If they said they didn't love you anymore, would you build a torture chamber in your basement, turn it up to about 200 degrees, and lock them in there for all eternity?
Yeah.
Oh, you would?
Yes.
That's
okay.
evil.
Well, you have the exact morality that the God you believe in has. So kudos to you.
Well, no.
Like father, like son. I love my Father in heaven.
Yeah, the God that Rand worships is an evil, vindictive, petty.
Is it? He's the same God you worship, David.
No, he's not.
Who do you worship?
The God I worship is full of love, mercy, and kindness and grace.
So he's a fag.
He created hell.
Yeah, that's a bad thing. That's a bad thing for you. Loving people is horrible for you, man.
That's right.
That's because you're.
People don't
appreciate you saying fag.
Asshole.
I don't care what you appreciate.
You're a piece of shit, but I didn't say it.
Yeah, I didn't. I'm not going to disagree. Of course I am, but so are you. Here's the problem, David. Here's the problem, brother.
I don't have a problem.
If you're a parent that only serves cookies and ice cream to your children and never gives them the hard lesson, then you're not a parent, bro.
So a fucking hard lesson is locking them up for all eternity for a finite crime.
Yeah, they don't want to be with you. Look at that. I got a better question.
Examples. You make these dumb, stupid-ass examples like you're some kind of Jesus person in the past, or Jesus spoke in parables, and they don't fit the story at all. They don't make any sense.
All right, let me explain something to you, son.
I'm not your son, man.
Listen to how I word this for you. If you had a woman that didn't want to be with you, and you loved her to death, would you force her to be with you just because you loved her?
If I lived in the Bible times, yes.
No. What I would do is I would kill her and bury her in my basement.
Wow.
You know that you do realize that I'm going to download this and take that, right? And do a video on it. You know
I'm just going by your example, right?
No, it doesn't matter. I'm going to splice that part out. But that part you just said is definitely going in a video.
Oh, good. Put this part in it, too, because that's what you would do.
Oh, no, that ain't going in. Just the part I want.
And you know what? I got a channel, too, man.
Yeah,
that's all right. Same thing.
That's all right.
And I can put all the other parts in there. It doesn't matter.
At any rate, David, listen, you know I love you, brother. You know Rand Campbell loves you. I know, honestly, I'm saying this from my heart, bro. And I don't love you just because I'm a Christian. I love you because I can resonate to your life, you and your brother, and what you went through, and I can resonate with you in a way that probably nobody else can.
My brother into
and I'm telling you, and no, listen to me, and I love you, David, just as a person. Even if I wasn't a Christian, I really like you as a person. I just like something about you. I can't even explain what it is. Don't argue with me. just do what I tell you.
Like hell I will.
You're going to be okay, bro. I am the landlord.
No, you're not.
I got your best interest at heart. I truly do.
Sure you do.
And here's your issue, bro. The way you tell the story, if you're wrong, a lot of people are going to hell because they don't think they have to accept Christ. If I'm right and I'm telling people they have to accept Christ, and if I'm wrong, it doesn't matter. But if you're wrong,
their lives are ruined.
If I'm wrong,
why? My life don't feel ruined. My life is awesome, bro.
My life is awesome too.
I signed a deal 2 days ago with a Christian publishing company for my life story that I am already half written. It'll be published by July. They're doing a mini video. They're doing an ebook, a soft cover, and a hard cover. They're promoting me all across Canada and the U.S. with book signings all over the U.S. and Canada. My life is wonderful as a Christian. What do you mean?
That's what's up.
Well, why would you say my life is terrible?
I don't believe what you just said because
I don't care if you believe it, bro. I don't care if you believe it. Listen to me. I spent 50 years. My mother killed my father when I was 4 years old in front of me, bro. I was 3 feet from my mother killing my father. I watched her plunge a knife into his chest. She got acquitted of that murder and killed another guy for looking like him, and I ended up spending the rest of my life in orphanages, group homes, and on the streets at the age of 16, in and out of jail, drug addicted, and I spent 50 years of my life without God. I'm a young Christian. I accepted Christ 4 years ago.
So were you just being tested?
What do you mean tested?
Why would a loving God allow that to happen? Were you just being tested?
He gave
because
money.
Because I allowed it to happen.
You allowed your mom to kill your dad in front of you.
That part, no, obviously that was out of my hands. But I had choices long after that as to what direction my life was going to go in. And because I refused and rejected God,
no, you were not psychologically stable enough to make the correct decisions because of the things that happened to you. That is why.
Are you trying to call me crazy, son? Is this what you're trying to do, man? Are you making fun of Rand Campbell?
Oh, that is so funny.
You realize the type of pull I have on this YouTube, bro? Do you really want to mess with Rand Campbell?
I mean, if it hurts your feelings that much, it must hurt.
You can't hurt my feelings, bro. You can't hurt my feelings. I got no feelings like that. I got no worldly feelings.
Well.
No, my life is good, bro. Trust me, man. I had a rough life. I wouldn't give up a minute for it. I wouldn't trade a second of it.
Well, I'm glad, and I am sorry that happened with you growing up. I mean, I don't know if it did or not, but
yeah, it happened. Yeah, man. I wouldn't lie to you. Not about that. I mean, I joke around, but no, that's a true story. But I just say this to you, man. When God picks you, He's gonna pick you, and when He picks you, you won't be able to fight it.
That I agree with.
He won't be able to fight it. And the minute He decides you're coming and you're going to be saved and you're going to know His Son, it's going to be out of your hands, bro.
I promise to God that I will make a video when that day comes.
I know you will. And it won't be something because of something Rand Campbell did or didn't do. I mean, we're commissioned to preach the gospel and to love as He loves. But at the end of the day, if He wants you, He's going to have you.
Rand,
if you're in the good book, you're in the book, man. Yeah, bro.
When is your book coming out?
July. I just signed a deal a couple of days ago with Westbow Baptist, or not Baptist, Westbow Publishing Company out of Missouri.
It almost sounded like you said Westboro Baptist.
No, I was about to Westbow Publishing Company.
I know the Phelps personally. I'm from.
I like those people.
I don't.
You really know them personally? How do you know them personally?
Yeah, I know them personally. I know Fred Phelps. I worked with one of the girls a long time ago when I was a teenager, and when I had a dishwashing job at a restaurant. She was a waitress there. Yeah, but they were always distant, and because they were like Stepford children. I mean, they were weird.
I like them. I don't know why. Some about them I like. I don't agree with everything they do, but I like their tenacity.
We're talking about the Westboro Baptist Phelps, right?
Yeah. So
I've actually talked to Fred Phelps.
There's stuff about Hitler I like.
Well, yeah, that doesn't mean you like Hitler.
No, there's stuff I like about Hitler. I mean, there's stuff I like about a lot of people that aren't really good people. But
I mean, Hitler did get his the economy back up there when he was in leadership.
And he knew how to command respect, didn't he?
Yeah, he's got a point there.
You know what I mean? So, we could look at all the worst characters in the world and find something good about them, find something you could kind of go, but I like that about him, but I don't like that. You know what I mean? So when you talk about my God, when you talk about my Father, tell me some things you like about him.
David?
I like everything.
David, what
about my Father.
What Baptist church people like in person? Like, what are they like? Are they
rude, hostile, angry?
So they're just like they are on TV, but in person.
Exactly.
I mean, the thing I like about
amongst themselves, they are different. When they're like, when they're all together and they're talking to one another, they're the most cheerful, happy-go-lucky people. But when they're talking to someone else, they're rude, they're hostile, they're defensive, they're bristly. Where do
they get their money from?
Huh?
Where do they get their money?
They're all lawyers.
They're lawyers. Those guys got money, man. Where do they
get the money from?
Fred Phelps was a West Point graduate.
I'm surprised they haven't had a Jonestown incident yet.
No, but I guess what I'm asking is where do they get the money from to like?
All they do is hold up signs and yell.
But
that's not all they do, David. Don't say that.
That is all they do.
That's not all they do.
No, but what I'm asking is
they do charity work.
What I'm asking is how do they get the money to go around traveling like that? That costs money.
They get donations. They do.
They have a lot of lawsuits. They sue a lot of people.
Big lawsuits. They win a lot of really big civil rights lawsuits, or whatever, free speech lawsuits. They win a ton of them.
Yeah,
Man,
they
man, I've gone
They
down.
just settle out of court, and they just settle.
I'd be walking down. Okay, Topeka, Kansas is a small enough town to where you can walk just about anywhere. I mean, if you there's grocery stores and stuff. I mean, if you start walking, you go to be at a grocery store like 3 or 4 blocks wherever you're at. At least it used to be, and so I would walk everywhere just about.
People haven't done anything wrong against them.
They were always out holding their signs up. People ignore them, man. They just walk by them. They try not to say anything, because if you do say something, they try to piss you off. They get in your face. They yell. They scream. They cuss you out.
Well, at least the thing that I can at least appreciate about Westboro is that sadly they're more evangelistic than actual Christians, than biblical Christians are, which is kind of sad. Because at least they may be misquoting the word, yeah, but they're at least the ones going out saying that, warning people that they are going to go to hell for their sin, and that is the truth.
Let me tell you something. Mormons, they send missionaries out and they don't yell, they don't tell people they're going to hell, they don't do none of that shit.
Yeah, that's because
So
they're
don't take up for the shitty things that the Westboro Baptist Church does because they're going out and prophesizing about God.
No, because I evangelize on my spare time too.
Look,
Like
there's something you don't understand about Westboro Baptist believers. They even excommunicated Fred Phelps because he's starting to get too nice when he was older. So they wouldn't let him preach in his church. So the thing is I almost forgot my point. That I done forgot my point.
I mean, I'm not saying I like Westboro. I just said that they're.
I remember what it is. They are convinced that only their church are going to heaven. Everybody else is going to hell for enabling all the sins in the world. That includes all the rest of the fundamentalists. Only their church, only the people in their church, only their family and their friends of their family are going to heaven. Everybody else.
They're on my Facebook, David, so I know I'm cool with them.
You're cool with people showing up to other people.
But you know that's not true, Rand.
Calling like the deceased faggots.
You know that's not true, Rand, because you know
Were they gay?
you're friends with G-Man. You think G-Man's okay. You think G-Man is fine.
G-Man's a good guy. What's the matter with G-Man?
And you can think that the Westboro Baptist Church is against G-Man because he has spoken out against them.
That doesn't.
I think that's just out of fear of this community. People are afraid to say what they want because you guys attack them.
Their doctrine, G-Man and all the rest of your friends in your little group that you associate with you probably the only exception if what you say is so. Everyone else is going to hell according to them.
Tell me what the Westboro Baptist Church says that you disagree with.
Well, the hell thing for one.
Okay, tell me the second. What's the next thing?
That only they're the ones that are going to make it to heaven.
Okay, the next thing.
Huh?
What else?
Their hostility.
What else?
What do you mean, what else?
What else
I think
is
that's a pretty good start. I don't know what...
We're going to work our way to the real answer because David likes to tap dance.
Well, the fact that they're racist, the fact that they...
There you go. Now we're getting there. Here we go. They're not racist.
That's one thing.
Yeah, they are.
No, they make it... Well, they're anti-Semitic. And
They don't have the love of God in them, man. They don't have God's love. They're not talking about His mercy. I've actually talked to Fred Phelps. He actually says that he is from the old time fire and brimstone preacher days. He said that he was taught under preachers that preached hell and fire and brimstone so much you could almost smell the smoke.
Wasn't he also really active in like anti-segregation efforts like way back in the day? Like he was.
I love that though. Don't you love the hell and brimstone preaching?
No, because that's something that's almost very modern. It's
so you guys
came out in the 1800s.
So you guys
realize that they go to like people's funerals, right? And they scream and they mock and they jeer at grieving mothers and fathers who have lost their sons or daughters.
Yeah, they
love that. Oh, great. Yeah, because like consoling people who are grieving, that would be just really gay or something.
What are they grieving though? Because the flesh is dead or because the soul's gone to hell? What are they grieving? Which one?
They're grieving that they're lost their son.
Because their child died.
Yeah, you see God. Then you got it wrong, bro. You see, when a Corvette drives down the road with tinted windows, you don't think that the car's got no driver. If that car spins out and goes into a ditch, you race over to see who's in the car and if they're okay. You're not looking to see if the Corvette's okay. You see, God doesn't care about the flesh; He cares about the soul. So while everybody here is all mourning about the flesh, God's shaking His head, going, "You idiots! There's a driver in this vehicle. I'm worried about where that driver is
So
going."
God's like the Westboro Baptist
That's
Church people.
ridiculous.
I don't
That's
want to have
ridiculous.
anything to do with it.
How's
Then.
that ridiculous?
Really? So okay, so you're good buddies with like Iron Cross and Sabella and that general
We're the
crew.
triple target.
If one of them were to die and you showed up at their funeral, and then the people
I would be
started
sad.
saying but then let's say, oh, I don't know, people show up and start saying, oh well, they're in hell, right? What?
I know he isn't because he's saved.
Well, you don't know that. You
Of
assume
course
that.
Yeah, I know it.
That's one of
No, you
the
don't. There's no way that you know that.
you
It's
just
a phenomenally vindictive and cruel and wicked thing to do. Is to
I know the
mock
fruit. I know the
people
fruit of my brethren.
whose children have died.
I know he's saved for sure.
It doesn't matter that you know it's saved.
I
It
can't
doesn't mean
believe
that
you're
it's
missing
real.
this point. It's like readily apparent. Like, I mean, this isn't.
Do you have a soul, John?
Yeah, I am a soul. In fact,
You have one.
I am a soul.
Yes. Who you are on the inside is a soul, right?
Well, the soul is the totality of my being. But
Yeah.
but the point, I know you don't need to preach at me. I'm an Eastern Orthodox Christian. I get it.
Okay.
But
I've talked to the
I don't. Yeah, I mean, you have to see. Like, you can admire some things about people. I guess I admire the Westboro Baptist Church for their tenacity.
Yes,
right?
that's what I
And
like. That's exactly what I like.
But I guess they're consistent, but they're sort of consistently awful and consistently cruel. That's
That's because
not.
the media and everybody has made them awful.
I went to their website years ago. I went to their website.
Hold on, John.
Whenever anyone.
Okay, John K., if they're as awful as you say, do you go out there to evangelize, to show them how it's done? Do you go out there and say, hey,
Well, I'm in California and they're in like Kansas, so and it's not like they would. No, I haven't. I don't evangelize the Westboro Baptist Church because there are like 90 of them, and I think in the greater scheme of things, they're pretty much inconsequential.
A lot of prophets went against people that were totally outnumbered. That didn't stop them from preaching.
You're not even listening to me, Mac. Okay, let me like actually
dealing with the reality of the situation with Westboro Baptist Church.
Oh my God, I can't
You
get a
just
word
walk
in.
up to them and start telling them they're wrong. You can't do that. They won't allow it.
Okay, John, David, have you seen the video where that?
Have you evangelized ISIS?
Wait a second, Lisa Lampanelli. You know that comedian, the big fat blonde lady. She's a real very slutty and
Alleged comedian.
Alleged comedian, yes. At any rate, she showed up at one of their rallies with a whole bunch, like with 200 homosexuals. And have you heard what they were yelling and screaming, the homosexual groups? The profanity and the words that they were using and the sexual slurs. And as soon as they started carrying on like that, I thought to myself, you know what? I get what the Westboro Baptist Church is doing.
Well, I don't agree with what that kind of behavior from the.
Oh, bro! The minute you heard the homosexuals acting the way they were acting, you literally realized
anything that they said was not nearly as bad as going to a soldier's mother who just got home from Afghanistan, who didn't have a choice in being over there, and saying he's fucking burning in hell because America's doing something it shouldn't be doing in the eyes of God.
I don't entirely disagree with that. I don't entirely agree with that either. If somebody went overseas and is killing people, I'm sorry. Like I mean, I wouldn't take it to his mother, but I don't think I'm gonna like sit there and stand and salute him and tell him he's like this honorable person. He went around killing people in Afghanistan. I'm sorry.
You're over there. You're a robot for the government, killing innocent people over there, man. I don't care what you say. You might not like the Westboro Baptist Church. So what?
There's no justification of going to Afghanistan and going around shooting people. I'm sorry, like, that does not make you an honorable person.
I agree.
If anyone says they're an honorable person, that person is dishonorable.
No, I agree.
I don't know.
But they protest pretty much everyone's funeral. Anyone who has, like, it's not just soldiers. Like, you can be a celebrity. You can just be whoever. Like
What's the point they're trying to make? Does anybody know the point they're trying to make? David, you know them. What's their point?
They're assholes.
That's their point.
Is that the point they're trying to make? Well, let's be honest. Let's be honest. What's the point they're trying to make?
We're better than all the other Christians.
You have to join their church.
No, that's not the point they're trying to make. No.
That is the point.
They're hardcore preaching the scripture.
In a more
hardcore. No, David.
What they're trying to tell people is that we're just here to tell you that you're going to hell, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's their message to the homosexuals. That's their message to everybody that they feel.
Did you just give me the finger?
Everybody that's not them. They're saying it is our job to tell you that you're going to hell and you can't do a thing about it. I've actually heard Sherry Rope or whatever her name is. I actually heard her say that.
Right.
And
And
that is
I
what
would interrupt, but in the Frontline documentary on Westboro, they actually openly admit their job is 0% to convert anybody. They're not trying to convert anybody.
They're just saying it's their
we
job.
can't convert anybody. We technically can't convert anybody.
Rand, listen. They say that it's their function
Yeah.
to just be a cheerleader for God's wrath. That way He can pat them on the back.
Okay. Can you tell me that that's not what God wants them to do?
That's not what God wants anyone to do.
How do you know?
Because I know
He doesn't read his word. He doesn't read his word, Rand.
I know he does. Like, you don't understand, man. His wrath is coming. Hey, don't
Wait
blow.
a
The
minute,
wrath is
Mac.
coming.
Did you just say that God wants people to go around telling other people that they're going to hell? God wants people to tell other people they're going to hell.
Not just that they're going to hell, but that He wants them to.
It's a part of the gospel.
No, I want you to tell me a verse where God says to go and tell people they're going to hell for the actions that they do. Please tell me that verse.
Okay, hold on. You
And
ready?
nobody else change the subject, please, until I get this verse.
Alrighty then. So you're saying that? So you said specifically?
No, you said that God wants you to go around and tell people that they're going to hell for the actions that they do. That is what you just agreed that they're doing, and God wants it.
Okay. Matthew, let's see, where is that?
I mean, they have a running timer on their website of the number of people God has thrown into hell since you visited their homepage. I mean, that doesn't seem...
Let me ask you a question. How many people do you think are going to hell?
I don't know.
I don't believe any are because I don't believe in Christianity.
Well, you're going.
Well,
you keep up that attitude, you don't get back right with Christ, son, and you can't guarantee me that you're not going to get hit by a car and die tomorrow.
I mean, even if I do, if he does somehow manage to pull a verse out of the, he's not going to be able to. He's wrong. But if that verse is in there, which I know it's not, I wouldn't want to worship him anyway, man.
Why?
So Mark 16, verse 15. I'm going to read on. It says, He said unto them, Go ye into all the world, and preach the gospel to every creature. He that believeth and is baptized shall be saved, but he that believe not shall be damned. And these signs shall follow them that believe in my name. Shall they cast out devils? Believe in my name. Shall they cast out devils? They shall speak with new tongues. They shall take up serpents, and if they drink any deadly thing, it shall not hurt them. They shall lay hands on the sick, and they shall recover.
That's all fine and good, but that's not telling people to go and tell people you're going to go to hell because you're gay. You can be saved and be gay.
Go ye into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature. That's what we're supposed to do. And the second part
is the gospel God hates fags? Because that seems to be like...
What is a fag, John? What is a fag? What's the definition of a fag?
Under the Westboro Baptist Church understanding, a fag is anyone who commits some kind of sexual immorality. That's their definition of it.
And there are also fag enablers.
Yeah, and there
that's you, David.
So if you don't take active steps to destroy that, then God hates you too.
I mean, the fact, no, John. The funny thing is that's actually scripture.
What is a fag enabler anyway? Somebody that holds their coat while they do it?
John, the funny thing is...
It would be somebody who's pro same-sex marriage to answer that question.
No. In the Westboro, the entire United States is.
John,
you pay your taxes?
Understand something. When the Westboro is saying that that they're saying God hates sinners, that's actually scriptural. You can back that up.
Really?
That's not all they're saying.
So did the apostles run around screaming?
Okay, that's
maybe
not
on the.
That they're saying. I'm saying that in that sentence where it says God hates sinners.
Where in the history of Christianity did you see any of the apostles or the descendants of the apostles showing up at funerals to mock people?
Hold
The
on.
Pharisees thought Jesus was a fucking sinner and a heretic.
Watch your
Where
language.
does it tell you to do that anywhere in the New Testament? Is there a verse that says, by the way, you know, when you see someone, you know, crying because their child died, you should go and...
I told you just that sentence alone. When it says God hates sinners, that's actually scriptural, and I can back that up. And the fact is that if there's the only issue that Westboro Baptist has is that they're not telling people about the good. They're telling people just the bad news, but not telling them that they can repent.
Isn't the gospel the good news? Isn't that actually what it means? So how can you be telling people the gospel if you're only telling them the bad news?
Well, no, you don't only tell them the
Well,
bad.
you can't have the good news without the bad. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So then they're not preaching the gospel.
Not get bad news.
No, because I can't tell you Jesus loves you, and that's supposed to change you. It doesn't, because all you're assuming that you're already in sin. So me telling you that Jesus loves you is not going to change you to get you out of your sin.
So it's
Do you know what the etymology of the word gospel even means?
Okay, so if I say to you that Jesus Christ died on that cross that you could have everlasting life, and you go, as opposed to what?
as opposed to being dead.
My God.
As opposed to what?
As opposed to dead, they're opposites of
That's
each
it.
other.
So the atheists are right. They die in nothing.
They die in nothing.
Yeah, so what are you saying? If Jesus Christ died on that cross that you could have everlasting life and not perish, what does perish mean?
Perish means to not exist.
So the atheists are right. When they die, there's nothing.
Sure.
You think it's really, David? So you agree? So you believe atheism is correct?
No. See, you formed the question kind of jacked up.
Oh, did I?
Yes, you did.
I think you answered it drunk.
The thing is that when you die, you're just dead. And when Jesus in the end of time, when it's time for the judgment, Jesus then resurrects everybody and then judges them. But in between now and then, there's nothing.
So you think everybody? So you think everybody's going to heaven no matter what? So really, what is he saving you from?
Death.
That's what I want to know, Rand. Come on, help me out here.
Yeah, man. What do you think?
What do you don't even know what death
Yeah, but
is?
you just finished saying everybody's going to heaven, so you die, and then you resurrect, and
You're
then you
going
get
to
judged, and
heaven
everybody's going to
because-
heaven anyways.
You're going to heaven because of Jesus.
Yes. So opposed to what? If you don't accept him as your Lord and Savior, opposed to what?
If
So when he
Jesus,
says-
if Jesus didn't do what he did, we'd all just stay dead.
Okay, so explain to me then why you have to accept him as your Lord and Savior, and if you do not, you will perish.
Well, Westboro Baptist Church already says you're going to
Why
no
are there-
matter what it
why
is.
are there
Lord
two
and
paths?
Savior because he just resurrected you. He said,
Why are
I'm the
there
Lord.
two
What are you going to do?
paths?
Say
Why
he's not?
are there two paths?
That's like saying the president's not the president. Just because you say he's not the president doesn't make him not the president.
No, David, you're lost, bro.
Mhm.
You're sending people to hell. David, you're
You
sending people
are.
to hell, bro. I love you, but you're sending people to hell, bro.
I'm not sending anyone anywhere.
You're telling people they don't have to accept Christ.
I did not say that.
Well, how do you get to heaven?
You accept Christ.
Well, what if you don't? What if you don't?
You will.
Oh, my Lord, David.
Everyone
Okay,
will.
okay,
It says
okay.
that.
There's
It
a
says it in the
misunderstanding.
Bible. Everyone will.
There's just a miscommunication here. David believes that they have the opportunity of accepting Christ after death in the judgment, right? That's just the misunderstanding here.
Yeah, I understand what he means.
But they don't. And that's the point we're trying to get to David to understand. The Bible even says in
Revelation 5:13 makes no sense at all.
David, if you're wrong, bro, David, if you're wrong, do you realize what you've done?
I haven't done anything.
Why not just tell them
That's
they have to
Pascal's
accept Christ?
wager. That's no way to live your life.
Why not just say that
But
they
if you're
have
wrong.
to accept Christ? Like it says in the Bible, bro. If I'm wrong, according to you, they're all going to heaven anyways.
Listen to this verse. Listen to this verse.
If I'm wrong, according to you, everybody goes to heaven anyway. So no, there's no following me.
And every creature which is in heaven and on the earth and under the earth and such as are in the sea and all that are in them, I heard saying, blessing, honor, glory, and power be unto him that sat upon the throne and earth and land forever. That's every person in existence.
Say it again. Read that again.
Can you read the chapters before that?
What, the verse 12? And verse
Yeah.
14?
The chapter after that, when it's 21 verse 8. Revelation 21 verse
5. Revelation 5:13. It's a prophecy about
No, read Revelation 21 verse 8 though.
It's a scene in heaven. It's a scene in heaven, a prophecy of where everything's going to end up.
Can you read Revelation 21?
Every creature, look, how can you not understand this? And every creature which is in heaven and on earth and under the earth, which is another word for hell, and such as are in them in the sea, and all that are in them, I heard saying, blessing, honor, and glory and power be unto him that sitteth upon the throne and unto the Lamb forever and ever. Now, how can you be burning in eternal agony and be praising God at the same time?
Because the Bible says, and this is what I was trying to get you to see, David, in Revelation 21 verse 8, it says, but the fearful and unbelieving and the abominable, murderers, whoremongers, sorcerers, idolaters, all liars shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone.
Their part. Their part, not their eternity. Their part.
David, let me ask, what is eternity to you? What does eternity mean?
Eternity is forever. It's everything.
When he says their part, he doesn't mean a portion of time. He
says their part.
There. It means their place there. Man. Their part, their place, their position there, David.
There's no mention of hell
it says right after
in the Hebrew Bible or the Old Testament.
Sheol there is.
John.
Sheol means the grave, not hell.
It also says that they're outside the city.
Sounds right now, because I can look this up and you will still be wrong.
Verse 22, which is the chapter after what you were talking about, it mentions them again. It says, and blessed are they that do the commandments, they may have the right to the tree of life, and may come and may enter in through the gates unto the city. For without, which is a word for outside, are dogs and sorcerers and whoremongers and murderers and idolaters, whosoever loveth and maketh a lie. I, Jesus, have sent mine angel to testify man unto you these things in the churches. I am the root and offspring of David, and the bright and morning star. And the Spirit and the bride say, come, and let him that heareth say, come. Let him that athirst come. Whosoever will, let him take of the water of life freely. Now, who is this invitation for if everyone's in hell?
Not everyone.
Except. And the thing is, it says that they're outside the city. They're outside the city. They're not in the lake of fire anymore. They're outside the city.
You know where the city is, right? You know what the city is, right?
New Jerusalem.
That's right. You know who's going to be there?
Everyone.
No, how can you be outside the city and everybody be in the city?
I'm saying that everyone.
Wow, David. Look, you know what? I'm going to go to bed and hope you sober up.
Okay, the unbelievers.
I'd rather talk to you when you're sober, seriously.
Where the city is. There's the city, like the city of Topeka.
Yes.
And there's the border of Topeka.
How high are the walls in the city, David?
It's still the city.
How high are the walls in the city, David?
I don't know.
How big is the city, David?
I don't know.
Well, it says so.
Well, I don't have it memorized. I could spend time looking it up, but I don't have it memorized.
Okay. And so you think everybody that isn't saved is going to be in heaven, but just not in the city. They're going to be outside of the city.
You're saying that. I didn't say that.
No. Well, what are you saying?
I'm saying everybody will be saved.
What is your purpose, David? What is your purpose on YouTube? What are you trying to
I don't really have one.
What are you trying to invoke? But you're in every hangout, and you're arguing against Christians and siding with an awful lot of atheists, it seems.
So what?
So I'm just asking, what is your intention?
To try to talk about things I find interesting and truthful.
And what do you find interesting and truthful?
A lot of things.
Name one.
The right way to read the Bible, for one.
And so the way that you read it is to tell the good news without it being the flip side.
Also, I like talking about history. I like talking about some political things.
I've never heard you talk about that stuff. I've
I
only
did
ever
not
heard
hang out yesterday.
I've only ever heard you go into Andy Jackson
That's your problem. I really
and preaching a gospel that tells people they don't have to accept Christ as their Lord and Savior.
Real quick, I would love to see a hangout with Vaughn.
You are saying you're not preaching that gospel. I'm not preaching that gospel.
Yeah, you are.
That's what you do. That's what you and the rest of you do.
What happens if you don't accept Christ as Lord and Savior?
You claim ownership of language and you change what people say and what they mean because you want it to fit.
Okay, you need to speak to me like I'm your landlord.
You're not anybody's Lord, especially mine.
Okay, David, I'm just playing with you. Listen. What you're preaching is that you don't have to accept Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior.
I did not say that.
So what happens if you don't?
You will.
Okay, so then you're preaching that you don't have to do it because you're good anyways.
It's not that crazy of an idea, man. Mormons
it's
believe that. No, Mormons believe it, and there is a lot of other mainstream Christian denominations that believe that you'll have the opportunity to repent, if you will, after you die. It's not that crazy.
Who's speaking right now? Is that you, Sean?
It is Sean.
Well, what planet are you on? You're an atheist.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I can still put on a fucking Christian hat.
No, you can't.
Yes, I
He can still understand things.
No, you can't.
Okay.
He can still understand the opposition. If
No,
he
he
wants to
can't.
look at it as an opposition.
He doesn't even understand the position, let alone the opposition.
No, it's
will authenticate itself using the 5-minute certificate chain. If this handshake succeeds, the server certificate chain will be stored in this server.
Who's speaking now? Look at Nadia is right out cold. David, wake Nadia.
I don't know how to wake her up. Why don't you blow
You've
her
got
up?
the same color walls. You must be there.
Rise, Nadia.
Throw something at her, David.
Do you really believe that I'm incapable of being able to understand 2 points of view?
No, that's what he said to derail you. Of course he knows you.
I think that atheists believe they can understand Christianity, but I think that they're getting it from a position of worldly understanding and not from
spiritual.
Not the spiritual understanding at all.
Yeah.
And I think that's the problem.
Because even you said that hell is not in the Bible or that it's not real, and all I had to do was just
what I said was hell is not in the Hebrew Bible.
It is.
No, it is not. Do you have a copy of the Hebrew Bible?
If it wasn't in there, the scholars by now would have removed the whole entire concept of there being a hell, and that hasn't been done.
I thought hell was borrowed from pagan.
The reason why it hasn't been done, Rand, that's a ridiculous thing to say. The reason why it hasn't been done. The reason why it hasn't been done is because it would offend so many Christians. They'd be up in arms about it.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, you got the Catholics that be upset. You've got all the Baptists.
Quit hiding your bottle and just show your bottle.
What?
You're drinking hardcore.
You're not being realistic at all, Rand. You just make up bullshit as you go.
You're open-minded right now.
You just make up bullshit as you go, Rand. Everybody knows it.
David, you know I love you, right? David, you think I love you?
You keep saying that.
David, do you think Rand Campbell loves you?
I don't care.
See, that's mean. Do you think I love you, David?
No.
David, do you think Rand Campbell loves you?
No.
I do love you, David. Honestly, I really do. But do you know who I love more than you?
God.
Yeah, let me take a wild guess.
Annabelle Pfeiffer. Do you know who Annabelle Pfeiffer is?
Isn't that the woman that just walked in the room?
Yeah, she's a English filly. She's she's a thoroughbred from Britain.
We didn't agree on everything, but she seems pretty interesting to talk to.
Are you kidding me? She is mean. She is hurtful. she
Rand, hey, Annabelle, put the mirror down. Rand keeps seeing himself.
Oh, settle down, David. Trying to pick up my girl, man. What's the matter with you?
Hey, I got a few moves, man.
Annabelle hates Rand. She almost won Rand Campbell Troll of the Year.
Well, she was defending you a little bit yesterday.
Oh, was she?
Yeah.
You know what?
I said you went to jail because you fucked up, and she got offended.
I didn't go to jail. I went to jail because people ratted on me. I didn't go to jail because of my own stupidity. I went to jail because people can't hold their own. People can't hold their own in a police station. They take a couple of slaps.
You didn't go to jail because you broke the law, huh?
Is lying acceptable for your worldview, Rand?
Yes.
Oh.
Sean, that goes for you too, because you have.
What about the 8th commandment?
What'd you say, Mac?
You have been lying a few times in here.
I've not lied once.
Look at me. I'm going to explain something to you.
Hell is not in the Old Testament. You sure about that?
Get him.
I linked an article. If you would love to read it and respond to it, I've been waiting for you guys to do it, but you haven't.
Psalms 9:17. The wicked shall be turned into hell, and all the nations that forget God.
And what Bible are you reading out of?
King James.
A translation that was written 400 years ago.
I didn't even realize this was Johnny K.
Yeah.
Oh man, all right. I know who you are.
Yeah, I changed my...
You're another one of my trolls.
I'm so honored.
You are. You know you've been trolling me for a while, like David.
No, not on the level of David.
I was at the mall the other day and found something tugging on my pant leg, looked down, and it was David Weiser. I mean, he trolls me off the internet. Don't you, David?
Yeah, Rand, I'm right there, man.
Yeah.
I want you to be my Jedi Master.
David, do you like Rand Campbell?
Yeah.
Be honest. Do you like Rand Campbell?
Here's another one for you, Mac.
Not really.
Really? Well, what's not okay? What is it about me you don't like? I think you do like me.
No offense, Christian Smith, but your avatar is like creepy to me, and it's sad because I love cats.
That cat looks crazy.
That cat's funny.
So David, you don't like Rand Campbell?
Sean, what is this?
Just read them while David and Rand are communicating back.
Yeah. What if I die in my sleep, David? And the last thing you said
I'm asking
about hanging out was that you didn't like me. Would you feel bad that was the last thing you said, man? What if I die in my sleep?
Rand, you ain't really anybody to me, man.
Yeah.
You're just some guy on the internet.
You think I'm just some guy? So Rand Campbell's just some guy on the internet.
Yep, just like everybody else in this room.
Yeah.
Or
That's
just
all I am.
You get a pink slip on your door.
But I'm a Christian, man. I'm a Christian brother, bro. I'm supposed to be a little more than just some guy on the internet. And you're right, McKay. You might get evicted, but when you wake up tomorrow afternoon, you might not have a channel.
He doesn't know how you live your life outside the internet, man.
Yeah, I live big. I got a book coming. I'm an author.
That's your business, man.
Yeah, but I love you, though, David. Like, honestly, I really...
I don't know that.
Well, I'm telling you that I honestly... and forget...
Tell me, most of the stuff you say is crap anyway.
Oh, David, stop it, man. I do love you. I think you're a good person, man. You're the kind of guy I could hang out with.
Okay, but Sean, I want to finish this before I have to go to bed because I got church in the morning. What is this supposed to be?
Why can't you just click the link and read it and then address it to me?
My laptop is slow. I can't open
Tectonics, isn't that about like...
No, what it is it's a...
atheist garbage.
Oh.
That's what it sounds like to me.
It disagrees with what you think, and it makes you have to actually think and respond to things, so it must be garbage. You're right. Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it.
No, I'm asking. Okay, I'm
why are the doctrines of the afterlife missing from the Old Testament but found in the New Testament so much? That's okay.
Sean, what is this thing supposed to be?
Well, I already know why.
Why are heaven and hell, etc., not mentioned in the Old Testament? It's an article. The one above it.
Because the Israelites believed that there was a refining fire, that Gehenna was a refining fire, that you were just dead, and then whenever the judgment was, you went through a refining fire, and you were purified through it, and then you go to the afterlife, whatever the afterlife is.
I mean, there are several views on the afterlife, I think, in the Old Testament, right? Like some of the earlier writings, people just pretty much went to Sheol, right, and became sort of a shade of their former selves or whatnot, right? There are different strains of what happened to people.
The Book of Enoch describes some sort of afterlife, but it was taken out of the Bible.
Hebrews, if you go and ask a Jewish person who speaks Hebrew, he will tell you that the definition of Sheol is just a grave. It's not an afterlife. You are buried.
Yeah, it's like a... I mean, there's
and I'm looking at
existence. But it's not hell.
You know what the difference is, Sean? Is that you actually take it in context. It doesn't mean just someone dead in a grave.
Oh.
How come in the
context? Oh.
I don't think it's that like outlandish to say that there was a progression of belief, about.
There wasn't no progression
of things.
Well, you should go and talk to the Jews about that because they didn't believe in that. So.
Theology changed over time, right?
Nobody's been able to ever explain Matthew 10:28 to me.
Okay, this is gonna be my last thing before I just go to bed because it's kind of getting irritating.
Matthew 10.
I don't think it's
Matthew
like
10:28
problematic.
says that your body and your soul are both together.
Hold on.
It's problematic to say that Jews 400 or 500 or 600 years before Christ had different ideas about the afterlife than Christians in the 3rd or 4th century. After Christ.
That doesn't make any sense because one, Judaism is what started Christianity in the first place, John.
Yeah, but Judaism was not some sort of monolithic and entirely consistent thing throughout the entirety of its existence.
Abraham was a pagan. It says
what?
so in the Bible. Abraham was a pagan.
I mean, even in Jesus' day, you had disputes about this, right?
Yeah, he admits to being a pagan.
The Pharisees and the Essenes and other stuff. I don't see why that's like, a big. I mean, there are differences between the Jewish view and the Christian view. So like.
Yeah, like there's a lot of Christians.
I don't see why that's.
A lot of Christians nowadays that believe in evolution, for example. So it's like changing.
Well, no, that's not even like a doctrinal thing necessarily. Like that's a question of science or history. Like evolution hasn't sort of doctrinally changed.
People just gotta allow. They just gotta allow for the Bible to be rewritten, and so we can have like a better.
I don't think
reference for the world.
That's not necessary. I don't know. I wasn't alluding to evolution or anything like.
No, I'm just saying, like you're saying, that's evolving.
I'm against
you said
rewritten to stupidity.
And fear not them which will which kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul, but rather fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell.
Yeah, so where your body is, that's where your soul is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it says both body and soul in hell. So
yes, because
God
can destroy the body. God can destroy the body and cast your soul into hell.
No, it's not separate. It says destroy both body.
No. The same analogy that Jesus was just speaking is the same thing you can find in Luke.
It doesn't separate it here. You're separating
it. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. You don't know how to read
the same thing. David, the same thing that's in Matthew 10:28, you can find it in Luke, and it shows the same explanation, but it's worded differently because of the perspective. But it's showing the exact same thing, and it gives you a different understanding, and it actually shows you that it's not the same thing. Jesus even said, "Cast your soul into hell," but it's the same thing in Matthew 10:28.
Luke what?
Would you like to know what the Aramaic Bible says about that verse? It says, "And you shall not be afraid of those who kill the body, that are not able to kill the soul. Rather be afraid of him who can destroy the soul and the body in Gehenna."
That's exactly what it means.
Sean, this is the funny thing about anything that you say. Why in the world should I believe you?
Why should you believe anything I say? Because I'm not lying to you.
And how would I know that?
Why should anyone believe what you say?
Because he's a Christian, of course.
Yeah. His assertions are true, so just accept it.
No, here's the difference, David. Nothing I've said came out of my opinion. Nothing that I've said.
Everything you've said is your opinion.
Everything you say is your opinion.
What are you talking about? Everything
anybody says is their opinion.
Your interpretation of the Bible, your interpretation of whatever denomination you go to.
You can't speak about anything.
You can't even say
words. You can't make words come out of your mouth or write them down on a piece of paper unless you first have an opinion about it.
What do you guys think Matthew 3:12 is referring to? It's saying that Jesus is going to cast the wheat into the unquenchable, whatever way you pronounce that, fire. I guess that sounds like it's like an everlasting fire.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think? The ones that doesn't believe in hell.
Here's the thing, as well as this goes with the Darwin fish person DVD.
DVD.
Okay, this goes with you and DVD. The only problem is that, Sean, you can have like a question about the Bible, but you can't say any. You don't have any voice of interpretation on it because you don't believe in it.
So I'm incapable of reading the Bible and using my brain to analyze what it says. I'm incapable of doing that.
Exactly what he's saying.
Sean, what is the Bible's? What is the Bible?
I don't care. What do you say about what I just said? What do you say about it?
I'm going to show you.
I don't know. No, you tell me what you think without the Bible. Give me your opinion without. No, I don't care.
You can't do it.
You can't do it, man. Let's see what the Bible says. What does it say?
He has a relationship with a book.
The spiritual things of God.
What's spiritual things? It's not spiritual. It's a book.
It's the power of God.
Physical. This is physical, man. There's nothing spiritual about this.
David,
David.
If you don't believe in the Word of God, there's
the Word of God is the Holy Spirit. The Word of God is Jesus Christ, not a book.
Do they know that the Bible was organized by somebody? It wasn't actually put together the way it is for since it was created. There has been different versions of it. You guys are aware of that, right?
DVD.
It doesn't matter to them. It doesn't matter. They have the book they want. That's the book they're going to push and defend to the absolute better end.
David, can I ask you a question? Seriously, bro. When you read Psalms in the book of Psalms and you read some Psalms, do you not get this amazing spiritual loving connection?
There is an amazing message in movies and poems and music.
No, I'm not talking to you, dum-dum. David, when you read seriously, bro. David, when you seriously, man, when you read God's word, brother, you don't get any moments where you're just wow, that is beautiful.
When I am reading in the Spirit, I do.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So it connects with you spiritually, right?
Well, I have to be in the Spirit first.
There are certain things that are in that Bible that when I read them, bro, I'm just wow.
I don't get into the Spirit because I read the Bible. I get in the Spirit, and then if I happen to read the Bible, then it resonates.
Yeah. But wouldn't you say though, brother, that there are moments when you're
I don't need the Bible to know Jesus.
No, I don't either. Listen, bro, I haven't read the Bible. You know I haven't read it. And I got it written on my heart, bro. I'll say things I'll say things to somebody that's read the Bible, and they'll be like, Rand, that's verse blah 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 blah, and I'll be like, what? I say things that are written in the Bible because they're written on my heart, bro. That's why
some of the things you said in Bruce's hangout.
What?
Like turning what Jesus said completely backwards.
Well, say it. Name one. Hold your feet to the fire here, bro.
Love the Lord thy God with all your heart, all your soul, all your mind. Love your neighbor as yourself. You turn love your neighbor as yourself to make them love me as they would want to.
That's not what I said. Come on now, brother. Come on now, David. You know I love you.
You're expecting the unbeliever to be the active
David, we're mending a fence here. We're mending a fence. We're not setting fire to a bridge. We're mending a fence. We're not setting fire to a bridge here, bro.
Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, we're mending a fence. We're not setting fire to a bridge. You know I love you. What I said is that the people on the internet here show me how they want to be treated. So if in fact we are to treat people the way that they'd like to be treated, then I'm going to treat you the exact way you seem to want to be treated.
That's not what
David, listen to me, bro. I have YouTube down to a science. Would you agree that I have this thing down to a science? The way that I
care what you think.
How much are you making on YouTube then, if you don't mind me asking?
A lot.
Are you? Because I can go and find out if you are, because there's public domain. You know that, right?
What Jesus actually said.
It's actually not public domain.
If somebody mistreats you, you're supposed to treat them better, so that they.
I treat people. Listen, man, there is nobody more loving to me. When I want to love you, when you treat me good, and when you treat me like you deserve to be respected and to be loved, there is nobody that loves harder than I do. And I'll tell you why.
That's not what Jesus said. He said even the unbelievers do that. Jesus said even the unbelievers do that.
No, but Jesus didn't love the Pharisees. And
yes, he did.
Jesus flipped the tables, bro.
That's because he was mad for that moment.
That's because they were defiling his father's house.
That's right, and that's exactly what
they were selling. They were selling sacrifices and making money off of it.
Okay, David, understand something, brother. If you come into my house and you spit in my father's face and you kick over my tables and you mock my mother and you treat my parents like garbage, you think that I'm going to give you a hug?
You're not God.
Understand, so when people come onto YouTube and mock and disrespect my brothers and sisters in Christ and treat people that I love like garbage, I don't take kindly to it. And I am a Christian. Make no mistake about it. I think you know I'm a Christian.
Just be angry and sin not.
Well, it's hard not to sin, bro. We're on this side of Revelation.
Well, you're supposed to try.
I know, but we're on this side of Revelation.
But you're supposed to make an effort.
David, do you know how far I've come in the last 4 years of my life? Do you know how far I've come?
I understand that, Rand, but the thing is,
I got a lot further to go, bro.
The thing is, but you're saying that it's okay. You're saying that it's okay to treat people crappy.
But you're saying everybody's going to heaven, so why does it matter to you?
Well, it doesn't matter what David says. I mean, like.
Oh, see, now what David said doesn't matter. How do you like that guy?
Well, I mean, it does matter what David says.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point.
Yeah.
The reason why we do the things we do, we're going through the things we're going through, is because there is a hierarchy being made here. There's the bride, there's the friends of the bride and groom, and then there are the servants. And then there's the rest of humanity.
What do you think I am, David?
I'm not sure exactly.
Well, you already said that you had a vision of me.
You really want me?
I'm going to tell you a vision my friend had 3 weeks ago. I want you to. Are you pretty good at discerning visions?
Think you're born again, Rand. I really don't.
Oh, I'm definitely born again, brother. I was absolutely 100%. Yep, 100%. 100%, bro. My friend had a dream a couple of weeks ago, and God spoke to him in the dream, and guess who he spoke to him through? Me. I was the person in the dream. I was like 25 years old.
God can speak through a jackass.
Okay, well, apparently that's what he chose then. But listen to what I'm saying to you. And in the dream, he told him that if he wanted to live life correctly and be a good family man, he needed to get into the book of Hebrews and the book of Acts. Have you ever read those two books?
Yes.
Yeah, would you not say that those are good character building books?
Every Bible.
So I know my friend didn't make it up.
If you interpret it in a certain way.
I know my friend didn't make it up because those are books about being a good family man and living a good life. So he didn't know that until he actually started reading them through the fact that he had received that vision. So you see, things like that make me know that my God is real. Things like that make me know that my God does.
You're just describing religion, man. That's all you're describing.
That's not religion.
Yeah, it is. Behaving a certain way, that's religion, man.
No, that's not religion. That's having a relationship with your father and doing as he asks. When your father was alive, your father's still alive, David?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you were younger and he asked you to do something, did you do it for him? When he asked you to mow the lawn or asked you to take the garbage out? Huh?
Not every time, no.
But you know what I'm talking about, though, right? So is that a religion that you do as your father says? Or is that love and respect?
You're talking about two different things, man. You're doing the comparison thing.
You're saying that because you do as your father says.
If my dad wrote down things in a journal, and then left the family for all my life, and all I had was this notebook, and he abandoned us, and he gave me instructions on how to live my life, I'm probably not going to pay attention to things in that book.
Are you saying God abandoned us?
Well, you're saying God abandoned us, yeah.
Why would you say that, David? He didn't abandon you, man. Look at how beautiful you are. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about you're going by what's written in a book.
I'm going about what's written on my heart and verifying it by the very book that it resonates with my heart. God wrote everything on our hearts, bro. The book is just the verification. You can read the book and go, yep, that's exactly what I feel in my heart.
I believe that.
Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. But the book is just verification for what he wrote on your heart, bro. But are you still suffering from the bio-mob days?
No.
Okay, I just wonder because I worry about you, bro.
But see, that's the thing with other belief systems, even if they're cultish. There's a lot of things they have that's truthful. The biomobs are no exception to that. There's a lot of things they say that's truthful. That's how they're deceptive, because they use a lot of truth.
Yeah.
But the issue is to know where the truth stops and then the crap begins.
Well, ladies and gents, it's almost 6 o'clock.
Mike.
I'm going to go ahead and go to bed now. But it was a good talk. Nobody really got pissed off, so.
Well, no, we could have gotten it heated, but it's getting late in the morning, and I think we're all probably kind of doing what Nadia is doing, but just not out cold, and we're all just kind of relaxing. David, you okay, bro?
I just don't see a point in things getting heated, though, Rand. Like, I don't know you, and you don't know me, but.
Yeah.
I'm just like a lot of people here, I'm very certain about my opinions on take on things, and it's going to be very difficult to get me to change them. And, because I am who I am, you are who you are.
Okay, so David, do you think you and I could be friends on the internet?
I don't know.
I think we could. I think I could be friends with anybody on the internet.
I don't know, because, man, lately, you've been...
I'm an atheist. Can you be my friend, Ren?
Saying and doing.
I could be your friend if you're an atheist, but I can't lie to you.
What are you going to say?
I'm not going to be your friend and lie to you to be your friend.
Are you going to tell me every day that I'm going to hell, or?
Probably not every day, but I'll certainly remind you that.
That's fine.
I'm going to miss you when I'm in heaven.
Yeah, but you're not going to remember, though. Remember, that's
right. Everything's taken. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Listen, you're not far from God anyhow, bro. You know what I mean? God is always right there. It's just that moment when you least suspect that He's just going to tap you on your shoulder. You're going to look around and go, "Oh my God, I had no idea how far from right I was."
And then God will be like, "Oh, okay. Well, since now you realize, come with me. Let's go to heaven."
Well, no. You're going to have to.
Oh,
God,
no. Okay.
God made Himself real to me, and I didn't accept Christ for 15 years later.
But Rand, some of the things you say are so hurtful and mean to people. Like I heard you call Shanny a whore. I heard you.
No, don't say it like that.
Huh?
I said that she's a prostitute for atheism.
No, I heard you.
You know that I own a company where I promote ball caps, jackets, pens. I have a promotional company. You know I do that, right? So I am a prostitute. Listen to me. I am a prostitute for promotional products, David. I prostitute myself out. So when I say somebody's a whore or somebody's a prostitute, what I mean is, now what about when people call me an attention whore? Is that okay with you? Because I never hear you complain about people saying that about me. I never hear you say anything about anything people say about me. Not once have I ever heard you come to my defense and say, no, don't say that about Rand.
I would if it was wrong.
Oh, so you think the things that people say about me are okay? When Glute does videos on me that are absolutely disgusting, anytime Glute does a disgusting video on me, I see you on his videos applauding it.
Ran,
there's my girl. What is going on, Annabella? What's going on?
Ran, you're being a hypocrite. You don't have any problem whatsoever with the behaviour of your friends, Iron Cross, Thick Shades, Raw, who behave appallingly. As so-called Christians, they're vile.
Well, yeah, we have our bad days. Not everybody is. I mean, we're still on this side of Revelation.
Those guys are constantly having bad days. They all need psychiatric care, as far as I'm concerned. But the point is, you can't start whining at David when he behaves relatively. I mean, he's a saint compared to them.
Oh gosh, Annabella, no, he's not.
Yes, he is.
And I'm on David right now because David and I are together right now. If I was with somebody else, I'd be on them.
You're having a relationship with David?
Yeah, he's my friend.
No, I didn't know he was taken. Why wasn't I told? Yeah, exactly.
David is my boy, man. I love David. But Annabelle, what's going on, man? I don't want to listen, Annabelle.
I've seen what you do to David. Don't be so hypocritical.
David's the same way with me, though.
It depends on what day of the week you decide to be a friend with David, and it's not every day. That's for sure.
That's right, and the same with you. Like you and I.
You don't bother me in the slightest. But David does get upset with you. You should leave him alone. Stop bullying him.
I don't bully David. David bullies Rand.
Nonsense about you eating an anaconda or you being eaten by an anaconda. Bloody hell! I mean, where do you think these things are? Honestly.
I don't really feel bullied right now.
No, I'm sorry, David. Perhaps I shouldn't patronise you like that. I didn't mean it. You know what I mean. He's being
he hasn't really tore into me like I've seen him do Bruce and Glute and all the rest.
Well, come on, these guys are brutal on me, bro. I lay into them because they need it.
Well, Bruce deserves it. I mean, I
really like Bruce. I have intelligent conversations with him. some of the stuff.
Chris goes looking for it. He's constantly, you know.
That's right. He's constantly taking it. You know how many videos, David? Do you know how many videos are done on me in a week? How many videos do you think I get done on me?
Yeah, but that's your own fault. You can't blame anybody for doing.
No, I'm not even looking. I'm not even feeling bad for it. I like it. I'm just saying that I get a lot of attention. So when you get a lot of attention, you have to give out a lot of attention.
No, you don't.
So you get known more. You get more. People observe you more, and that's so. It only seems like I'm as bad as I am, only because I'm so active.
No, it's because you purposely are a pug. You go out there and just you get so much pleasure from winding everybody up. Don't deny it, please.
Well, there are times when I have to pull a few strings to get some attention, but for the most part, I enjoy the comments under my videos. This is why most of my videos are what they are, because I anticipate what the comments are going to be, and I take great pleasure in seeing the responses.
I mean, I can't believe anyone. There were several people that commented under your last video about the anaconda, the lion, and the crocodile, who actually thought you were being serious.
I know.
It just blows my mind that people actually take you seriously. I mean, I'm not, I mean, obviously you do believe in God. I'm not insulting.
No, I know what you mean, though. It's like when I do these outlandish, when I make these outlandish stories, I do it on purpose. And you're right. It's like people actually think. I mean, I had a video done on me today where a buddy was literally laughing so hard, thinking that I actually believe these stories I'm telling.
Who was it?
Oh God, what's his name? Gary.
Sean.
No,
well,
Gary.
You say it so seriously. So there's people who really don't know you that would think that he really does believe that we're going to believe that he does these things or has done these things.
Well, that's their problem, David. If you can't take, if you really take Rand seriously and you actually think
I did at first. When I first ran into him, I thought he was.
Well, I did too. I mean, I used to make lots of very unpleasant comments.
Annabelle spent the whole night together, didn't we, Annabelle?
No, we've never spent the night together, Rand. Let's not spread that nice little rumor.
We did.
No,
I was on my computer, you were on yours, and you were saying things to me, and I was saying.
I never physically.
It went on for about 7 hours. I was like, my gosh, does this person ever stop?
No, not when
you
it comes
some
to.
Good comebacks,
I must have the last word.
Oh, I know, it was brutal. And then Sam got into it, thick shades.
Oh.
And I just handed you over to him. I was like, my fingers are tired.
Yeah, and I probably no doubt I wiped the floor with a little shit. Now, I mean, you're a whole. I haven't got a problem with you. I really don't. A lot of people won't like me for that, but I don't have a problem with you. But I do have a problem with your so-called friends.
But you know what I heard, Annabelle? I heard, and you tell me if this is true, that a lot of people act like they got a problem with me on the open YouTube pages, but behind the scenes, they don't.
They act like they what? Sorry?
They act like in my comment sections or, in these hangouts that they got a problem with me.
How do you...
Behind the scenes, they have no problem with me. They actually act like they like me.
I act like I have a problem with you, but I don't.
Yeah, I hear that a lot of times.
That's because away from YouTube, you act different.
Yeah. How do you guys think Jesus talked to prostitutes and thieves and stuff like that?
Call them that they're wrong and that they need to repent and get their life?
I'm saying, don't you think he kind of...
Called them whores and bitches and cussed them out.
No, Jesus.
No. The word whore and whoremonger is in the Bible, genius.
No.
Wow. I've been in this hangout 10 minutes and Mac hasn't said the Bible says yet. That must be a record.
Don't you guys think Jesus kind of used the same language that these people had, like street language and stuff? And he was sarcastic and he said whatever was necessary to try to communicate with these people, or you think he used the language we read in the Bible?
Around or I'm going to slap you. That's what Rand would have said.
Rand slaps. Yeah, Rand slaps.
Hey, Rand, I gotta go to bed.
Rand, you're back in Toronto.
Good night,
yeah, I'm here. Oh, guess what, Annabelle? You're gonna like this.
Mhm.
I have a brother in England. Actually, before my mother killed my father, my father was married to another woman in England. He actually fought in the British Army. And he has 3 kids in England. And I've never met them. And last week, one of my brothers got a hold of me from England.
Now, does he have any idea what he's getting into?
Yeah, he loves me.
How do you know? You don't know him?
because he told me about me.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, yes. So
he knows my life story, and he feels because he had a really good life. They owned a hotel, and they got.
Where are they from?
Peterborough.
Okay, Peterborough, not Peterborough.
Yeah, Peterborough.
Or in your Peterborough.
Peterborough. You're from Peterborough. But he seems like a really nice man. He's very sweet.
Rand, I don't understand. You say you had this book deal coming out in July.
Yeah.
But that's only a couple months before.
Yeah, you better get writing, Rand.
Everything's supposed to go to crap on September 23rd.
That's not what I said, David. I said the world is not going to be the same. I didn't say the world was ending. I didn't say there was going to be.
Happen?
What I'm thinking is.
Sad, man.
What I'm thinking is, if you take a look at what's going on with Russia and Syria, and I don't know. I really feel like something's going to pop off. I think there's going to be.
You actually said I was going to go to a FEMA camp.
Well, you are.
No, I'm not.
So who's going to be setting up these FEMA camps?
Oh, they're already set up.
Okay, well, who's going to be running them then?
FEMA.
And so why are they going to be putting Christians in camps?
Not just Christians, everybody.
No, the Christians are going to be just fine, and it's all the unbelievers that are going to be punished by the Antichrist.
No, David. No. Come on now.
That's pretty much how you're making it sound.
Don't write my book for me.
It's the Christians that the Antichrist is going to help punish all the
Christians are going to flee and try not to get caught. And everybody's going to walk themselves into the FEMA camps thinking that they're going to get medical and food, and it's going to be a good place for them. The government's going to take care of them while all this is happening.
And this is supposed to happen on September 23rd. That's going to kind of kill your book.
I was kidding you. You're not going into FEMA. I was kidding about you. But I do believe that something in the world is not right. The climate is funny. And when I say climate, I mean like just, the feel of the world is not correct. Here's my buddy.
Well, that's a general assessment. Pretty much any intelligent person would probably could come to if they look at it the right way.
I get where you're coming.
Watch out! There's two of you in here.
Impersonators here, Rand scam.
That's hardly.
These things are
prophecy, though. That's hardly making a prophetic claim.
Well, no, it's not a prophetic. I didn't say it was a prophecy. I just said that. Well, and now you know that there was a chancellor of Germany that came out and said that in 500 days from today's date, the world climate was going to change in a way that was going to be extremely drastic to human living. And when you do a count from that 500 days, it ends up on September 24th of this year.
Which chancellor said that?
Stuff like that since I was a kid.
I can't remember his name. Some German chancellor.
You mean the finance minister?
Yeah, let me see.
The world was going to change in 500 days?
From the date that he said it, yeah. And then
Which was when?
I'm going to just Google it right now.
Yeah, I have to, because I can't believe a finance minister would come up with such codswallop.
What's going to cause the change?
23rd is a pretty coincidental date because
I know, because a lot's happening.
There's a lot of stuff on the internet about September 23rd.
Is it like a meteor that's going to fall?
I heard that one. There's a claim on the internet about that.
Well, there's the fourth blood moon.
Oh god.
Those are all things that are happening.
I would go.
Hey, hang on a sec. Didn't we have some kind? Wasn't it going to be the end of the world yesterday when we had, or the day before when we had the eclipse?
Yeah, I'll give a warning about anybody trying to predict the end of times. I mean, there's been about 1,000 predictions all through time, where they're all been wrong. So please don't try and predict it because you're going to look like a fucking moron.
Now, I'd like to know. I'd just like to go back to Rand's claim that the Chancellor of Germany, Angela Merkel.
I found it. Just a sec. I found it. Here, just a sec.
All right. Okay. I just find it difficult that someone like Angela Merkel would say something so ridiculous.
Well, it might not be ridiculous. These people know things we don't know, Annabelle.
If you go by biblical,
of course they know things we don't know. They run countries.
If you go by biblical eschatology and you study Daniel's prophecy,
the tree.
And you study the Jesus, he expounded on it. He gave additional prophecy.
Hang on a sec. Hold on a sec, David. David, can I just stop you? This has got nothing whatsoever to do with any kind of end times or.
Of course it does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It's a prophecy of the end times.
David, have you read it?
Yes, I have. I studied it for years.
To do with climate change. It's got nothing to do
about
with
climate change and stuff. Well, I was talking about.
No, I'm talking about. No, David, listen. I'm talking about Rand's claim.
Yeah, you got to talk about two different things.
Yeah, the Chancellor's 500-day end of times claim. It's got nothing.
No, I didn't say end of times. I never said end of times.
But
I
it's
said
to do
that
with
that
the
said it was going to
build-up
be a
to climate change.
that was going to change the world. The things
It's a climate deal. It's not climate change.
Someone who believes in Jesus and God can't talk about prophecies that they've made?
Sure they can.
Well, according to Annabelle, we can't.
No, David, stop being so bloody.
No, she's talking about something else.
You told me to stop talking about it.
She's talking about that link.
You have to stop talking about it. I was having a conversation with Rand. You interrupted, and I stopped you because I wanted to just follow up with something that Rand had said. Stop being so defensive, for goodness sake.
You done?
Well, honestly, you do this every time. You get really upset because people have the temerity to have an opinion on something when you're too busy rattling on about Jesus.
Are you done?
No, actually, I haven't. So anyway, Ran, it's got nothing to do with any kind of catastrophe or any kind of end times or anything like that.
Read between the lines. Read between the lines on.
Oh, right, okay. So you're telling me that I've got to look at a faux conspiracy within this within this discussion on climate change.
No. I just want you to just read it with an open mind and read it from the perspective that I'm telling you.
Well, I'm glad to see that you're a supporter of climate change anyway.
Well,
can I ask?
The world is changing climatically.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to see that you recognise that.
I mean,
It's been changing.
But it's changing all over. It's changing on the planets too. It's warming up on Mars.
It's changing since the planet first got
What's that got to do with what goes on in Mars? Has got nothing to do with what's going on the planet here.
No, but the whole universe is warming up.
Yeah, but hang on a second. I'm sure it is. However, that the rapid warming of this planet has happened since industrialization. It's very clear that man is creating the warming of this planet far faster than has ever happened before.
There's a lot more people.
Pardon?
There's a lot more people than there was ever before.
Well, yeah, exactly.
I don't believe we're having as big as impact as what people are
Well,
claiming.
honestly, David, if you can provide some evidence that contradicts
Logic. I go by logic. The logic of the claim. I mean, we have not been taking records. We've only been taking records for like the last 400 years about this stuff.
No, but it's not about taking records. It's about doing research and looking at how the planet is behaving.
And they know that weather patterns are cyclical.
It's not weather. Climate is not weather. It's a completely different subject, David.
Well, they're related. What I'm saying is that they know that the Earth has gone through many changes.
And I'll repeat myself again.
And
the planet is warming up far faster and rapidly than it ever has before. And I suppose you don't care because you're going to die and go to heaven, so you don't care about the future of the rest of the.
I think there might be more scientists that believe in that than actually believe in evolution.
Of course, they're going to believe in that because they're scientists. But
yeah, well,
that's because they know what they're talking about.
If the Earth has been here for millions of years,
really?
We know,
wow.
If the Earth is, I'm saying it for the sake of any other believer that has to be in here, just so I can avoid an argument. If the Earth has been here as long as the scientists claim, we know that all the weather patterns and all the climates and all that stuff, it goes through cycles. We're just going through another cycle.
No.
No.
The atmosphere is stored in rocks, so they can go back and go, what was the atmosphere like 1,000, 10,000 years ago? So they can go back and go, well, this had a certain amount of carbon in the atmosphere, 10,000 years ago. So now they can go, wow, the increase is exponential. We haven't gone through anything like this before with carbon in the atmosphere, and carbon dioxide, sorry. And that's how they can determine that we're in a really weird situation that we haven't gone through before, and they try and look at what the effects might be of this. And guess what? Humans are the cause.
Do humans cause volcanoes?
Oh no,
volcanoes.
No, he's going to make the claim that volcanoes cause more. There's more CO2 created.
There is more CO2.
No, there's not. It's an absolute false. Go on, show me. Prove it.
Volcanoes put out more pollution than
you can yap away as much as you want, but you have to back up your claim, and you can't. And I'm going to provide. I know for a fact. I hear this all the time from climate change deniers. I hear it every single time. Volcanoes create more CO2.
How it's happening. I'm disputing how it's happening.
Yeah,
I'm not denying that it's happening.
You dispute everything. We did this yesterday with 9/11. You dispute everything without any evidence whatsoever. You just say, "Oh, this is happening," and then I ask you to back it up, and you just say, "Well, I didn't really say that. What I said was this." You never have anything to back up your claims.
I can't just make an opinion about something?
No, not when it comes to... No, you're not making an opinion. You're saying that you don't believe it. And I'm saying, why not? You're saying, because I don't. That's your simple response, because I have chosen not to, even though the evidence flies in the face of your opinion.
I believe because of the information I have been given in my life.
Who gave you that information?
I don't know. You want me to quote every goddamn source I ever encountered in my life?
No, I'd like you to quote the source that says volcanoes. No, I'd like you to quote the source that says volcanoes create more CO2 than man does. Pardon? I didn't hear what you said.
I said, just leave me the hell alone. I'm going to say whatever the hell I want to say. I'm going to believe what I want to believe.
So basically, you make a claim, you can't back it up, and then I've got to leave you the hell alone.
I'm going to believe what I choose is right. I'm going to believe what I want to believe.
But you're not a scientist, so you don't matter.
About what you think about it.
Well, you're not a scientist, so you don't matter.
I don't give a shit. I'm living my life. You're not living my life. Fuck you.
That's fine. That's fine, David.
David,
please
don't
vote that way.
Fingers in your ears. I think it might help if you actually put your fingers in your ears. Maybe said Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. I think that would help your situation some.
No, it won't. And you're being a dumbass.
You shut up, Rand.
That wasn't actually Rand, for the record. If anybody actually thought that was Rand.
I knew it was.
Yeah, it
was.
Okay,
sorry.
Yeah.
No, that was the duplicate Rand.
I thought it was Rand.
The thing is,
he does a really good impression.
What this woman is pissed off about is that there are people in the world that go and they look at other sources, make up their own minds, and happens to disagree with it. You want everyone to just accept what you say.
No.
Yes, you do. You want everyone to look at things how you want them to look at it. Yes, you do. I mean, you're such a bitch. Shut up. You're such a bitch. You are a bitch.
Oh, listen to the Christian. Listen to the loving Christian.
I'm not trying to be a loving Christian right now.
No, you're being a complete loon.
You're being a bitch.
No, I asked you to provide evidence, and that makes me a bitch.
I don't feel like it.
Right, so I'm the bitch.
That's right.
Yeah, you're crazy.
I don't feel like providing you evidence. I don't have to show you evidence for every goddamn thing that comes out of my mouth. Why don't you?
I asked you for one piece of evidence.
Why don't you show me evidence for every fucking thing you say?
I'll show you evidence that you're wrong.
Annabelle.
Evidence for every goddamn infinitesimal thing and opinion you got.
That's right.
Annabelle, you're I have to break this up and say, Annabelle, sorry, you're a woman and you're not allowed to have a say. Okay?
I know. I realise that. Yeah.
Well, I'm a man and I'm not allowed to have a say.
Well,
so he wins the argument because you're a woman. That's what he's saying.
He's stupid. I never
he's putting that down and
you're making that claim. You're making that claim for me.
You're just being an unpleasant little man right now. Like, you know what? When you behave like this,
aren't you? When
you behave like this, it's no surprise.
Aren't you clever?
No wonder you're no wonder you're a target for Rand. This is what you behave
clever
like.
Little woman.
You know what? You know what? You get off. You have this fantasy of emasculating men.
What?
You do.
No, I was right. There we go. I was right. There we go.
That's what you want to do. You want to emasculate somebody. If they disagree with you,
isn't how I find it? I quite like Rand, probably one of the most masculine men on this hangout. Yeah, I don't like you because I want to emasculate men. Yeah, okay, whatever.
Doesn't matter to me one iota.
No, I don't think very much matters to you, David, except what you think.
That can't possibly be allowed.
No, did I say it couldn't? You're welcome to your opinion, but you're not welcome to your own facts.
No, I'm not. Not according to you.
I'm going to assume that he was referring to me.
Huh? Sorry?
The manly one. The manly Rand. I'm going to assume you were referring to me.
With the greatest respect, Rand Scam, I do have a little crush on the real Rand, so no.
I can't blame you.
Fucking crazy.
A hell of a face.
Well, so do I too. Like, get away, Annabelle. He's my Rand. Leave that Rand alone. He's mine. He's my Rand. You can have the Rand scam.
I want everyone, every time they say something, to provide documentation and proof.
I'm just about to. Okay.
Provide everything you talk about. Provide documentation and proof for it.
Yeah, I'm going to provide.
It's okay. You know, it's okay, David. But I mean, as long as you had said,
Hey, shut up a second. Nobody apparently is allowed to speculate and give opinions and then talk about those opinions and then iron out a possible truth from those opinions.
No, because you just denied them.
Yeah, you didn't say it was an opinion. You just said that was wrong.
If you can explain to me that how volcanoes.
I am.
How volcanoes is wrong. If you can do that, I would accept it.
I'm actually going to provide evidence.
All you've done is run your stupid bitchy mouth.
Whoa.
I don't know how. I'm not too sure how calling anyone a bitch helps your argument or that.
I don't care if it helps my argument. I don't give a fuck.
Wow, David, did this ever take a bad turn, bro?
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
You got Rand helping you out now. Like, just listen to Rand.
Why is this helping me out? Shit. I don't give a fuck.
David, brah, your language, you're talking like the atheists here, brah.
Yeah, it sounds terrible, bro.
Hey!
I don't give a shit.
David, did that vodka kick in?
Yeah. Have you been drinking, David?
Wow, bro.
I don't give a flying fuck about any of you.
10 minutes ago, your
then
hair
why are you here?
10 minutes ago, your hair went cold. You got so mad your hair went messy, bro.
Learn that bullshit, man.
Seriously.
I have my own channel. I have my own opinions. If you don't like it, you don't like it. Tough fucking
You're not on your channel, dear. You're on somebody else's.
I'm not on yours.
Yeah, I don't have one. I don't have the need to go around telling everybody what they should be thinking.
I don't tell people what they should be thinking. I tell people what I think.
Yeah,
it's a right, David, to have your own opinions, but don't assert it on anybody else and say they're wrong because your opinion is right.
Then that's not having an opinion.
That's what. Well, what are you talking about?
If you're not allowed
then?
to speak your opinion, if you can't speak your opinion,
we didn't say that. We didn't say that. You said that we were wrong because of volcanoes.
I didn't say you were wrong.
You did. Yeah, you said volcanoes were the cause of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere.
I didn't say that pollution didn't contribute. I said that I don't think that it's the sole cause.
And I said, and then you brought volcanoes up, and I said it's a nonsense claim, and you started yelling
your opinion.
No, but then you started tweeting that about.
It's called scientific fact.
But why would you get so mad at Annabelle? Annabelle don't deserve to be yelled at like that, bro.
Oh, I don't care, Ran. You know I don't.
I know you don't, baby, but just, you know.
It just goes to show you.
He's trying to be controlling. I don't like that.
All of this stuff that he claims about how everybody should be so loving and kind, it's all a load of nonsense. Obviously, it's very angry.
I hate people trying to control my speech.
I think it was the other Rim that said that wasn't the real one. I think it was the other Rim.
Right? Which one's the real one? I can't work it out.
You can all kiss my
I'm the real Ran.
David,
the
scientific
control what I say and think. You can kiss my motherfucking ass.
Right. Next in the chat are the facts about volcanoes. If you could be bothered to read them and actually learn something, go ahead. If not, just carry on shouting and calling me a bitch. It's entirely up to you.
I might.
God.
I thought cow farts was worse than volcanoes.
Yeah, I think methane. There is an argument for methane.
Actually, sorry, but there's another study that disproves that one, and that is the fact that G-Man. Listen.
Go ahead.
G-Man contributes more to carbon dioxide because of the shit that he talks than anybody else. All right, so G-Man is the cause of global warming.
All right, I'll take that.
You know, when this started out, I was really with Annabelle, but I gotta say, David's arguments are persuasive. I really like the "fuck you, bitch" argument. That was the one.
Yeah, David.
Yeah. No, but it's brilliant. It just, I mean, this is why I love these hangouts, because you get to find out what people are really like in them.
Yeah.
Because
you want to control people's speech.
There's no moderation, so you know, David, who claims to be so kind and loving, is actually not.
Claim to be the expert in everything.
No, I don't. I claim to tell you. No, I've given you what scientists say. I'm not a scientist. I'm telling you what scientists say.
Give me your opinion of what.
No, it's. I mean, if you can't work out that scientists use facts, then that's your problem, not mine.
I know they use facts.
Yes, so that's what I've given you. Read it and learn.
And be nice, David. Quit yelling at people. Bro.
Oh, honestly, Ryan, I don't
that's
care.
real rich coming from you.
No,
Yeah,
that was
at
the
least
other one.
it's funny.
We can find a qualified person if you want to talk about it.
He doesn't want to hear. He just wants to be, he doesn't like being given any evidence or facts.
I think
that's not true.
Yeah, well, I tried this with you yesterday and I got the same attitude, except you didn't completely lose it yesterday.
But David does have strong.
Lost it. You were the one yelling yesterday.
I wasn't yelling.
Yes, you were.
Ridiculous.
Hold on a second. Are you two spat?
Don't even think about it. Don't even go there.
Well, hold it now.
There
Don't
you go.
even
You're telling
go
somebody
there.
what to do.
I'm feeling something in the air here, Annabelle. Are you cheating
I'd
on
rather
me?
stick pins in my eyes.
Are you cheating on me, Annabelle?
Please.
Huh? You got
Do you
another
think I'd
man?
cheat on you with someone like him, honestly?
I don't know. It seems you guys are spatting like you got a little love thing happening now.
Oh, please, it's making me feel nauseous.
I have a very hard time with domineering women.
What the hell?
Wow.
Wow.
Uh-huh. Thanks for sharing.
Wait a second. Are you not voting for Hillary Clinton?
Oh, what?
Am I voting for Hillary Clinton? I'm keeping that to myself.
But she's domineering, David.
Not to me.
Well, no. I doubt you'll ever...
Oh, yes. Yes, you see, David has a secret relationship with Hillary Clinton in closed doors. This isn't documented at all. So, I myself have a relationship with George Bush.
just make sure you dry clean those dresses.
Oh no, I wear my sex life on my sleeve, literally.
Like I think most people. Well, I can't talk for other people. But I think most people.
This is one of those
I was
moments.
going to give you a compliment. God damn it! I was going to say I think most people actually like you, David, for some of your views, but I mean, you did sort of go on the offensive there. It's okay. Like if you had said, "Oh, look, my opinion is X, Y, Z," and I'll look into it a little bit more, that would be okay. But you got really upset, and you're a little bit misogynistic,
and she's got to be right all the time.
Yeah, she's a dumb female. I agree. Yeah.
It's my scientific opinion. Blah blah blah. Science goes so far.
No offense, Davey, but I was right. So tough shit.
I don't care.
That's the problem, isn't it? It's nothing to do with whether I'm right or wrong. It's the fact that I'm a woman and I have and I provided you with facts.
What part of I live my own life do you not get?
Well, you don't really, because you're on here all the time telling everybody else what you want to do and how you feel. So you don't really live your own life, do you?
That's not what that means.
Yeah, no, you're always on here.
That's what you say.
Whining.
These are your opinions. These are your bullshit opinions. Your bullshit atheistic,
I'm not allowed an
opinions.
opinion. I'm not allowed an
You're
opinion.
a dumbass atheist.
Well, David, I just wanna ask, what is it you want?
I don't want
What is it
nothing.
you want to?
I came in here to try to have a conversation. Maybe talk about something interesting.
Did you click on her article that she passed?
No,
She gave you the evidence.
Right now, I'm just too pissed off to do it.
Yeah.
So
basically, he doesn't really want to know anything about it. He just
You
wants
don't
to
know
hear
what
us
the
out.
fuck I want, bitch. Don't speak for me.
Okay. Can you admit that maybe even though she is a dirty female, if you were to look at the article,
dirty female atheist.
if you were to look at the article and maybe do a bit of research, may she be right? I mean, can you admit that now that maybe she was right, even though she's she speaks out of turn and we should stone her to death?
And blonde. Don't forget blonde.
Oh, and blonde, yeah.
See, now you're adding all these words. You're adding words to my
Yeah, don't like it. Oh, never mind.
You're right. We are. Yeah, we are adding words, but you are being pretty nasty.
Yeah, atheists are never nasty.
And what exactly have I done that's nasty?
That's projection.
Today, David?
Being
Here's some more facts for you from scientists, from dirty atheist scientists, because you know they're not allowed an opinion, are they?
No.
Right. Well, I do hope you watch this back later on and come back and apologise.
Are all atheists dirty?
You really want to go there with me?
Well, is that an honest question? Are all atheists dirty? Or
Did Jesus ever comb his beard? That's a dumb fucking question.
Why? We are all dirty. Is it obvious?
No, it's not obvious. Your question is stupid. You really expect me to say yes to that? That's like
I expect you to say no. I expect you to say no. Don't be ridiculous.
No, when you ask a question like that, it's a yes or no question. Then you're leaving for the possibility for someone to say yes, and if they say yes, they look stupid as fuck.
There's people out there that
I was trying to help you out by you saying I don't think all atheists are dirty.
You deliberately formed a question so that it can only have one possible answer.
Which is no.
Which is no, because the other answer would be ridiculous. That is a dirty, dumb trick.
No, because I'm trying to help you out. If I didn't want to help you out, then the other answer would be yes.
I don't need your
fucking say help. Yes. Well, then say yes. Because the way you're acting, I think you do think atheists are dirty.
I don't need help from any atheist. See, that's what I started to say.
Okay, so what do you think of atheists? What do you think?
These are one of those moments, one of those rare moments where you atheists are really pushing my buttons.
No, we're not doing anything. You're doing what's happening is you're being an incredibly rude, obnoxious, defensive person, and now blaming us for it.
No,
is there a big red button?
Gang of assholes. You're being a gang of assholes right now.
I gave you some facts. I'm an asshole.
You're being assholes.
Because I gave you some facts. Because I gave you some facts. I'm an asshole.
You can do anything with a fact. You can do anything with a fact.
Well, I gave you them. That's what I did.
Make up bullshit with facts.
No, scientists tend not to make up bullshit, David. You clearly don't understand what science is.
I understand exactly what science is.
Well, you just said you can do anything with facts. You can make up anything with facts. I mean, you're just talking absolute nonsense.
Shut up, bitch! I can take a bunch of facts. I can take a bunch of facts and make up an entire fantasy. I can take a bunch of facts and make up an entire fantasy about it.
Ran, are you going to have fun with this video? I bet you are, aren't you?
Oh, I'm already downloading it. This video is going to be a hot video by tomorrow night.
Could you send it to me, please, when you've done it?
I will send it to you privately. David, you have no idea the soundbite you're providing here, bro.
Soundbite for what?
Come on.
The bitch compilation on YouTube.
Something like your
Yeah, Rand Scam and I are going to have a debate on the bitch argument.
You know, speaking about debate, I don't know. I kind of got a bone to pick with you, Rand.
With me?
Yeah.
Well, you've got the same bone I've got. You've got the same bone I've got.
And threatening my subscribers.
Can I just...
Yeah, how dare you? Yeah, I don't want
anyone that considers that they are.
Did you subscribe to him, Annabelle? Did you subscribe to Rand Scam?
Oh, I wouldn't dare. I was terrified that you'd shut my internet down. I couldn't be taking that risk.
That's right. I
find it really funny. You make a video saying that you've been slowing down time on the internet, all the while your video's jumping around acting crazy. Who do you think's doing that? Who do you think's slowing down time with the brain powers on your video? That's me. I'm the one who controls time. I am the landlord.
That's right.
I thought you were Doctor Who.
Doctor Who?
He's both. He's
Doctor
both.
Who?
Doctor what?
Who? What?
Doctor Who, the Time Lord.
Who's on first?
Doctor
Who's
Who?
on second?
I don't know who's on third.
I don't know who's on third.
So who's on the first? That's it. What? Who's on first? And so forth. I'm really depressed that David left. We were having enlightening conversation.
I don't understand what you're talking about right now.
I wanted to hear more from the.
I'm actually quite blown away by that. I'm really shocked, actually. I'll be honest with you. I didn't expect that. meltdown. I mean, have you seen him do that before, Ran?
Yes.
No, I've known David for a long time. I've never seen him behave that way.
Are
So
you
it's my
kidding me?
fault.
You know how many times I've made him snap?
But I did, with the greatest respect, I don't think I said anything that gave him the right to completely lose it like that.
Yeah, it wasn't the message, it was who it was coming from. He didn't like hearing that from a female, I think.
A blonde, atheist, bitch, dirty, scientific-minded
I quite like being a dirty
fucking...
bitch. It's one of my hobbies.
Yeah, you do, Annabelle.
I do. I don't think there's anything wrong with being a dirty bitch.
You're actually very good at it, to be honest with you.
That's another soundbite.
Yeah. We like putting that one on David.
I fully admit that I'm a dirty
I don't know if Ran and I have that much of a debate to do about the whole bitch thing.
What's funny is this: when I splice and dice this video, it's going to be an argument between you, David, and Rand Scam.
I'm looking.
And it's not going to look good for David, I'll tell you that.
Hi, Simon.
All the troll.
Yeah, he gets so angry for no reason, man. It's like I have pretended to get angry on here just for cause and effect, but I could never get that angry. Like, over what?
No, I've seen you lose it completely. Don't be so ridiculous.
No, listen to me, Annabelle, listen to me, love.
No, I'm not going to have the I was acting bullshit. You can lose it sometimes.
Annabelle, you think I'm an actor? But Annabelle, do you think I can act?
Of course, you're brilliant.
Of course. Okay, so that's what I do.
I think Ran Cam is the best Canadian actor out there.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I want to know something. I want to know if you were acting or being sincere in one of Brett Keen's hangouts when I made a slightly unfunny comment. I thought it was funny, but several people disagreed and they kicked me out before I had a chance to apologize. Were you said to me that, if you're gonna come out, excuse me, I have to perform my. If you're gonna come out here, if you're gonna come out here and act like a fool, we were having a nice, sincere conversation. But then, if you come out here act a fool, then it's not. No. Was that acting or was that sincere criticism?
Sincere acting. It was sincere acting.
Sincere acting.
If he did it with that accent, that would be Academy Award-winning acting.
That's right.
I'm not sure about your accent, Seawater. You might have to work on that one. But can anyone in here do a Brett Keen? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if anybody can do that.
It's quite a unique voice, isn't it?
It's like, well, mate, how you going? Like, I can't really do it.
No, that's an Australian accent.
Yeah, that's Australian.
Please subscribe.
Well.
Oh, no, Seawater's doing it. Go on.
There you go.
Please subscribe, comment, and rate.
That's perfect.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
yeah. Your Brett Keen accent is better than your Rancam accent.
Hey, what the fuck?
I like your accent though. Your voice, normal voice. I think it's lovely.
Yeah, thanks. But I wanted to. I really, because I rarely, if ever, not ever, but I mean rarely get kicked out of a hangout. And when I was kicked out without any opportunity to apologize for myself, I just get bam right there.
That was Brett. I bet you that was Brett that kicked you out, not Rand.
Yeah, I don't kick people out usually.
No, exactly.
No, I know it's not one of my things. I like keeping people in so I can yell at them.
Mm-hmm.
Why would I kick you out? Then what am I going to do? I mean, no, I'd rather have you there.
Well, thanks.
It's like Annabelle. I keep Annabelle around. Annabelle, she can do no wrong to me. Annabelle has been very rude to me over those years.
Has anyone got a violin?
And I keep her around though because she's entertaining when she's mean to Rand.
No, he's got the hops for me. Let's not.
I'm with you on that side there, Rand.
I got a. What would I call it? I guess I'd call it a Anna crush.
Yeah, a bell crush.
A bell crush, yeah, a bell crush. Yeah. It's like Rand crushes.
Anyway,
it literally would be that.
Yes, I would be crushed. Did you see my comment, by the way, Rand, that I put under that video?
No, let me go look. I haven't looked at it. I don't really...
I just wanted to ask you what you thought of the new campaign to remove people like you from the internet.
To remove me. To
And the
remove people like
trolls.
me. Oh, they want to remove. They think I'm
You've
getting
not seen it. You come on. You must have heard about the new troll. Let's get rid of the troll campaign.
Oh, I have heard of it.
No, I'm
Yes.
part of that group. They don't want to get rid of me.
No, they don't want to get rid of you, but they want to get rid of the people like you.
No, they don't.
They want to get
Yeah,
rid
from
of
what I
me.
hear, from what I hear, Ranscam, you're a founding member.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the truth.
Well, I got flagged twice last week on one of my channels. I was flagged twice, so
Wouldn't be that group.
They do want to get rid of me, but I don't know why they want to.
The thing is, I don't understand why. Because what the hell would these people do if they didn't have you, G-Man, Thick Shades, et al. to make videos about? They'd have nothing to do.
Exactly, and that's my point. It's like I was saying, you know, the U.S. owes China $30 trillion. Well, here's the bottom line: if you owe your bank $1,000, they own you. But if you owe your bank $1 trillion, you own them.
Yep,
So,
like that.
you see what I'm saying? So the point is that our little group on this little thing on the internet here, really, without us in this community, I don't even know what the community looks like. It would be, I don't know. I just don't think it would be very enjoyable.
Well, I come on here to have a laugh. I mean, I don't come on here to. I mean, I kind of have got a little bit bored with the so-called great debate because it's just going around in circles and you know, I switch on Hangouts and it's the same conversation over and over again. I'd much rather listen and have a laugh with you guys and watch what you guys are getting up to. I mean, I know probably some people would say that's ridiculous or, you know, why would you do that? But that's why I do it. I find Ran incredibly entertaining. I find G-Man incredibly entertaining. I'll be honest with you, Ran, I really don't find the likes of Iron Cross in any shape or form entertaining. Someone like, no offense, but someone like Mac, who just, you know, everything is just, it's the same rant every day. There's no entertainment, there's no comedy, well, other than the fact that he seems to think that Noah invented the boat and it didn't rain before the flood, that kind of comedy. But I'd much rather have a laugh on here. That's why I come on here.
Yeah, me too. And I get as many laughs as I hope I provide, Annabelle. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, yeah, believe me, you provide plenty of laughs.
yeah, and I just hope that, you know, we can all, you know, at the end of this have a lightened moment where we're like, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, I believe in God, and I know you don't, but I'm not mad at you because you don't, because at the end of the day, I truly believe at one point you're going to believe.
But hang on a sec, am I right in saying that I'm, what was it? What were you ranting on about the other day about reprobates? Yeah. And what you're going to do? Are you going to slow down my internet because I don't believe in God, or I can't remember what it was now.
I don't know. If anybody, what did I say again? If anybody subscribes to Ranscam,
oh, that's what it was. Yeah.
I'll be slowing down your internet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to say my computer started crashing a bit more than it normally does since I did
yes,
that.
of course, because I have that power. You see, that's the whole thing.
For a while, I was slowing down his.
If I
he really did.
Will it speed back up again?
Yes. Yes, if you unsubscribe.
Oh, no. If I subscribe to you, would it speed it up?
You're not subscribed to me?
I don't think so.
Excuse me?
If you unsubscribe to me and subscribe to him, I'll turn your internets off.
I don't even talk.
I'm not playing, buddy.
Yeah, what is the matter with this guy, Ranscam? I don't even talk to people that aren't subscribed to me. How could you not be subscribed to me?
If I subscribe to you, Ranscam, Mac Boo Boo, will you take away all the obscene emails I've been getting in my trash can talking about, hi, I like Finnish men a whole bunch. I want to move into your country and meet for the first time.
No, but I'll tell you what I will do. I will stop the penis enlargement campaign, and I'll also stop having the email sent to you about Viagra.
Oh, you don't want to do that because the likes of Iron Cross and Thick Shades rely on those sort of products.
Oh, stop it, Annabelle.
No, come on, they do. Definitely Thick Shades. You just know that he has a dinky penis. You just know.
Annabelle. Annabelle is so funny, man.
Okay, what about me, Annabelle?
I love Thick Shades.
Oh, I can just tell you've got a massive dong.
Yeah.
I bet Ran has to. I'm going to
Spit it out because it's not yours.
Did you say has or is?
Hang on a sec, Ran. Are you suggesting that I have a penis?
I was saying that he should spit out his massive dong because it's not his.
Oh, right, okay.
It's borrowed.
Yeah.
So while we're on the subject, Annabelle.
We're back on the subject of penises.
I'm sorry, but I seem to have a massive dong in my mouth. So could you repeat the question?
Yeah, it's been a while.
At least we know Nadia will be awake soon.
Yeah, any minute now, Nadia will wake up. Penis!
You married, Annabelle?
I was. I'm divorced.
How long have you been divorced?
Oh, let's see now. Gosh, nearly 10 years now.
Oh, wow. 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 Yeah, I left my woman a year ago.
No, you didn't. She left you.
No, listen, Annabelle, stop it, man. Listen, honestly, I left her. I left her.
Actually, no, I have heard. I think you and I have actually had a conversation about how, I mean, some marriages, that's what happens. They just come to an end because you kind of stop loving each other. And
well,
that's not what happened with mine. But
I felt like I was sitting 4 feet from somebody, and we didn't know each other anymore. You know what I mean? It was just kind of like, it just died. It was like all of a sudden the car just stopped turning over. So I'm not going to sit there with somebody.
Was it mutual?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, see that when that happens, then clearly, it's time to pack your bags and go. I think people that stay in marriages that are unhappy. I mean, I know you don't believe this, Ram, but you've only got one life. For goodness sakes, why would you spend it with someone that you don't like anymore and you don't want to be with anymore? I've never understood it.
Yeah, I personally, I won't do it. I wouldn't stay in a job that I didn't like.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? I wouldn't eat at a restaurant I didn't like, and I'm not staying in a relationship that I don't like. I have too good of an energy. I have too much energy to sit somewhere where my energy isn't enjoyed or where I'm not receiving the true benefits of my energy. I want to feel good where I am. You know what I mean, Annabelle? If I'm with a woman, I want to feel good about being with her. I don't want to just sit there and be with somebody for the sake of being with them.
But being in a relationship, long-term relationship, and keeping that sort of excitement alive is very difficult.
Yeah. I mean, it was a lot of years, and I raised her son. She had a son when I met her. I raised him, and you know what I mean. I did my job, but I couldn't do it no more. In the last year,
I do have a suspicion that when you do meet this woman, that because clearly you're quite a passionate man. I suspect you probably make an exciting relationship to be in. And yes. No, I'm not dropping any hints there, just so we can make myself clear.
Yes.
But yeah. Oh, I forgot.
Steady.
No, I'm a fun person.
Oh, Simon, you know who I've got the hots for.
Yes, we all do.
Really? Is it me?
No, Simon. Sorry.
Oh. Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. Please don't apologise.
I'm pretty sure that you're probably relieved about that.
It's the Aussie bloke in the corner.
Yeah, the cat.
The cat.
All right, guys, I'm off. I'll talk to you guys again tomorrow.
All right.
I gotta get up early, and it's 6:30 in the morning here. So you guys be good. Hey, Annabelle, quit riling up these internet men, man.
Yeah, don't forget to send me that video.
I will.
All the merrier.
I will, darling. All right, guys.
See you later.
See you, dude.
All right, guys.
Bye.
There is an argument for that. Who was it that suggested that it was because I was a woman that he was getting his knickers in a twist?
You probably.
Who it was? Yeah. I didn't know this, but do you know that 82% of people on YouTube are men? Did you know that? I mean, that's amazing. I would have thought it would have been a much more equal percentage, but it's not. 82 users are men.
Yeah, I wouldn't have known that.
Well, let me see if I can find the so that you can, so that you know I'm not making it up. But I think that I must admit I was quite taken aback by his behaviour, because he always claims to be quite a rational, kind of moderate Christian. Not that that's any, I'm not saying that should make any difference, but it should really, shouldn't it?
Okay, guys. Guys.
Yeah.
Guys. There was a question. There was a question there.
Yeah. I mean, somebody said something yesterday about moderate Christians. I think it was the drunken peasants, and I've heard this before as well. That the Christians that are the most aggressive and the most obnoxious, like the Christian hillbillies and the Tommy Halls, are actually the true Christians, and the Macs. And the moderate Christians are, they're quite patronising in their sort of, well, I forgive you for your sin. Homosexuality is wrong, but I understand why, you need to do it. That kind of patronising attitude is far worse to some people than the, the openly bigoted homophobes. I mean, I kind of see where they're coming from with that.
No.
No? Okay.
Oh, I definitely can see where you're coming from with that. But I would, you did say that the true Christians were the Christian hillbillies and the like.
Yeah, because they're sticking to the Bible.
Oh, it's just interesting because G-Man has brought up so many times about the true Christians and what qualifies, and I think it was Veckel too. Then it seems to be like this war, well, not war, but this kind of disagreements. Okay, I do know that the Christianity goes into several it divides into several schools of thought, and it's those schools of thought, specifically, that have disagreements. Like, you've heard of Nephilim?
Yeah. Sorry, Seawater, but that man makes me laugh out loud every time he opens his mouth.
Nephilim?
Nephilim 3.
Oh.
He's a Christian scientist, or claims to be a Christian scientist. I don't think he's actually got.
Scientists may be overstating the documents a little.
No, I mean Nephilim, the school of thought in Christianity where before the flood, there were giants and super people, basically.
Yeah, he's got some very strange theories.
Yeah, they come from the. Sorry, they come from the Akkadian myth. If you want to know.
Yeah, who was the doctor person who claimed that the giants will come back at some point? I know, well, not. I mean, as in he.
Doctor.
Could you come closer to the mic, Simon?
Just because I'm still trying to work it out. Doctor Man something.
Doctor. Let's Google that shit.
Okay, I think I might have. I can't find this 82%. It might be wrong, actually. I know it's a 50-50 split on Facebook, but that's understandable because that's all those women putting pictures of their babies and children up. Although I put plenty of pictures of my dogs up, mind you.
Well, I recently attended an atheist live show with Matt Dillahunty, Aaron Ra, and Seth Andrews in Australia, and probably I would have to say 80% of the audience were men and 20% were women. I don't know if that's any correlation, but yeah, there were far more men in the audience. Probably 95% atheist as well in the audience. But yeah, it probably would be about 20% women in the audience. So I don't know if it's any sort of correlation there.
It's Google Plus that's dominated by men. 71% are men, and although 50% of Google Plus users are 24 or under. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know how they manage to get these statistics, to be honest with you. But just going with my experience, there are a lot more men in this community than there are women. And I don't think it's because I'll be honest with you, I don't think it's because I'm a man. Sorry.
I don't think that either.
I don't think that either.
It's because I'm...
You're cutting out, Annabelle.
Yeah.
I think that percentage there does tell you something about You know, it might almost be proof for God in some respects.
Go on, give me your reason for that.
Well, you know, clearly the Bible comes down against women, and women don't have much of a say on the internet. I see those things as equivalent.
Or they're smart enough to just
basically
just
the Bible
it.
predicted that there wouldn't be many women on the internet.
I think it's I think the sort of atheist community itself is quite an aggressive community in that people are very upfront about what they think, very opinionated. I mean, none of my friends or my family do this. None of them.
Yeah.
I'm the only one out of anybody I know, you know, that I haven't met on the internet that does this. And my closest friends don't understand it. They think it's ridiculous why I would get into arguments over the subject. But then the majority of my closest friends, bar a couple, are British, so they don't understand the kind of stuff that gets thrown at the likes of Nadia on a daily basis by the mainstream media in the US. We just don't have that in the UK. It just doesn't. I mean, don't get me wrong, it does happen. And we've got UKIP recently, you know, coming up with some.
We've got the Church of England as well.
Well, yeah, but they're not normally as aggressive as the the churches in the States, or as the like we don't have TV evangelicalists, or whatever you call them, evangelists. Sorry, we don't have these groups like, is it the Family Research Council, all that. If I do sit down and discuss this with friends or show them a video, which I have done, they're just gobsmacked at how aggressive and how homophobic these people are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can pick the bits out, but you got to bear in mind that what really happens is that everybody has the conversation in the first 10 minutes, and then the next 2 hours are spent going around that 10-minute conversation to the point where people lose their temper.
I lose my temper.
I noticed.
You don't. You're the complete. As far as I listen. I do hear you. I think you were yesterday. I think you got not upset because you just got annoyed or frustrated, and that's very rare with you. But I was smiling to myself while I was listening to it.
Yeah, I can't remember what that was.
It was the oh God, let me think.
G-Man, probably.
No, it wasn't G-Man. It was yesterday because I was cleaning the house while I was listening.
Really?
Yeah, I do that every year, once a year.
Are you the one that went? Are you the one that went? G-Man, your ego is small. Your ego is small. That was awesome. That was awesome.
I was trying to use reverse psychology on him.
I know. I was about to say. What were you exactly going to say? Were you using reverse psychology there? Because clearly he enjoys the fact that he's told that he's this ego. He lives off that.
Yeah, I noticed.
He has no
said something to
shame.
me which was just ego-based. So I pointed it. I just said, "Oh God, your ego, it's just massive, isn't it?" And he went, "Oh, what are you talking about?" And I went, "Well, it's not as big as mine. Your ego is small."
That was brilliant.
You probably confused them completely with that one. I think I have to say I'm not a huge fan of J.D. Kane, but the red button thing was hilarious.
Oh yeah,
that was great. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, that will come back to haunt him.
And he couldn't understand it. I mean, even after being explained pretty clearly and concisely, G-Man returned the answer like after a 5-minute explanation from JD. He turned around and said, "Sabella, where is the red button?"
It was brilliant.
What are you talking about? He's just
I think
you.
even Sabella just thought, I'm just going to play along with this because I don't want to tell him he's stupid.
Well, what Sabella said actually was, "Oh, he's not explaining it properly."
Yeah, but I think that she got it clearly, but she didn't want to insult G-Man, so she sort of played along with it. Oh, it was brilliant.
That's class. That is class.
But this is going back to this whole thing about sort of banning the trolls. J.D. King's saying this guy's a red button. You just can't help but press it. Now that's the same with Ran. I mean, as soon as I was just listening. I was dozing on the sofa listening to you guys, and as soon as I heard Ran come in the room, I was like, yes, let me get in there. Because he's great entertainment. And that's the thing, and to try and shut these guys down is ridiculous, because what on earth are these you guys going to do if you haven't got your fodder, you know, to take the piss out of on a daily basis?
I don't know if that's what they're really trying to do. I think it's more about how Google Plus will not react to people who are banned, come back, banned, come back, banned and come back. I think that's more what they're talking about, people who Google will not handle, will not deal with.
Yeah, I mean,
we're not talking about Rand, we're not talking about those sort of people. We're talking about people the guy who was just in here recently, who has been banned from a lifetime ban from YouTube, and he's still in here. So I think that's where they're coming from.
And I ignore him. I just saw him come in, and I thought, if he stays, I'm going, because I just can't be in the same place around him. I'm surprised that he even got in here, because as far as I was concerned, he blocked me. Because sometimes if I try and come into the room when he's in there, I can't get in, because he's got so many people blocked. And so I've given up. I gave up trying. But at the same time, I don't really want to be around him anyway. But he's one person, you know.
I was just using it as an example, but there are other people who have tried to get real information from people, and
you're talking about.
I could name. Well, Josh Shelley even, but I can name names. But I mean, like, there are circumstances where Google won't do anything, and I think this is all they're trying to do is go, okay, we've got to maybe possibly get a community together who can then say, look, here's a body of evidence. You know, everybody agrees these people are trying to do dangerous things. Let's target them. And everybody's sort of freaking out. Oh, they're going to get rid of G-Man. They're going to get rid of... No, I don't know. I honestly don't think that's what it was about.
But even in the two cases that you provided, I completely understand the Thick Shade situation. I can't stand Thick Shade. I won't interact with him. He's a troll, and he's a nasty troll. He's not even funny. And so I get where they're coming from, but the behaviour that he's displaying there's been plenty of stuff that's gone on from the atheist community that exactly the same in return. Do you understand? Stop both sides. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it doesn't justify either way, really. One side or another.
I agree. But to set up a community that's basically hypocritical, in my opinion. That's my issue I've got with it, because I know that these guys have dropped other people. They've dropped me. So I'm a bit dubious. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I am slightly biased, because I'm not a massive fan of the people that have set up the community, because they made my life a misery for about a couple of months last year, and so I keep away from them. That's what you do. If you don't like somebody and you don't want them getting to you, you block them and you keep away from them. You don't feed them, which is what the people in that group feed these people on a daily basis, and then jump up and down and whine about them. And this is my issue with it.
Yeah, look, I'm lukewarm with it. I'm trying to take it from both sides. I don't know all the nuances about all the people, all the members and things like that, but I can sort of, I mean, if it was somebody like people that weren't prevalent in the community and, you know, they were trying to set out to do a certain mission, maybe I could see what that mission was. I don't know all the ins and outs of who have created it.
To be honest with you, Christian, I'm staying away. I mean, I'm talking about it now just because, you know, it just came up, but I'm staying out of it for the most part. I mean, one of the moderators in that group has attacked one of a woman that I personally know, one of my friends, quite violently over the last couple of days. So I kind of put my oar in a little bit to defend her, but I'm staying out of it. I don't want anything to do with them. They made my life hell. They made my life hell, so I don't want a repeat performance of it, so I'm keeping away from it.
That's okay. Fair enough.
I shouldn't really talk about it because I'm just kind of really, you know, it's a bit silly of me, really.
Vector left.
Oh yeah, it's probably because I'm in here. I don't have. I have my. No, I don't mind Veckel really. Actually, out of the, I think G-Man I like. Veckel, I'm sort of hot and cold.
I sort of do a little a twinge in my eye every time you say you like G-Man. I just go, what? Like my eye goes. How can anybody like him?
Because I just have a little soft spot for him. Because I can see behind the act that, and I don't want to start getting too patronising because it's just. But I think that there's, if you look and try and find the reasons why G-Man is like he is, it's a bit like behind Randcam's act. Let's be honest, no one does what Rand does unless he does it because he's bored, because he was coming out of his marriage, he was
cutting out
and on YouTube, and I don't know if anyone else. Is that better?
Just slightly better.
I don't know what's wrong recently. It's been happening a lot. But
Probably Rand.
Yeah.
Rand cutting your internet.
So basically, I personally think Rand's. I don't know. I think it's becoming more and more obvious that he's having a laugh and a joke at everyone's expense.
For sure.
I think that anybody that takes him seriously is their own worst enemy, really.
Yeah, he's like I find him like what's that guy named, the Man on the Moon? What's that guy's name? Andy something, the Man on the Moon guy.
I don't know. I'm not aware of him.
I have to look it up. World famous American comedian. I find him very similar to that guy. He was extremely offensive. Kaufman, there you go, Andy Kaufman. He was very offensive. He's supposed to be that way, and he did things just to enrage people and get people, doing, being an activist against whatever he was doing, and that's exactly how I see Randcam. I cannot see him any other way. I mean, when the conversations that I've had with him or seen with him, he is an Andy Kaufman. I mean, he's not as talented, but he is definitely not the genuine article in that respect.
No, I mean, also anybody that knows Rand's background, I'm not making excuses for him, because he's the first to admit that he was an arsehole when he was younger. But my goodness, that man's been to hell and back. So if he's got a few issues and he needs to do what he needs to do, I'm not making excuses for him. I'm just understanding where he's coming from. G-Man, again, I'm sure that if you looked into G-Man's clearly not someone like Rand who'll tell you his backstory every 10 minutes, but he must have a backstory, and I wouldn't be surprised if there isn't something there that's made him as, I don't know, it's really strange. When you watch him, he's so excited, and he's full the majority of the time. I shouldn't really know. That's an insult to 16-year-olds, really. But he behaves like a child at the majority of the time. And I find it amusing. Of course I do. But I know a lot of people really don't like him. Like you've just mentioned, you find it difficult that I do. But I think, if you take G-Man like you do Rand, even though obviously G-Man is genuine, he actually really believes what comes out of his mouth, then you can't get too wound up by these people. They're a source of entertainment for me rather than a source of frustration.
Well, I mean, I can because they condone horrible things, and he's been completely genuine when he does it. I mean, completely genuine when he does it, and he gets this weird, cognitive dissonance thing where if you present him with evidence that goes against his core belief, he flips out. He absolutely flips out. And I don't understand. I mean, this is why he lost subscribers, I think, anyway. But I don't understand why people still... Like, I don't watch his videos directly, ever. It's only secondary videos, people where they've called out certain things I might watch. But I don't subscribe. I don't watch his stuff. And I think people were the same. They dropped away and they went, oh, well, we can see his content on other videos. So we'll wait for them to come out and we'll have a laugh. But... he is, to me, he's probably the third worst YouTube apologist on the internet. To me, he's the third worst.
I've got to ask you who your first and second are.
Ronnie would be number 2, and Nephilim 3 would be number 1.
Yeah. Have you come across Christian Hillbilly and Tommy Hall?
I have. I think Tommy had just experienced a head injury when he was younger, so I can forgive that.
Is that actually true, or is that just a theory?
I don't know. It's just a theory. But
Okay.
and Christian Hillbilly, I think, is just just ignorant. But ignorant, but he can sort of quieten down and let people talk and whatever. And so can Tommy. Tommy can be quite friendly, but yeah, they're the top three that will not be friendly under any circumstances.
Well, I don't have anything to do with Ronnie or with Nephilim. I just can't even go there. They don't provide any. The only thing they provide is, me laughing at Hangouts. If I bother, I see that's the other thing. One of the things that I've stopped doing is watching all these videos. I really don't watch them anymore. I sort of hang out with Nadia because I think the group that's in this environment is really is it the word eclectic?
Eclectic, yeah.
Yeah, where you've got people from all different walks of life, and yeah, there are people that come into these hangouts like Mac, who is like a poor man's version of G-Man, in my opinion, and Hilly Billy and Tommy Hall, who I agree with you. He says some terrible things though, Tommy Hall. I mean,
yeah,
he does really scrape the bottom of the barrel, but so I much more enjoyed this kind of environment, and yeah, it does get a bit crazy at times, but it's very entertaining. And also we talk about other things. That's the other thing that I like about these hangouts, is that it's not always about religion or about God. Von Houten brings in so much entertainment because he's a conspiracy theorist, and it's hilarious. So I mean, I've been told 100 times now that Von Houten is a nasty, vile. He's got a history of all sorts of terrible things that he's done, but he just makes me laugh. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, it comes down to whether they're genuine or they're playing a character.
Oh, I don't think Von's playing a character. I think that's
no, for sure. Yeah, no.
But Nephilim, actually, you're right. Nephilim really is the most supercilious, patronising, condescending arsehole who has these theories that he comes up with that are completely ridiculous. Yet the way he presents them, his little following think that he's some kind of scientific genius. It's hilarious. Same with True.
Yeah.
Or is it? Yeah, True. It's True, isn't it, that they all run to?
Yeah, Ronnie.
Oh,
yeah, Ronnie.
Yeah. Well, Ronnie. Oh God. And Arcane.
Arcane's probably fourth on my list.
But isn't Ronnie one of them? I get so confused with them all. Isn't Ronnie Arcane or Ronnie's True?
No. Ronnie is True Empiricism, and Arcane is Brandon.
Now that's it. So Ronnie, yes, Ronnie, I agree with you completely. Vile character.
Yeah, I mean, well, actually, I might even have to promote David to that list after tonight.
He did behave strangely yesterday. Well, yeah.
It's so sexist.
Yeah, well, I was quite smart. But, though, Christian, not surprised, because I do get this. I do sort of rub people up the wrong way because I've got an opinion and, because I'm opinionated. But I won't, I don't throw out, when he brought the volcanoes thing, I've heard that so many times. Oh, well, volcanoes create more CO2 than man does, which is absolute nonsense. And then, because I said to him, that's just nonsense, it's, scientists, and then suddenly but he didn't just rage at me, he raged at you as well. I just think, I think Rand might have been correct in his presumption that he might have had a drink.
I was trying to help him out. Like, I was trying to say, okay, let's clarify. Is that your opinion and you don't like what we were saying? That's fine. You're going to go away and you're going to read what we were saying. But no, then he said, every time I said that, then he said, no, the bitch said this. The bitch told me this. Like, really, quite unacceptable things to say.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Particularly as the thing is, though, he is kind of obsessed with Ran, and he does sort of follow him around making videos about him. And I've said to him yesterday, if you don't like what these people say about you, then stay away from them. It's as simple as that, but I don't think he can. And that's, I think I rubbed him up the wrong way yesterday with that, you know, saying to him, look, you really, when you get off the internet, you walk away from it and you get on with your real life. But I think some people obsess. I mean, I'm not going to go back to the community we were talking about earlier, but it's very similar. There's some people that really can't stop making videos, and they can't leave their enemies or whatever, detractors alone. And so what that does is every time you respond to them or react to them, they come back to you, and it's a vicious circle. You're just going round and round in one big angry circle. And unless it's really funny, like unless you do it for a joke, like Rand clearly does, it's very destructive, in my opinion. And I said to David, what you need to do is walk away, take a break, leave it alone. But some people just can't do that, apparently. God, I hope it wasn't me that cleared the room.
No, I think it's just laid over in the States.
Yeah, it is. What time is it? It's 5 in the morning or something, isn't it? 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, it's 4 hours at the moment because we're not on British summertime yet. So it's 7 in the morning over there.
When does your British summertime kick in?
Well, I thought it was this weekend, but it's next weekend. Last month in March.
Yeah, we
More
lose
time.
ours in Australia. Not next weekend, the weekend after. Actually, maybe no. Hang on, maybe it's next weekend. I think we may lose our daylight savings next weekend.
Whereabouts are you?
In Australia, Melbourne.
No, because I just had a friend that's one of my best friends has just travelled all over Australia. He's currently in Cairns diving.
Oh yeah.
The pictures that are coming back are pretty impressive. It makes me want to go out there. It's one of the few places I haven't been.
Yeah, Cairns don't have daylight savings because there's so much sunlight anyway. But yeah, Cairns is beautiful. The whole Queensland coast is beautiful. They've actually got a wharf area where you can fish for sharks. It's mainly just sharks. You can't catch anything else. It's just sharks, like big sharks. So you get a special rod and special bait, and you go out on this wharf, and you just catch sharks all night. It's unbelievable.
But I think that's
incredible.
The biggest thing that scares me about Australia is the fact that you've got literally thousands of killer animals wandering around. Killer creatures. I mean, as you are aware, we don't have any in this country, and that's the only thing that I think. If I was able to, because my mother, I've got a family out there. My mother travels to Australia once a year, and every time she says, "You'd love it out there. It'd suit you down to the ground. It's like a sort of much more subtle version of America." Blah blah blah. And the only thing is, I've got 2 dogs, and I love walking. It's my hobby. I go out at least every day for at least 1 or 2 hours, and I'm very fortunate that I live in a very beautiful part of England where I can do that. I can walk for miles without coming across anyone. And I couldn't do that in Australia. I'd be terrified. I would. I mean, it's like in America to a certain extent as well with bears. I'd be terrified that spiders. I mean, I did go to the Amazon a few years ago, and because you get this thing in your head, don't you? Like there's going to be anacondas everywhere and big, massive tarantulas and all that. It's nonsense. They're not any. You know, you go through. We went on a trek and I didn't see anything. I did see. What did I see? What's that? Guinness bird, the toucan. Which these things are incredible in real life, but I didn't see any spiders, any snakes, anything. And the fact is, these animals tend to keep away from you. They really don't want to have anything to do with you. But you just get this sort of idea that if you live in Australia, you've got to be checking for spiders every 10 minutes. That's the sort of way I look at it, and I'm sure it's not like that.
I mean, the death rate is very low, but there's a spider called the whitetail here. And the whitetail won't kill you, but what it'll do is give you a bacterial infection in whatever it's bitten you in, so your arm or wherever it's bitten you. And if you're allergic to it, it's even worse. So the spider bite from the whitetail can disease, almost like leprosy. So over a certain amount of time, your arm can almost rot to pieces if it's bitten on the arm or bitten on the leg. And my mother has been bitten on the arm. So for about 5-6 years, she's got this big white disgusting scar around her arm because she was bitten by a whitetail and she happened to be allergic to it. So it's rare because you have to be allergic and you have to be bitten in the right spot, and but the death rate is very low. But it can, if you're allergic, it can sort of give you sort of like, at some stage in the future they may have to cut your limb off.
Oh God! See, that's what I'm talking about. Although
it's very rare, but it can happen.
I have to say that when I was in the Amazon, I'd got that. There's this sort of well, it's a true story. There's this little tiny fish in the Amazon, or in these countries, these sort of very hot, humid sort of rainforests. These little tiny fish that can get into an orifice, a part of your body, and work its way up to your brain.
Yeah.
And that was my biggest fear, and so I was like reluctant to swim in the Amazon because I was convinced that this would happen to me. But it was too I love swimming. I swim in the sea in the summer all the time. But I couldn't resist it. So we went out on the boat because you have to go to the middle of the Amazon because on the edges are all the crocodiles and all the nasty things. So we went out into the middle of the Amazon, and I said, because I had a guide, he and I had been out and about together, so we got on quite well. I said, you go in first, and he was laughing at me. So he went in, and his brother, who was driving the boat, went in just to prove that it was perfectly safe. And so I got in, I jumped in, and I just felt so uncomfortable. I was like convinced that there were things underneath me, and I said to him, what about the piranhas? Because they are, the Amazon is full of them. And he said, oh, no, they're sleeping now. They only come out at night. And I said, well, what happens if one decides to get up early and have a little wander around? I was like, I just had this image of all these piranhas at the bottom of the riverbed and spotting my foot wangling around. That was my fear. So let me get back in the boat. And I think I lasted about, I don't know, a minute. At least I swam in it. At least I did it. But I loved the Amazon. That was amazing. Yeah, I've been very lucky. Yeah, but I think I'd like to. I like diving. So I think that would be my, that would be my biggest thing about going diving.
Yeah, that's pretty big over here, the diving.
Well, this friend of mine, I was just looking at his last. I just wanted to have a look and see what he's up to, and I was just looking at his last. I'll just tell you, bear with me a second. Honestly, he's been putting pictures up for the last 3 months. It's so, you just want to get out there, but he is on holiday. It's not quite like that in real life. He's diving the wreck of the SS Yongola, which is voted one of the world's top dive sites. So, no doubt he'll be putting pictures up of that later. But yeah, he's had an amazing time. He went out to New Zealand as well, and that looked incredible as well. Have you been to New Zealand?
No, never.
Well, how far is it?
It's only probably 2-hour flight.
Really? And you've never been?
Nope, never been.
Have you been to?
I've been to America though, but I haven't been to New Zealand.
So you haven't been to London?
No, I haven't been to Europe. No.
If you don't mind me asking, Christian, how old are you?
36 this year.
Okay, so you got to get your ass in gear and start traveling.
Oh no, yeah.
I mean, America's very. I don't know because I haven't been to Australia. From what I'm told, it's quite similar to the US in its convenience and its culture. But when you come to Europe, all the different cultures in a size smaller than Australia. Europe is smaller. I believe Europe is smaller than Australia, isn't it? Or just slightly bigger, or something like that. But it's around about the same size, isn't it?
I'm not sure about Europe, but America is about the same area as Australia.
One that Europe. My aunt, who tells me, when I used to say things like, "Do you?" Because I'd meet somebody and I'd say, "Do you?" I'd ask my aunt, "Do you know this person?" She'd say, "Annabelle, you've got to realise that Australia is the size of Europe." Let me have
Possibly. It wouldn't surprise me, but I know it's the same size as America. North America.
Size of Australia in comparison to Europe. So what do you do for a living?
It's hard to say. It's sort of like
My goodness, let me put this link in. It's actually a lot. Australia's much bigger than Europe.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, when you wait till you see this, it's amazing.
Yeah,
actually, I don't know. I don't know because they seem to have made the UK very big in this picture. So I'm not sure. Okay, I'll show it to you and see what you think. It doesn't seem to look right to me, but it's interesting. But yeah, sorry, I asked you what you did for a living. What do you do?
Sort of to do with like roster.
Sorry, didn't quite catch that.
Sort of like rostering, like HR, like human resources type thing.
What, for an airline?
No, for like a call center.
Oh right, okay. So you work out when people have got who is in the call center at what time and on what shifts they're on, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Do you find that? I wouldn't. Are you a mathematician then? Are you somebody who enjoys that kind of thing?
Oh well, I mean, you sort of have to grow to love it in that sort of job. You know, you've got to. It's all about sort of predicting things and making mathematical calculations and stuff like that.
That's right. That's what I mean. I just wouldn't. For me, that would be the. I don't know. Maybe not. But I just would. That would drive me insane.
It does. It does drive me insane.
Particularly as you're dealing with humans.
Oh yeah, and people can really annoy me as well.
Yeah. I mean, do you work on the other part of the HR sort of spectrum, or is it just on rostering?
Pretty much just on rostering, but it's the annoying part is where people, the people's personal things that they come up with. You know, like, I don't like to work after a certain time or before a certain time. It's like, well, guess what? No one likes to work after a certain time, so you're gonna have to share it. You know, you have to work it out.
I have this argument often. I mean, I run my own business now, so it doesn't affect me anymore. But when I was working directly for an employer and I worked in an office as a single woman, well, I wasn't single really when I worked in the office, but as a childless woman, I was expected to pick up all sorts of people's work because either people were pregnant or they were taking a sabbatical. You know, it's like this is a job, but people, particularly in the UK, seem to treat their job as a hobby sometimes.
Yep.
No, I wouldn't want your job, not in a million years. Do you have to deal with the sort of backlash, not backlash so much as if you have a problem with a particular employee who either doesn't turn up for work or has always got an excuse, or like you say, wants things that, wants far too much flexibility, do you have to deal with them?
Not directly, no. We can sort of palm that off. Yeah, we can sort of palm it off, but we still get blamed for everything. You know, like, if you've got too many people or you haven't got enough people, it's always your fault, even though you're not making you're not making the direct decisions, but you sort of get blamed for a lot of things.
So I suspect after having to deal with that coming online is quite a relief, or it's a way to de-stress.
Yeah, definitely. It can be quite enjoyable as well. Like, even though a lot of mathematics involved, but it can be quite enjoyable too, because you might be able to come up with something new or some sort of clever way of making people's lives easier.
Do you? I mean, obviously you're a bright guy, and I don't mean that patronisingly. I'm sorry. I'm just, But do you? Are you interested in the sciences and physics and all that sort of thing?
Yeah.
So, would you say you're quite knowledgeable on those subjects?
Not as much as most people, but I know a little bit about it.
Yeah. I mean, I left school at 14 because I was a bad child. And I just didn't take, and I hated school. I loved school for my friends, and I saw it as a bit of fun. And of course, I didn't really want to. I mean, up until I was 9, I was always top of the class, and I won't bore you with why that changed, but it did. And then I went through puberty and rebelled completely, and for lots of other reasons, I ended up, dropping out of school when I was 14. Or, well, actually, I was asked to leave, but I didn't take any notice of the sciences and biology and physics or any of that. Really didn't care for it at all. Just wanted to have fun at school. So now, I've learnt more in the last 4 years being on the internet than I ever learnt at school.
Oh, I'd agree with that. Yeah, I'd agree with that for myself as well.
But I still can't. Physics is the one I can't get my head around. I just find the whole quantum, whatever stuff. It's too complicated for me.
Have you ever done a? I try and say this where it's not sort of bragging anywhere, but have you ever done an IQ test?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did one.
When I was a child.
I did one once.
When I was a child, they jumped me up a year because I was so bright, and they did, in order to justify that, they did an IQ test. And I was 136, but I can tell you now that is not. I know for a fact that's not my IQ now, and I know it's not just about intelligence. I know it's more, with problem solving, all sorts of things. The IQ test is, but I just know. And I listen to people talking on here, and I'm just gobsmacked at the knowledge that some people, layman, not scientists, people just, like you and I have. And so, but I'm picking up on it slowly. That I know enough that when I listen to the likes of Nephilim and True, and I'm just trying to think of somebody else who's a massive science denier, no, that's not a science. Somebody that thinks that they can justify ID and all that sort of thing by coming out with a load of word salad. I can pick up pretty quickly that they're talking bollocks.
Yeah.
I just, what fascinates me about them is they refuse to recognize the facts and just can't. Is it because they don't understand them, or is it just because it's so it puts so much fear into them because it makes them question their belief system?
Well, look, I've got a theory on the whole thing with the fundamentalists and actually just the religious believers in general. And my theory is just very plain. I can explain it, but it's very plain an answer. And my answer is purely a fear of death. It comes with a human nature. People who fear death, well, we all fear death. So how do we deal with fearing of death? And that's where I think it all comes with. You're trying to find an answer to it and say, religion explains my fear. I'm not going to die. It alleviates that fear, and that's what I think it really comes down to. All of it. It all comes down to a fear of death, a fear of oblivion, more so, a fear of oblivion. So that's where I really think it all comes from, and everybody, doesn't matter what the denomination is, it's all the same thing. It's all a justification for their belief that they're going to live forever.
Yeah. And I mean, it's a lovely thought, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've got one, I've got a problem that I will be coming up against, probably in the next few years, is that I know it sounds petty, but it's a big deal for me. But I've only been really militant atheist for the last 4 years. Before that, I was an atheist, but I didn't think about it. Didn't even come, I just didn't believe in God. And since I've been online, it's become a big part of my life. Obviously, I'm very opinionated on the subject, and I get very frustrated about things when religious people try and interfere in education and all that sort of thing. So I've had to take on board that I really am not going to be around after I die. And although obviously I was aware of that before, I didn't think about it. See what I mean? So when you're talking about atheism a lot, and you're listening to the stuff that religious people throw at you about, oh, you think you're not going to go, you're going to go to hell. I mean, I don't think I'm going to go to hell, but clearly, once I die, that's it. And so you start thinking about that more, and the fact that when my dogs die, who are my babies, they're my children, basically. That's it. Now, before, I know it sounds ridiculous. This is how, I suppose it's cognitive dissonance. Before I became militant, I really did sort of have this theory that they were in heaven. I know it sounds ridiculous, because it makes even saying it's making me cringe. But that's the cognitive dissonance I had, that I didn't believe in God or heaven or hell, yet I still had this theory that the dogs were somewhere. You know, it's just ridiculous. And clearly, I've had to bring myself out of that stupidity and come to terms with the fact that my dogs are gone when they've gone. And that, I know it sounds ridiculous, but that's that's how I can relate to the fear that they're going through. It's only a small relation, but also I sound like a nutter, don't I? But I think we all do it though. That's kind of what I'm trying to get at, is that we all. It's a hard thing to come to terms with, that you really are. When it's done, it's done. And I think that's you're right. I think that religious people have got a massive fear of death and a desperate need to meet their loved ones. They want to think that they're going to see people again. And I don't want to take.
I mean, atheists sort of challenge that without even speaking. Atheists challenge that. So you've got the religious people who you're very defensive off the bat and get very angry, even for unknown reasons when you first look at it and you go, why are they getting angry at that? All I'm doing is I'm questioning their beliefs. But it's all, I think, to me anyway, I've listened to a lot of it, and I think it all comes down to, hey, look, they don't want to be, they don't want to have the fear of oblivion when they die. It's got to be something more. Then that's all it is. I mean, this is where all this uncomfortable, emotional. It's very dangerous for some people to if you could prove to them that there was no afterlife, they'd be so uncomfortable with that. It'd be almost dangerous to their health.
Yeah.
They'd be so upset by it. They'd be really, really upset by it. They couldn't accept it, even if you could present proof. And this is the same thing. People that take the Bible must be taken as a whole or not at all. People like G-Man and Nephilim and those guys, Arcane. If the Bible is not to be taken as a whole, then you can't take any of it as truth. And then they go, oh well, if we can't take it all as truth, then we're going to oblivion when we die. We're going nowhere when we die. And that's very painful for them. So they will just do everything they can humanly possible. And some of them find very clever ways of actually hiding that fear. Or denying the truth. They find very creative ways of doing it. And you go, wow, like mental gymnastics. You go, wow, I didn't think of that. Like, I didn't think of that explanation. How did they come up with that? Like, wow, even though it's got no substance, it's very creative, some of the excuses that you get. Because it's very hard for them. Very, very hard for them to admit that they could be wrong, or there may be nothing at the end of the tunnel.
In fact, you've got to admire the likes of, Galaxy Dreams and Eve Real, for example. These are two people I know very well who have come out of fundamentalist Christianity into atheism. And Eve actually is very vocally atheist now. And that's to shed that belief system is incredible when you think about it. I mean, it's like, can you imagine in a year's time, G-Man being an atheist? It's not much different. And Galaxy will say that she was really very similar to G-Man when she was a fundamentalist.
It's incredible, and I would imagine it would be very rare.
But it happens. I mean, clearly it happens.
Rare, but happens. I mean, yeah, for sure.
But the atheist community, I think there's many more in this community, not necessarily across the board, but that have done exactly that. They've come out of it. I mean, I know that Rand says he believes in God, but I don't believe him. I really don't.
No, well, neither do I. I don't think so either.
I think the reason he keeps that pretense up is so that he keeps some of these people that give him so much entertainment on his side.
At best, I mean, this has been generous. At best, I think Rand is more of a deist. I think.
Yeah.
I think if he believes in anything, he believes in a non-personal God.
Yeah. And as for Brett King, no, not for a minute do I believe that man is religious. I just think that he outstayed his welcome in the atheist community, and he's an opportunist, and so he decided to reach out to the more gullible in the community.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Only got to do a tiny bit of research to look back at Brett Keene's past, and if you can't grasp from that what he's up to, then there's something wrong with you. At least Rand, you see, this is why I have no, when I say I have no issue with Rand, I do realise he does cause some problems, but I genuinely like the guy because he's upfront to this. If you talk to him like we did today, or you get into a private discussion with him, I mean, I don't have private conversations with him, let me make myself clear, but I have been in private hangouts with him. And he's such an amiable, funny, likeable guy.
Yeah.
So when I see him ranting in his videos, I just think, I mean, I don't watch them very often because they're not for me. They're aimed at people that, clearly would, I don't know. When I look at some of the comments,
that's why I likened him to Andy Kaufman earlier, because Andy Kaufman was one of those comedians who really had people offside, even though he was playing an act. He had people really upset with him. Like really, really, really upset with him to the point of wanting to murder him. And this is what I think. I mean, even though I admit Rand is not as funny as Andy Kaufman, or as talented, I really think that's the sort of thing that Rand's trying to do.
Yeah, I just think Rand's bored.
Well, that's possible as well.
I just think he uses it as I mean, very much in the same way I do. I mean, I run a business and I have a life, but I'm a single person, and when I get home, I haven't watched TV properly for ages because I put Nadia's Hangouts on. They're far more entertaining. And I sit, they're in the background, I'm sitting there working, or I'm sitting there cleaning the house or whatever, but, if I'm not out, I've got them on, and I've learnt so much from them. I've also found out about people, whereas before I was in this sort of much smaller, sort of cliquey community that clearly exploded in on itself, but never mind, that's another story. But I was in this sort of cliquey community where I didn't really meet anybody else outside of it, and now I've met all sorts of different characters through Nadia's Hangouts.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
So
I wouldn't be on YouTube at all if it wasn't for Nadia's Hangouts. I first started out going to Nadia's Hangouts and then meeting people that went to Nadia's Hangouts. I have to say I haven't been to Nadia's Hangouts except for this one recently, because there's many reasons why I don't, but this is probably the first hangout I've been on Nadia's in about a month or two.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was I do hear what goes on because people talk about what goes on at Nadia's Hangouts, and but yeah, I haven't been there except for tonight many times.
I think that there's a lot of the times with Nadia's Hangouts where they're incredibly boring. Because, particularly when, for me, I'm not talking about, for me they're incredibly boring because people are talking about computers or video games, and I'm not interested in any of that. So then I either stop watching, or I don't take any notice. I carry on with what I'm doing, and I'm not really listening. But the minute, someone like Von Helton comes in the room, or Rank Cam comes in the room, then my ears prick up because I know that it's going to be entertaining. So, and also, if people are, I've kind of tuned out on the God discussions now, because it's just a massive circle jerk.
Yeah.
And I just, every single time Matt comes on, it's the same conversation every single time. When he first came on, he was funny because he had some very strange theories, and they were hilarious. And I don't know, Mark Unoya?
Yeah.
Mark he's brilliant at taking their arguments apart in a comedic way. So that's again, as soon as Mark comes on, my ears prick up because I know that some fun is going to happen. So for me, it's an entertainment source. But there are times when people do discuss, evolution and physics, and it's fascinating. I've learned so much about, that's one of the reasons why I jumped on David earlier about his theory that volcanoes create more CO2 than it's like, I've heard that so many times from people that clearly haven't done any research. Because if you had bothered to actually look into whether volcano, and you haven't just heard someone say that, and you actually did some research, it's everywhere that this is just not true. But you know, but that's the religious. Oh God, I'm going to sound awful now, but it's true. Religious people tend to be a lot less. They do shut down when you discuss climate change, or you know, their favourite subjects to other than God are climate change, abortion. Oh, and you know, the latest one that's I've come across through Nadia's Hangouts is conspiracy theories. I had no idea about this whole new world. I thought that they were, you know, these kind of people were in the tiny minority, and maybe they still are, because obviously, you know, but there are so many websites dedicated to these conspiracies. Did you hear about how last night I got into a right tiz with people over 9/11?
Oh, yeah?
I mean, obviously, I can understand why some people are suspicious, but you know, these claims like Building 7, the insurance policy had just been renewed, there's so many explanations out there. I'm talking about valid ones from architects and engineers, not truth of science like Natural News, etc. Alex Jones, all that kind. There's so many valid explanations for why these things have happened. But these people, tiniest policy for 6 months beforehand, that's perfectly normal in the business world. It's perfectly normal in any world, but it's very pertinent to the fact that it's perfectly normal. It's nothing. Why are you suspicious? Well, I just am. That's their. You know, I'm just suspicious of it. It's ridiculous.
Well, the amount of people, for a start, that would have to be involved, and they've got no incentive to be quiet. I mean, you can't keep that many people quiet. You can't keep that many people quiet about Elvis being alive. You know, you're not going to keep that many people being quiet about 9/11.
Then there's the really bad 9/11 truthers who think it was a hologram, and that the media were all in on it, and that the people that died or the people that were on the TV were actors. I mean, what kind of mentality, what kind of mental health issues have you got to even think that up?
Same people who think that the moon landing was fake, I imagine.
Oh, well, there's one character on here, well, there's several characters on Nadia's Hangouts that just, I don't have a lot of time for, but there's one character on here who he doesn't drive me nuts because of what he says. It's the way he presents his argument and the word salad he creates every time he opens his mouth. And his argument was, recently, we were in hysterics over this, actually, it was hilarious, that the, what's that meteorite that just got landed on? Oh, God, no, the Mars landing. The Mars landing was actually done, because apparently they tested out the Mars, what was it called? I can't remember the name of it. They tested it out up in the Arctic or something. And pictures they've got from the actual landing are from the Arctic, because you can see, not lemmings, another creature that looks like a lemming, beavers or something, I can't remember. Because you can see these, so of course Mark said, show us the pictures. So he brings up these pictures of a rock that he thinks looks like an animal. And it looks nothing like an animal. It's just mind-blowing how, where do you go in your brain? What kind of life have you got where you can spend hours trawling through the internet looking for pictures that look like there's an animal, so therefore it's a fake picture, so therefore it's a hoax? Do you see what I mean? It's mind-blowing. At least with religious people, they've been given a book and they've been told if they don't believe it and they don't follow it, they're going to go to hell. You kind of understand what goes on there. But with truthers and conspiracy theorists, you just think, what's wrong with you? What is wrong with you? You want to give them a good slap. Although I suppose you could say the same for creationists.
Everybody likes a good story.
Yeah, but I'm a real skeptic. Maybe I'm not. I don't know. The problem with me is I want to see it. Show it to me. Provide the details. Provide the evidence. And if you haven't got it, then piss off. That's my problem. And perhaps that's not skeptical. I don't know.
How long have you been rambling, Annabelle?
Oh, I don't know. Probably about half an hour.
Do you realize I just woke up and I had a dream that you were on a talk show talking just about what you were talking about?
Well, I had a dream.
My headphones were on. I've been asleep for hours, and I literally had a dream of you on a talk show rambling like that.
I'm sorry. Was it? Did you find it difficult to wake up? Was it like a nightmare for you?
No, it was just weird.
I'm
Were you
sorry,
talking about a... Okay, go ahead.
Did you just say that I was rambling on? Flip? I just find that rather insulting. Although I've been called. Oh, you've missed the best one.
No, it's a Led Zeppelin song. Ramble On is very good. Very nice term.
No, I got ranted at myself today earlier. Got called far worse than being a rambler.
I literally just opened my eyes just a second.
And you missed Ryan Campbell.
Oh, was Ryan at? I remember
Yeah.
I had the beginning of him. Then that's where I fell asleep, right when he came in the room.
Oh, about half an hour later. About half an hour later, I got in the room, and of course, it all kicked off.
Did I interrupt somebody else?
No, just me rambling.
Were you talking to somebody?
Yeah, I was talking to Christian.
Oh. Sorry. Hi, Christian. Oh, she hates me.
So what time is it where you are?
It is 7:35. But I fell asleep around, I don't know, 3 o'clock? 2:33?
So have you got plans for today, Flip?
What's today? Sunday?
Yeah.
Yeah, going back to sleep.
Yeah.
How about you?
Oh, I've got to go out for lunch. I don't want to. It's 11:30, and I'm supposed to be getting ready, and I just can't. I'm just trying to think up of an excuse not to go.
Go to lunch?
Yeah. With my girlfriends.
Oh.
It's a once a month thingy that we do, and one of them is her husband stroke boyfriend, whatever he is, I don't know, has got a pub. So,
You don't want to go?
No, because I'm nice and cozy on my sofa with my dogs. It's not very nice out there today. It's not horrible. It's just cloudy and grey, and it's just I don't want to go out. It's Sunday. I don't want to do anything. I have to go out because I have to walk the dogs. So if I'm going to go out to walk the dogs, then I might as well get up, have a bath, get ready, go out. You know, I'm just procrastinating, which I'm very good at.
I understand.
So what have you been up to?
What have I been up to? I've been on Google Plus and not sleeping.
I know, it's addictive, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've made a pact with myself that I'm only allowed to go on one hangout a week. That's it. And I've broken the pact in the first 2 weeks. I went on a private hangout with some friends on Friday afternoon, Friday evening, and then so I got the taste for it. So I came into Nadia's hangout at around about 10:30, 11 o'clock Friday night. Didn't get off it till 8 o'clock yesterday morning.
Ooh.
Ridiculous. No, it's ridiculous.
I heard you. It's hard to get in now.
Yeah, I try and come in when there's people in that I really like because it makes for a good laugh. But sometimes there's lots of people that it's not that I don't like them. It's just that I don't have much in common with them. That's all. Or if there's somebody in there that I don't like for example Michael Ann or someone like that, I won't bother coming in. Actually, I can't come in with Michael Ann's on because she's got me. She's got all the people that don't like her, that don't like her, that have pointed out the fallacies in her claims, have all been blocked. So if she goes in a room, nobody else can get in, quite a few of us, and she'll sit in that room for hours and hours on end, not say anything, and just stop anybody else from coming in, which is a bit unfair, really, but hey ho, such is life.
She has you blocked too?
Yep.
What did you do? Oh, the vitamin C thing? Okay.
No, I didn't. It wasn't the vitamin C. It was the Sandy Hook being a hoax.
Oh, you got blocked over that?
Well, no, because I was appalled by her, her ridiculous claims. So I said so, and then the next thing I know, I went to go into a hangout, and she was in, and it was she. The rest of the people in the hangout wouldn't have blocked me. They were people that I know and that I get on with. So so I thought, okay, she's blocked me, fair enough. And then yesterday she was just sitting in there, and people even asked her to leave, and she wouldn't leave. And because she was clearly taking up a space. Art said to her, look, if you're not going to say anything, would you mind dropping, because we've got somebody that wants to come in. And she said, I'm talking, and then proceeded not to say anything for another 3 hours. I don't mind, lots of people do this. They come in and they stay in and fall, like you just fall asleep, but you contribute. That's the thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, sometimes you got to catch yourself and hang up before you sleep.
Yeah, lots of people do it. I don't have a problem with it. But when you've blocked lots of people, and you're specifically just sitting in there, in my opinion, to stop other people coming in, it's wrong. That's my opinion anyway. But anyway, Melodia's hangouts it's like the Wild West. There's no rules, no regulations. They just are the way they are.
Yeah, so it makes them fun.
Exactly. This is when some people get, new people to the hangout start getting upset. Oh, you can't say that, and you calm down, and all. It's like, that's not how it works. Oh, that's really what gets me. Boot someone out. Why don't you boot that person out? And I think that's just wrong. Because you don't agree with their opinion, you want them booted out? No.
What happened with the Rancam?
Well, he came in to tell everybody that he was, if any of them subscribed. Did you see his video that he did about the anaconda?
No. Did he show it? Did he put a link to it somewhere?
No, I'll get a link for you. But anyway, so he'd done this video. It's hilarious. Complete wind up, even though half the people commenting on it actually obviously took it seriously, which cracks me up. And he came in to remind us all that if any of us subscribe to his Poe account, the one that ran scam. Have you seen it?
No.
You've never seen Ran Scam? He takes off Ran Campbell perfectly.
Oh yeah, the guy who imitates Rancam. Yeah.
It
sounds just like him.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, hang on a sec. Bear with me a second. I've got to just find this video for you. Anyway, no, that's Raw. Oh, that's Raw. Sorry, no, it's Raw. Sometimes Ran gets flagged, and so he loses his channel. So I've got to try and find his channel.
Don't worry, I just literally opened my eyes, so I don't know what's going on.
Why can't I find his? That's really weird. It's Ran Campbell. That's why. Anyway, so he came in and he was just basically telling everyone that they weren't allowed to, if any of them subscribed to Ran Scam, his parody account, that they would have their internet slowed down, and he would take them off the internet. You know what he's like, usual crap. And then
I remember him mentioning something about wrestling and Anaconda. That's all I remember, but I was already half out of it.
I subscribed to Ran Scam, and I haven't seen any slow of the internet speed.
I was just about to tell you that actually he might have done it already, but then I realised you were taking the piss. Anybody that thinks that Ran has got any way to affect your internet subscription or what's it called? Gosh, I can't even speak now.
Bandwidth.
Bandwidth. It's just you need help if you think that he's got any power.
He's joking.
Of course he is. Absolutely. Ran Campbell here. Here we are. Yeah, what are you doing today, Flip?
That's a good question.
But Flip, you're a bit of a conspiracy theorist, aren't you? Let's be honest.
Yeah, a little bit. I know about him. Put it that way. Before I got into all this, I knew quite a bit about him. Why did you have a specific question?
No. We were just talking about him. That's all.
I'm focused on other things at this point.
Yeah, we were just saying about
9/11.
Yeah, I don't. There's a lot of the things that the conspiracy theorists bring up are very easily researched and answered by actual people involved. You know, the architects, the engineers. I mean, last night von Helton was making this is why von Helton hates me. Last night did you hear that? Did you hear him last night? Or yesterday?
Oh, you mean the other day? Okay, yeah.
Oh no, it was yesterday. Yesterday morning, he completely lost it with me. Well, first he completely lost it with me and Mark because we had been having this discussion with a guy who was thinking about having his child circumcised. And he accused us. I won't even bore you with that one. It was hilarious. But then later on in the conversation, we got onto 9/11, and him and who was the other one that lost their shit with me? I can't remember now. But it's just this inability to actually look at the facts and to just read truth as Rev News. Rev got very upset with me. To look at truth, to spend if you're going to look at truth of websites, you know, the 90% of whom make it up as they go along. But Von's claim and Rev's claim, Von and Rev's claim last night was that the architect behind the building of the towers, he's a Japanese guy, claims that the aeroplane, they had built the building to withstand a 747 flying into it. Now, first of all, there is nothing anywhere on the internet where this particular Japanese architect says anything of the sort. There is a Truther website where they have so-called engineers who have said that they think that the buildings were built to withstand the impact of a 747. But if you look at the actual official report of the collapse of the building, why it happened, and it goes into great detail, mathematical detail, and all about the different. It's very clear that even if this man had said that or had built a building thinking that he built a building to withstand a 747, it clearly didn't happen. And I can't remember who it was last night that said the thrust, you know, hitting a building at full thrust, full of aviation fuel. Can you imagine the force of that?
Well, not to mention that there's actually video evidence of the plane. What you're talking about, the Pentagon?
No, I'm talking about towers. Or are you talking about Pentagon?
Either. I mean, there's definitely visual evidence of the planes hitting the towers. I mean, there's no doubt about it whatsoever.
And this is what I mean. Is the questions that you know, he threw this at me, and I was 99% sure that it was bollocks because I'd never heard. I mean, obviously I've heard the claim, but I know that there's no evidence for it. But the first question I had to Von, who claims to have studied this for years, was what's the name of this architect? Because clearly I want to know who he thinks that said this. He didn't even know the name of the architect. Hadn't got a clue. So I went and found it, and of course when I asked him to go and find the evidence, I was told that I was too lazy to look for it myself. That's the usual, the usual response when somebody hasn't got any evidence is go and find it yourself. But I went and got this. I went and did a bit of research, found out the name of this guy. Did about 20 minutes I spent making sure that there was nothing out there where this guy had claimed that it was built to withstand a 747 hitting it. Sorry, not a 747, a 737. And then went back to him and gave him this information, and all hell broke loose. Screaming and yelling at me and telling me that that these are the facts, blah blah blah. And I'm like, I'm giving you the evidence that there is no evidence of what you're claiming. It's just, how can you possibly have? No wonder these people believe this nonsense.
I agree, because it was actually taken down by directed energy, not by demolition. We don't know. We have to look into it. Dr. Judy Lynn. Although I have a guy here, Adam Pugh, who's trying to talk me out of it, but I have to look into it. You listen to her lecture, it's a long story. I can't even think about it.
Sorry, Adam Pugh is trying to talk you out of what? Sorry, honey?
There's a professor from oh gosh, I just woke up. She's an expert in materials. Here, let me put a link. How about that?
This is by the way,
this will blow your mind.
This link that I've just put in, by the way, Flip, is the Rand Campbell video where he claims to have been eaten by an anaconda. It's hilarious. But what's even funnier is the comments under the video. Not the ones that are clearly taking the piss out of him, the ones where they actually get angry with him for making that claim, you know, where they actually think that he thinks that he was eaten by an anaconda.
He wasn't serious, was he?
No, of course not. But that's what's so funny, is how many people take him seriously. You know, atheists who are supposedly skeptical actually sit there and listen to this man and think, he thinks he was eaten by an anaconda. Or, I mean, the first part of the story is that he managed to kill a crocodile. The second part is that he actually got eaten by an anaconda, then ripped himself out of it, and then he killed a. It's hilarious. I mean, it's just like as soon as I saw his face and he puts on this really hard man scowl, I just thought, here we go, bullshit central. I mean, he's not funny enough to be a comedian, but he's funny enough to keep me entertained. So, what are you actually going to be giving me then, Flip?
I am going to be giving you something that'll completely blow your mind.
About what?
Oh, 9/11.
Okay. You do realise that I've seen. You do realise that I've seen hundreds of. Yeah, I know. I get told that as well. Oh, you haven't seen this one though.
Is the crux of it that the government set it up?
No. They make no conclusion of that at all.
What's the rough?
Well, let me tell you, there's a lecture,
conclusion?
but the lecture is by. Let me just give you.
Is it a video? Because I can't really watch a video.
You can't watch videos.
No, I can, but not now.
No, not now.
What's the rough outline of what the argument is?
Okay, well, the doctor, first of all, she's PhD in Material Engineering Science, Department of Engineering Science Mechanics at Virginia Polytechnic Institute, State University in Blacksburg, Virginia. Dissertation in experiment. Dr. Judy Woods. But the first thing you're going to find...
Oh, yeah, I've seen this. I've seen it.
No, because the first thing you're going to find are refutations. So I have a guy in here who I have to pick out one or two things that she has said, and I have to bring it to him, and he's going to try to change my mind on the subject, because there's a couple things in here few things in here I cannot get by. But I've been so busy I couldn't.
I've got the video.
I have to go through it.
So
let him finish, because I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
No, I'm just saying I've got the video, so you don't need to. No, you don't.
Yeah, but what can somebody then explain to me what you're talking about?
She is talking about that the buildings were dustified, and she shows the evidence that it wasn't demolished. That's with explosives. They
were made of paper mache?
No, that some sort of energy weapon was used.
Oh, rubbish.
Yeah. But if you look at it, and the evidence she presents on, the different cars that were a mile away that were flipped over, half were burnt, half weren't.
No, that's a movie, Independence Day, you're talking about there.
I listened to the lecture. She is a professor.
Yeah, I think she's giving a lecture. I don't care if she's a professor. She's giving a lecture on Independence Day.
On Independence Day?
I mean, this is the thing. Movie. I mean, I'm just looking at part of the arguments against what she's saying about, claiming that there's too much dust, all that steel turning to dust, right? Is that
too much dust?
Could you link to that refutation page? That's the page I need.
No, it's not a refutation page. It's just some of the comments under the videos that are saying, yeah, well,
the multiple source of evidence that was live at the time that showed a plane flying into the building is fake.
No, there's no mention about the planes at all.
What do you mean no mention? There's video evidence from people's mobile phones of a plane flying into the building.
I'm not saying plane didn't go, she's not making any conclusions about what happened, who did it, or anything like that. She's just looking at the actual collapse and the situation around it. And
you said an energy weapon.
Well, she's making the. She doesn't even assume that, but there's some sort of exotic. Something happened, the way she puts it, that cannot be explained in any other way, in any way that we know of.
Those goddamn death rays.
Well, you have to look at the building, how it was dustified, how it.
What do you mean by justified? I mean, this is
justified.
Justified, yeah. I mean, clearly, that kind of impact, that kind of energy that's created, and not to mention the energy created by the entire building coming down, and you don't expect there to be any dust?
Well, for example, the Richter scale, the official Richter scale reading, was practically nil. Like for a building, she shows it like.
But the Richter scale isn't about buildings coming down; it's about movements in the earth.
Right, but nothing registered at all.
Yeah, but what a building came down that it didn't come up.
Yeah, it came down, so it should have.
I'm pretty sure that there's an answer. I'm gonna.
Well, that's one of them that I have to bring up with this Adam Pugh. He's a scientist.
That's fine. I mean, that's fine, but something else had to have happened other than planes flying into the building, is what you're saying.
Yeah. A lot of people reckon there was explosives in the building and they wanted to pull it. There's all sorts of ridiculous theories. But one of them is that the building came down because they had explosives.
No, hang on. You said could have. What do you mean could have?
Yeah, planes could have flown into the building. That's not an issue.
No. Planes did fly into the building.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's undisputed by anybody. That's undisputed by anybody.
All right, planes flew into the building.
Okay.
I'll give you that. But what happened afterwards? You have to go through the.
The building came down because of the impact.
Controlled explosions.
Yeah. Because they wanted to bring the buildings down for insurance purposes. That's one.
Yeah, insurance or whatever. Yeah.
I would go off right now, but this Adam, he made me think about it, so I have to.
Are you telling me that Adam Pugh is a 9/11 truther?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
No, he's talking me out of it. So I told him about Dr. Judy Woods, and he sort of. So I'm keeping an open mind about this. I gotta go, and I'm gonna pick out 2 or 3 things from Judy Wood that I absolutely cannot get by, and I'm gonna bring it to him, and he's gonna come and try to straighten me out about it. But I haven't gotten to it yet. Maybe I'll do it this weekend. This is a good start to the weekend. Or weekend.
This is the problem. As soon as you put anything in about 9/11, when you Google something like that, all that comes up are literally hundreds of different truther websites. So you've got to get through all that crap to get to the facts. It's just unbelievable.
So, until that happens, I will reserve judgment. But I guarantee you, I'm going to blow his mind. He thinks that's what's going to happen. Because
I doubt it very much. No offense, but 99.9% of the claims that are made can be answered, and it's just an ongoing. I mean, what benefit do you think any of these claims are going to have? I mean, that's the other thing. What on earth do you think that's going to change anything? It's not. Nothing. Zero. Zilch.
Well.
You see, look here, you go, everything. Directed energy weapons turned World Trade Center. I mean, it's just like, you want to...
Can I ask
why
something?
Why would this professor do that? Why would...
Well, why would anybody,
But why do you have supposed scientists claiming that God created man?
Because they believe they did.
Yeah,
actually,
against all the evidence that he didn't, clearly.
I just want to ask one thing. Flip, do you think that John F. Kennedy was killed by multiple shooters, or was it Lee Harvey Oswald by himself?
Multiple shooters, no question about it.
Okay. Well, I deem you crazy and.
Why is that?
What do you mean? Why is that? They've actually recently done computer studies and shown that there was no shots from any grassy knolls. It was the one shooter.
How did they do that?
Even MythBusters disproved it recently.
Oh, even MythBusters. Well, there you go.
I mean, well, I'm saying that as a joke because I mean that.
Jesse Ventura.
I wouldn't have them as a high credibility, but the Zapruder film proves it proves completely with computer when you program that into the computer and they have the trajectories programmed in, it was a lone shooter. In the books repository, it was Lee Harvey Oswald. There's no conspiracy. He was a nut job.
Do you have a link to the study?
Oh, I will find one, yes.
I would like to see that. And who did it?
Okay.
Yeah, no, if you got something, I definitely will. But, you ever see the video of where the security guard is told to stand down? And check that one out.
The security guard was told to stand down.
You can see the security guard lift his hands and like shake his head. He was told to stand down right before the shooting. Just look up security guard told to stand down.
What footage was this?
He's a Bruder film, or black and white old film.
You sure you didn't see that in the movie JFK? Oliver Stone.
All right, let me link it. It's kind of odd, but well, I probably could be explained, but what do you call it? Bodyguard. That's it.
Can I just ask you quickly, Flip?
Yeah.
Did you say that she's claiming there was no seismic movement?
He's saying there was very little.
Okay. Just checking.
Something about P waves or something, but I don't know if that's one of the things I'm going to bring up because Adam kind of started to go on about that and kind of debunk it a little bit.
And apparently one of the claims is that the largest seismic spikes preceded the fall of each tower, so it came before the fall.
Something like that.
Yeah, I think that's that's the claim.
But other things like why didn't the dikes break when the buildings fell and flooded Manhattan?
Dikes? Sorry, what dikes?
They were dikes right on or built under the building or right next to the building.
Dikes? I'm sorry, I used to live right next to it, so I'm curious to know what you mean.
I don't know what it's called, but it's built on something right next to the water.
Yeah, it is built. Well, I wouldn't say right next to the water. A good half a mile from the water.
The burnt cars, the flipped over cars.
So let's go back to the dikes because that's something that I'm curious about. Because
I don't know if that's the word dike. Is it a dike? It's something that the towers were built on or right next to.
Well, the towers were built on. Would have been built on. I'm just trying to remember. I don't think it was built on landfill because Battery Park, which is where I lived next to the towers, was definitely built on landfill. I'm not sure if the towers were built on landfill. Okay, let's just go through this. First of all, you do know that underneath the World Trade Center were 5 or 6 floors directly underneath that housed offices, shops, a subway station. You know all that, don't you? So there was no water underneath the towers.
So what were they talking about the dikes?
Well, this is my biggest contention with the truther sites and with these claims is that so much of it is absolute horseshit. I mean, I got told yesterday that all the records of the people who died, all the employment records of the people who died would have been in the buildings and they would have been found. Now, it's mind-blowing that someone would even think that. How many people do you think that were in the buildings and in or around the buildings and underneath the buildings had nothing to do with the offices in the World Trade Center? There would have been no record of anybody, of those people.
That's a claim that I wouldn't even look into.
Right. But this is the thing, you see, everybody's got these crazy claims, and one of the things you've just said to me, I'm trying to understand what you mean by dike, because clearly there was no river near, or a dike. I don't know what you mean by dike. To me, a dike is something that stops water from. It's in a river that it sort of holds up. It reroutes a river.
I'm probably using the wrong word.
Okay.
Let me see.
But there was no water anywhere near, other than. Well, I mean, when I say anywhere near, clearly the Hudson River is not far, but it's certainly not. It was not right next to the buildings.
Okay, what did
they say? Half a mile. Okay, okay.
Toasted cars. Flipped
no,
over
let's not. No, we're going to another. That's another subject altogether.
All right, which one you want to go to?
The dike thing.
All right, let me find out exactly what you. Let me flip through this video.
And did you say toasted cars? What you mean? But the impact of the building coming down.
No, cars like a mile away were flipped over.
Oh, I'd like to see evidence of that, obviously.
The evidence? You got pictures of it right in your
Yeah,
lecture.
but how do you know they were half a mile away? Do you know how? I mean, Manhattan's 5 miles long. by a mile across.
Well, this is because she shows reports of reporters on there on the site.
Yeah, I'd like to,
on the bridge.
I mean, you can't prove that those cars were a mile away unless you know exactly the spot where that picture is.
Well, if you were from New York, you could see where the reporters
that's
were.
why I want to see the picture.
It's on the video. That's the problem.
Oh,
Let me see if I can.
I mean, there's still, even though it's questionable, even though it's still possible that a hurricane picks things up and throws them miles away from where they first were. So why wouldn't an explosion of that magnitude do the same?
Ah, look what you just said. An explosion of that magnitude.
Well, because it was an explosion.
You're telling me an explosion on the
No,
on
I'm
the
not
top
telling you.
of
I'm not telling you in the respect that it was there was explosive use. The buildings coming down was like a boom. It was like a whoosh. I mean, the amount of energy that would have happened coming that. All right, okay, I used the wrong word, explosion, but don't try and don't. I mean, you see, there you go. That's the problem with conspiracy theorists. They take one word that I've used and blow it out of proportion. See what I mean? This is exactly your problem. You take
half the car was burnt and half wasn't. There are tons of them. Buses were.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I've never heard the story. I've never ever even That's why I've never. This is a new one on me.
You have to listen to the lecture. You have to listen to the lecture.
Well, but this is my issue with the lecture. Is that there doesn't seem. Oh, so what? Do you know how many scientists are? I mean, I'd like to know her credentials, as in how many papers she's produced, how many peer-reviewed papers she's produced, and how many what's the word? Not citations. What's the word? Yeah, citations she's had on her papers. I would like to know how reputable this lady is.
Reputable? Let me see her bio if it lists anything.
Yeah, but hang on a sec. Just because she's got qualifications, like I say, lots of people have qualifications, doesn't mean that they're not crazy. And why hasn't her?
Look, Judy Wood is a former professor of mechanical engineering with research experimental stress analysis, structural mechanics, optimal blah 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 character. Yeah. She is a member of the Society of Experimental Mechanics, co-founder of SEM Biological System Material Division, has served on the SEM Composite Material from 1992, which has been assistant professor of mechanical engineering department of Clemson University, South Carolina, before moving to Clemson. Spent 3 years postdoctoral research associate in Department of Engineering Science Mechanics in Virginia Tech.
I can find if she's got any peer-reviewed papers, any papers that she's actually written. What's her name? Judy Wood, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm quite happy if she, first of all, I don't understand your Dyke thing because you're not, no offence, but you're not really explaining it very well, so I'm not really understanding it. Second of all,
you just woke me up.
No, I didn't wake you up. You had your headphones on.
Yes, you did. I had a dream about you talking about what you were talking about.
I can't help it if you're having erotic dreams about me. That's not my problem. I'm sorry.
Erotic dream. Is that a blue jay?
No, I'm saving that for later.
Blue jay?
That would be bestiality now, wouldn't it?
All right, let me find the part about where she's talking about it. Let me see the exact word she uses. This is like a 2.5-hour video I gotta go through. Hold on.
No, don't worry about that. I'm just going through. There's been quite a lot of critique. I mean, scientific critique of Judy Wood's paper, "The Star Wars Beam Weapon."
I trust Adam Pugh. If I take 2 or 3 things and he convinces me that this is bullcrap, then my whole worldview will change.
Just because of Adam Pugh. I mean, I agree. He's a smart guy, but
he's smart, but he's not a scientist.
I wouldn't just take everything he says.
No, he's trying to refute Judy.
I know, but even so, you don't. I mean, you've got to remember, he's not a scientist. Okay, now listen to this.
Well, he's on your side.
Listen to this. This is a science. This is a peer review on one of her claims. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me have it.
One of the key points of the WR theory is the collapses of the Twin Towers should have produced ground shaking sufficient to cause a Richter scale spike larger than the spike generated by the demolition of the King Dome in Seattle. Even assuming that the WR paper is valid in all other aspects, the WR thesis is based on faulty data, which invalidates a major part of the thesis and will be demonstrated below. So basically, they're questioning her claims. And this is a scientific peer review.
Can you link that to me?
I'm just about to. Just bear with me a second. Yeah. I mean, these sort of things you've got to go. The problem is you've got to wade through all that truther crap to get to these things. You see.
Well, I want to try to find out what her motives are.
No, actually, Flip, I admire you, sweetheart, because you're probably slightly skeptical and even kind of are on the. I'm not going to compliment you that much. Don't get too excited. You're probably more on the truther side than I am, but you are willing to look at what's going on. Whereas I've read so many of these truther websites. So many times I've done my research and found it's a load of bollocks that I'm less open-minded than you are. You're at a point where you're willing to be more open-minded. I was originally willing to be open-minded, but because so much of it is bullshit, and it's time and time again, like this one, for example. I mean, I've already found a scientist saying what she's saying she's driven her findings from faulty data. See what I mean? So immediately I'm like, oh, here we go again.
I would love to know that this wasn't.
Yeah, I just put that in there. It's a peer review of her Star Wars. Yeah. There it is in there. I mean, I'm sure there's more. I'm just going to go look for them.
Yes,
oh,
give
Pom.
me refutations.
It's there. It's in the link. Pom, who are you to? Who's Pom? Is that Alex Botton? Is that Alex Botton? Pom, are you Alex Botton?
I wouldn't think so.
Oh, he's taken mine away. I'm just trying to work out who he is today, with his glasses and his beard.
It's a PDF. I got it. Okay. I'm gonna have to save that because.
Okay.
I don't even know.
But it's a peer review. It's a peer review of her claims. Do you understand? You know what I mean by that, don't you?
Yes. I want.
So you know, when a scientist puts a theory out there, or produces a paper, it's then peer reviewed. And so far, I haven't looked. That's the first thing I came across. It's questioned. It's being questioned. See what I mean?
And I need the toasted cars debunked.
Yes, I'm going to do the toasted cars. What, with jam and butter as well. Sorry.
If you watch the lecture, which you won't because you're in on the conspiracy,
I've already seen the video.
Your mind will be blown.
I told you I've already seen it.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I have. It was a while ago, admittedly. Right, let's have a look at this. What toasted cars?
Twisted cars, toasted.
Twisted. I thought you said toasted. That's why.
They are toasted, half burnt, half.
Where's the images of this?
On the lecture, but let me see if her website has any of the picture. Her website sucks. That's one thing. That's my first problem with her. Let me see.
Jeff may be of some help, hopefully.
Hello.
Or I'm going to shout at him. Hey, you bastard, Jeff.
Hey, what's up?
Who's that?
We're talking about 9/11 conspiracies here.
Hi, Jeff. How are you?
What's going on?
I haven't seen you for a while.
It has been a while. Yes, it's great to see you too, and everybody.
We're just going through a.
Oh, here we go.
Judy, do you know who we're talking about, Jeff? Judy Wood. She's a mechanical engineer who's made a claim or made some claims about why 9/11 was a hoax or why the actual building collapse was a hox or something along those lines.
Okay, here's the page of the you can see the pictures of the toasted cars.
When you start saying toasted, you mean twisted, right?
Twisted, toasted, burnt. Let me see. Let me click on it too. I want to look on it too. I still got the jumpy chat.
I'm just looking at her website.
It's terrible, isn't it?
Looks like it was from 1995. It's got big red letters and giant text and.
Yeah, her website is the worst I've ever seen, which is
it's like a crazy person's website.
Well, she's not very popular in the scientific community, that's for sure. I mean, I've just read a website about how the majority of scientists think she's a joke. So, bear with me a second. I'm just going to copy and paste that. I mean, obviously, this is just one person's opinion.
Yeah, but her credentials, how could that be?
Oh, but
Exponential.
I've already tried to explain this to you, that there are scientists who think that God created man and a woman 6,000 years ago.
Well,
Scientists.
that's crazy. We all know aliens came down and messed with the
Oh,
monkey
don't
DNA.
start that with me, please. I had that argument yesterday. I didn't even. Do you know what? I didn't even know scientists.
Let me read the first part of this, and I think it will clear it up for everybody. At the time this article was being developed, many people expressed disbelief that energy weapons, what phases, existed outside of science fiction until they remained in the Star Wars program, also known as Strategic Defense Initiative (SDI). The name of the article was chosen as a reminder energy weapons do exist and have been developed over 100 years. Most of this technology is classified information. It can also be assumed that such technology exists in multiple countries. Oh my God, I mean, if that is the start of your thesis or whatever the hell you're trying to prove, you are a crazy person.
Are you looking at the toasted cars?
Well, so what? I mean, what does that prove? I don't even know where that toasted car was. There's no evidence where it was.
There's toasted cars.
Yeah, but
well,
we don't.
A car satellite. I mean, a car satellite in the middle of.
Well, I need an explanation. I want an explanation.
Where is it? Sorry, Clip. Where's your toasted cars?
I put a link in the chat. Can you
okay.
Where is it? I mean, what's the location?
I might be able to tell you because I know Manhattan really, really well. So.
You don't see it? It's like the third. It's the third one up, or I should have named it.
I see the picture, but what does that prove? It doesn't say where it is.
No.
Can I just tell you? I know exactly where that is.
No, it's not just one picture. It's a whole page.
I'm just telling you, the first picture that you've shown me of a toasted car is about 5 minutes walk away from the World Trade Center.
Okay, now go back down.
Okay, you can tell. Now look behind it. All those buildings across the river are in a place called, and it's suddenly gone out of my bloody head because my boyfriend used to live there. But further down, there's a clock. There's a tower with a clock on it. It's on the West Side Highway.
Okay. Well, keep on going down. Let's look at the other cars.
Okay. What's this? A map of Lower Manhattan shows the World Trade and FDR Drive. That's not on FDR Drive. That's a lie. That picture's not on FDR Drive. It's on the West Side Highway.
What was the last time? How do you know? Oh, you lived in New York?
Because I lived there. Right next to the World Trade Center. That is not.
West End.
That is the West Side Highway, not FDR.
Well, for what happened to the car?
Well, it was right next to the World Trade Center.
Look at the ash. It's ash. It's not dirt. It's ash.
All right, keep going down.
Straight away, I've got an answer for you, but you don't want to hear it.
Well, keep going down. I'll look at the rest and tell me. The ones that were further away.
Okay, now.
Ash. Debris, ash, debris, ash.
Now that is on the I'm just trying to remember where that is though. Which part of the FD? Do you know how close that those? I'm just looking at it.
Go down to figure 66. All the 66 A, B, C, D, E, F, G at the bottom.
I've even gone back to. So it's don't you think it's a bit ironic that they're all police cars? Don't you think that that's a question that you should be asking? Not that these cars were about 10 minutes away from the building? Not a mile. This is no way, in any way, shape or form, a mile away from the building.
All right, where's FDR Drive?
It's right next to, well, it's there on the map. Have a look yourself. It's right next to where the buildings were. Do you understand how small Manhattan is?
Yeah, it's only like 8 miles in length.
I haven't been there in many years.
It's 5 miles by 1 mile, and that particular part that you're looking at is probably about half a mile across.
All right, let's find the ones that were miles away.
Well, that's if you've got those, then fair enough. Which I don't believe you'll have. But the fact that one of them isn't even on the west side, isn't even on FDR, it's on the West Side Highway, is enough to tell you.
Yeah, but what's to say they didn't move vehicles from?
No, these ones are not ones that have been moved. You can see that they were parked.
No, I'm just saying that if they could find vehicles that have ash on them, and they were moved, I mean, you can't say, oh.
Can I also point something out? What people are forgetting? These pictures were taken literally, maybe even a month or as a journalist, I was allowed down to the World Trade Center a month or so after the. Well, it wasn't really, but I managed to get in. Okay.
How convenient.
Well, what?
Okay,
are you being Flip? Are you actually being serious?
Well, what are you doing there?
I work.
I think he's yanking you. Yeah.
How did you get in?
I work there. Anyway,
Your
so
last
basically,
name, it hadn't happened to be Woods, would it?
no.
Okay.
Can I just say that I worked there, and
Go ahead.
there was the entire area, the financial district, was dead for weeks after it happened. All the shops were closed. Everything was covered in dust. I went down there 4 months after it happened, and it was exactly the same position. Do you have any idea how long it took them to turn the financial district back into a working environment for people?
No, 7 months.
No, it was longer than that. It was about 2 years. I mean, I can't believe that anyone's questioning these pictures. It's so fucking obvious.
So,
I mean,
which pictures are we looking at? The top link?
No, the Dr. Judy Woods. It's the last link that. Let me just have a look.
The one that you posted.
The last link that I posted.
The last thing that Flip put in.
Okay.
And I did post a link way above of JFK's security guard being told to stand
Yeah,
up.
which I watched it had no impact on anything really.
Okay.
Right, first of all, I know exactly where these pictures have been taken, and it's all in the same area, bar that one figure 66. So what's your argument? They moved all these cars to this area? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, no. One of the things is, like, if you look at the way the cars were burnt, like half the car were burnt, half weren't. The interior was like papers inside the car.
Not all cars burn themselves to. They don't all burn completely. But if you look at all, for example, figure 66, right? So you've got a car park which is literally right next to the World Trade Center.
Wait,
okay?
Jeff, are you on there too, on the page?
I'm on the page.
We're looking at figure 66, right? We're
Toasted cars in a car lot near the World Trade Center, right? You've got. It doesn't say anything about being a mile away from the World Trade Center. It's right next. I know exactly where that lot is as well because I recognise the building behind it. I know you might find this difficult, but I did live right next to the World Trade Center for 2 years, so I know the area really well. Okay, so toasted cars in a lot near the WTC, near a lot, so right next to it basically. Now you've got one car in that picture, one car that's not burnt out, right? The rest, if you look at them all carefully, the rest are all burnt out. So one car just didn't burn out, maybe the dust put it out, who knows?
Do we know when these pictures were taken?
I would have said, Jeff, I would have said about probably a week or 2 weeks, perhaps even a month after it happened.
No. It says so. These photos were probably within a day or two. And
Nonsense! You weren't even allowed anywhere near the area. You weren't even allowed near the area. See, this is why it's bollocks.
Well, somebody was in the area.
Look at the dust on those streets. Look at the dust. There's dust.
Wait. Where are you? Tell me exactly.
I'm looking at all of them. You can see by the road that those roads have been driven over and over and over and over. Now the pictures number 72, right? And that's at Seaport, where all the restaurants are. Okay, the other vehicles in the background might have been there for like the new vehicles. Why would they could have been there for 10 minutes?
So you're saying these cars are all around the actual collapse site?
Yes, I am.
All right, let me take a look now.
I don't understand why people are questioning half-burnt-out cars. Why would you question that? It's ridiculous. Look, there's still fire. There's still fire going on here.
So why would they be burnt?
Because that's what happens when buildings collapse. They destroy things.
They burn things?
Yes, of course. Oh my god.
Wait, how does a building collapse burn things?
Because the
all the things that are in the building. I mean,
yes, because big massive things hit cars. Because big massive things hit cars and things ignite.
Okay.
I can't believe that. I'm just gobsmacked that people believe this stuff. I mean, for example, figure 66H would have been taken. Clearly, would have been taken perhaps about 10 minutes after it happened or 20 minutes after it happened because the dust is everywhere. And there's paper everywhere, okay? Go back up.
I don't see a 66H.
Yeah, right at the bottom.
All right, go back up to what?
I mean, some of these pictures were clearly taken by on the day, but the first lot were not. Definitely not. Okay, so you go back up. So you look at 66, which has clearly got dust everywhere, and then you look at 72, and it's clear that it was taken probably days, maybe a month after because the road has been driven on. The dust has been driven over and over. The picture of number 71 next to number 72, there's no dust at all. It's like what these pictures are from different time scales, from different. But one I will tell you is none of them are a mile away, which is your first claim, from the site at all.
So what is the? I'm sorry. What is the claim here that these cars were zapped by lasers or something? Is that what?
Well, that there was some sort of energy that was present that did this type of thing.
Yeah, that's right.
An unknown energy that we know of.
I'm looking at the actual claim. The claims.
The justification of the building is kind of the
Okay,
main.
Apparently, these cars were towed there.
Well, her main claim is the justification of the building is her main kind of like idea, and then all these other things are the anomalies that surround it.
I can't believe that people don't understand why cars would explode and there would be fire everywhere. I just find that just.
Let me see what else. Yeah.
And this justification thing, I mean, how big was the building?
I didn't know that was a word.
You're not going to, I mean, you're not going to have debris. You're not going to have dust and debris.
Do you know what I think it is?
Crazy.
Christian, do you know what I think it is? I think that this is what I said last night, that 99.9% of the people that make these claims have been nowhere near the World Trade Center. If you could see how massive those buildings were, they were 100 floors high, for goodness sake, and they were huge.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not talking about a 10-story building. We're talking about a 100-story building.
Yeah, you're talking about. I mean, there's even internally, you're talking about massive amounts of wooden products. Paper even.
Hang on, I'm going to go back to something like
plastic.
But even if you disprove that.
Products.
Oh, sorry, Christian.
Oh, go ahead.
But even if you disprove that, we still have to go back to controlled demolition.
Well, no, we don't. There's no evidence for it.
There's no evidence for it.
No,
yes,
there isn't. Have you seen the official report that explains in great detail mathematically how these, why the girders collapsed, why the building came down so quickly? Have you actually read the official report?
You mean the NIST?
Exactly.
Pardon?
The NIST report?
The what report?
The 9/11 Commission report from the one that was done by Thomas Keane and somebody else.
No, I don't think that's what I've got. What I had oh god, it means I've got.
Oh, I wouldn't read that kind of propaganda.
Are you're joking, right?
Am I?
I will grant that the 9/11 report was incomplete. I'm not so sure about the scientific aspects of it, but they left out a lot about. Foreign policy and this being blowback and the stuff that the CIA called it, and it was kind of a sanitized report, I think you would have to say. But that doesn't mean these claims are correct about controlled demolitions and all of that. But it's a problematic. It's a political document, basically.
I think we're talking about a different report because this was this was about was the math. I think this was more about the architecture.
The 9/11 Commission report. Okay, so you're talking about an engineer's report.
I'll post the lecture again because Jeff seems like he might become a truther. All right.
Oh God, no.
Oh dear.
No, I think Flip says these things to get to just.
I mean, there is computer models that show that it went down the way it went down. I mean, mathematical computer models.
I got to bring this up to Adam Pugh. I got to bring up two things to him. So I have to find my two best evidences of Dr. Judy Wood's. Okay, the card.
There is, but have you seen the refutation that I gave you?
Well, no, you're doing a pretty good job with the car thing.
But I'm just saying that the refutations that another scientist and the fact that the scientific community as a whole thinks she's a kook.
No, where's that?
In the
PDF that you gave me?
No, there was a website called Wide Shut. Basically, it's a website that looks at stories that gain traction or for some reason continue to be questioned, like 9/11, and why, and all about her and how she's perceived in the scientific community. It's the last thing I posted on top of the last thing you posted.
So the earthquake thing, the seismic wave and P wave thing can be explained, you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I've already put that in the scientific paper. Already explained why her theory's wrong.
Okay, I got the PDF on that. Okay.
So the fact that cars were randomly exploded and all that and didn't burn evenly, couldn't something else like maybe one car was full of gasoline and another car was on empty, and therefore it would have burned less than a car that
exactly
had a full tank of gas?
That sounds logical.
I mean, the fact that people don't understand that if something hits a car full of gas at, I don't know, 200 miles an hour coming out of all, the amount of energy and force that came out from the collapse of those two buildings isn't going to create a fire. It's beyond me that you can't grasp that. Not you, Flip, but just people that make these claims.
You've been well trained. Oh.
Hey, I'm British. I've got no horse in this race.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, actually, I'm not British. I'm going to have to be a little bit more honest about that. I have dual citizenship, and I clearly.
Oh, how convenient.
I clearly take an interest in it because I lived right next to the buildings for 2 years, and they're a big part of my life. And the World Trade Center is where my husband and I did our early dating. There was a wonderful restaurant at the top, bar, restaurant, Windows on the World.
Windows of the World or something like that.
Windows in the World, yeah, brilliant place. And I know this is going to sound a bit weird, but I love those buildings because they stood for everything about New York. I mean, they were the first things you saw when you came into, when you drove downtown. They were there. They were huge.
I just want to confirm something that Flip. So you're saying that whatever else happened, there were definitely passenger planes flew into these buildings. That's confirmed, unequivocal, no problems whatsoever.
I have no problem with that. Yeah, I think they did. By remote control.
Okay.
No, you didn't mean that, Flip.
By remote control.
Well, then we have to go.
Control. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by remote control? So a terrorist didn't hijack the planes.
Well, I gotta think to myself, how exactly did they do such a precise hit?
Because they were trained by pilots who knew how to fly the aeroplanes.
Yeah, but there was an interview with veteran military pilots and saying that I could never, if I couldn't do that if I tried doing that.
Of course you could. Of course. I mean, have you seen the training they go through? They have to fly literally planes upside down. Test pilots put airplanes through all sorts of incredible
try and land on Hong Kong Airport. I mean, Hong Kong Airport is incredibly difficult.
Yeah, but these guys had very little training according to the official report.
That's bullshit. That's absolute
bullshit.
Why is that bullshit? Why is that bullshit?
Because they have plenty of
training. They got documented training certificates of where they went through flight school.
Yes, and they weren't. Nobody really picked up on the fact, or very few picked up on the fact that they thought it was odd that the pilots were not interested in how to land the planes. They were only interested in how to fly them and take off, I guess, which should have been a red flag, but it wasn't.
So you're telling me going through one course of flight school, they would have the ability to pull off that kind of
even if that's true, which I don't believe it is. I don't think one course of flight school, like it sounds like you go for a couple of hours every week. You have to build up hundreds of hours of flying.
Yeah, and they weren't after a certificate. They just wanted to know how to pilot. The planes had already taken off. All they needed to do was to take over once the planes were in the area. They obviously didn't need to land them. They just needed to steer them into the targets.
And how about the fact that there was the exact same drill going on, which prevented our multi-billion-dollar military from having F-16 fighters right up there.
There were F-16 fighters up in the air. You do realise that those aeroplanes were off radar. No one knew where the fuck they were. They had no idea they were heading for New York.
The second plane they should have known.
No, they didn't. They didn't know. They had no idea what was going on until those planes hit the building.
Accident. Yeah, they thought the first one was a complete accident.
Wait, how could they be off radar?
Easily.
They turned off the radar. They now make it so that pilots can't do that. The third plane, they figured it out, though.
Really?
Yeah, the one in Pennsylvania that people were obviously tipped off, and they were low out. Those planes, if you watch they disappeared off the radar. Those 3 planes, if you read.
You've got to take out the transponder. I mean, that's.
I don't know how you do it, but they were definitely off radar. They disappeared.
Yeah, I mean, and there is actual video. I mean, if you're going to say about the Pentagon, I mean, there's video evidence of that. The plane physically flying into the building of the Pentagon.
There's a picture of that.
Now, do you think they were like? If you think they were remote flown, do you think the passengers were aboard?
I mean, that is even more incredible. I mean, to say that it was remote. Oh my God, that person must have been incredibly talented. What are you talking about? I mean, to pilot it from remote and from the ground.
No, it would obviously be put into computer systems and pinpointed accuracy. Coordinates already pre-programmed into the system.
Oh, I mean, that's so incredibly fast. Where did the people go? Where did the passengers go? I mean, you've got to expand the conspiracy so far.
That's what I want to know. There was a funeral in Bethesda, Maryland, for one of the stewardesses right across from where I worked. I happened to be walking that day and saw the hearses and everything, and that's what the funeral was. It was one of the flight attendants, and I know 2 people. I didn't know them personally, but I know of them. 2 people. I'm sorry, I know one person who was on the plane that went into the Pentagon, and she's never been seen again. So what happened to her?
How did I open my eyes at 7:30 and now I'm involved in this?
You never know what you're gonna step into.
Oh, it's your fault.
I woke up to Annabelle's ranting about something.
Oh, that's not true. I was not ranting. That's nonsense.
You
I was
were
having
ranting
a lovely
about something.
conversation. Don't Flip. I don't mind that.
It woke me up.
Flip, I got called a dirty atheist bitch earlier in this hangout, so which I can have no problem with admitting. I'm exactly that. I'm definitely a dirty bitch. However, I take great offence.
I was just going to say, you're not an atheist.
Yes, I was going to say you're not an atheist. Don't lie. Don't lie.
I'd just like to say that I do take great offence at being accused of rambling when I was just having a very perfectly pleasant conversation with Christian about Australia or Europe or something. I can't remember.
All right. All right, well, I'm going to go back and listen to the point where I woke up.
No. We definitely weren't arguing. There's no doubt about that.
Is that the way you normally talk, Annabelle?
Yeah, I've got a very loud voice.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but I mean, you're set to exaggerate anything, though. I mean, you're a 9/11 truther and JFK, conspiracy theorist. So of course you're going to exaggerate anything you hear.
You're all making some pretty convincing cases. I'm willing to change. You think I want this to be true? This would change my entire worldview. You're right. No, of course not. That would change my worldview.
It wouldn't change my worldview that much. That's why I'm not that interested.
Yeah, agreed. I completely. This is what we were talking about. This is why the conversation continued into 9/11 because Christian and I were talking about the need for truthers to believe. Why do they? Against all the evidence, they throw out these claims like this. These are new ones to me. Well, the Judy Woods isn't, but the cars thing is a new one on me. If you're honest, Flip, your first claim was that they found cars a mile away, and it's not anything like a mile away from the buildings.
That was Judy Woods' claim.
Yeah, so and you give them, I just said one of the pictures was. They've even got it wrong on the claim that one of the pictures was supposedly the West Side FDR when it's the West Side Highway.
I think people should ask questions and not just let it go. That's all.
I agree. I think independent investigation of this or the Kennedy assassination or anything like that is it's absolutely warranted, and I do think. I think some people who hold these views bring this upon themselves, but I think this sort of blanket smear of conspiracy terrorist is kind of misplaced. Now, unfortunately, people who investigate these things sometimes do make claims that they can't support or that are pretty far-flung.
Well, that's the problem.
Or they want to be true.
So many nutty theories come out, and if there is any legitimate questions, it all gets buried by just this complete outlandish stuff. So it's hard to like navigate yourself through it all.
I agree with Jeff that you're entitled. The thing is that we're not saying you can't ask questions. I mean, we're not saying to these people you can't investigate. There has been investigations, and clearly there continues to be investigations. Yet nobody has any concrete evidence from the truthers that they have the facts, and if you look closely at their claims, they can be ripped apart very easily.
All right. Well, I've been putting this off for about 2 weeks, so since my day started like this, I'm going to go through the whole thing again with everything you said in mind. I'm going to go through all the refutations, and see what's left, see what I got standing.
Can I?
West Side Road.
What?
FDR when it's the West Side Motorway.
Well, FDR I can care less about.
So I agree.
Can I ask? Go ahead.
Somebody's talking, but very, very mutely. Hello?
I can't hear anyone.
I hear you.
Oh, who was talking?
Not I. I don't know who that was actually.
Probably me, but I was going to ask about the moon landing next as a joke.
Oh no, please.
as a joke.
I love that.
They used duct tape up there to repair the rover. And what happens when you use duct tape in a freezing environment? It doesn't stick.
So Stanley Kubrick filmed it and everything in Teddington Studios and the whole rest of it.
There's all kinds of clues in the movie The Shining.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, with that movie 217 or whatever it is, Room 217 or whatever that movie is.
Right.
I don't touch the moon landing.
I love that theory though. That's my favorite. I think that one's just so much fun to think about.
That blew my mind. That one. I was like, what?
I mean,
why was the kid wearing a shirt with the launch
the rocket?
Or is it the shape of the rocket launcher matched the shape of the carpet or something?
Who knows?
Kubrick could be fucking around. You don't know.
Well, even if he was, it doesn't in any shape or form provide evidence that the moon landings were faked. No, I mean the one that got me the most recently was the Mars rover was faked. The guy reckons because it was done in the Arctic and there were not beavers or lemmings or something. What's the other animal like a beaver or something, like a hamster, a sort of large hamster.
And where?
Well, this is the theory that he's got. That the Mars rover was faked, and that the pictures that they sent back, or supposedly in his opinion sent back from Mars, were in fact in the Arctic because he spotted a beaver in the picture.
Does he have the picture?
So we said, well, show us the picture, and it's basically just a picture of Mars with rocks on it, and he's managed in his little head to convince himself that one of those rocks looks like a beaver.
How'd I get myself into this?
That's why I said I was joking when I changed the topic to the moon landing.
Yeah.
I don't touch the moon landing. That's outside my scope.
Yeah, and I'm not qualified to do analysis of demolition reports either.
No, I know, but when you look at because the only time anybody comes up with any evidence is from 9/11 truthers, and then so Flip gave me this. I've already had the Judy Wood stuff, but he came up with this person, an individual, rather than just a website, an individual. So I just went through it because I read it probably about a year ago, but I went through it again, and all you've got to do is go on the internet, and there's plenty of refutations to her, plenty of peer-reviewed refutations to her claims.
How convenient.
Well, you know what a peer review is, don't you, Flip?
Yes, scientists come in and they review and they test the.
Yeah. Or they basically say either yes, this is. I mean, in layman's terms, they say yes, this is a likelihood, or no, this is a load of bollocks. And the overall majority of scientists have said that Judy.
How many scientists were involved in the peer? review?
Well, it's they're single. They're done by a couple of scientists or one scientist.
Couple of scientists. One scientist does the
I mean,
peer
I've only
review?
given you one. I'm sure.
Oh, the whole thing's back open again.
Really? Do you really want me to?
How many people? How many people review it? How many scientists are in the peer
I don't know. I'm
review?
just going to find. I only gave you one. Let me give you some more.
One?
I'll give you some more. Yeah, but
One?
listen. I'm going to. Right. I'm going to give you some
Oh, it's
more.
back open. Oh, investigation back open. Yeah, was that what I mean?
It depends on the study how many scientists review it.
Okay, well I gotta find out how many scientists reviewed this.
Morning, guys. What's up? How you doing?
Hey, Rev.
Absolute foolishness. That's
Yeah, you don't want to know.
It's Annabelle's fault. She brought it up.
Oh no! Here we go again.
She
I have to say, guys, this is now the fourth day, 4 times, and the fourth day. I mean, I am completely consumed by 9/11. Something. I wonder if that means something. I wonder if I could read something into that. Perhaps something's going to happen.
I was sound asleep. I was just sleeping happily, and all of a sudden Annabelle's voice woke me up. And all of a sudden,
Annabelle, it's all your fault. Come on.
all of a sudden I'm involved in this.
But Annabelle, I was listening, and you conveniently kind of went over that video I posted to you of Norman Minta at the.
But here we go. Here's another one. Here's another one. Flip. No, because I you know what? I said the same. I've said exactly the same to Flip, Rev. I've seen it all before, and every time, every single time, even Flip said it. Oh no, you haven't seen this one. And I looked at it, and it's, you know, we've already managed to refute pretty much everything that's in it.
Okay, but what about that clip from C-SPAN?
I admit, put my hand up. Didn't read it because when I got off, because when I left the hangout yesterday, I went straight to bed and spent most of it most of the rest of the morning in bed, and then went out with friends, and then went for a walk with dogs. Came home, had dinner, didn't really think about it, and hadn't thought about it until Flip decided to bring this back into the equation.
Who?
Man,
Me?
Flip.
Today?
Dude, this is rough.
I didn't bring it up. I just woke up.
Right, here's another refutation. I'm just putting another scientific refutation.
I'm literally taking aspirin right now.
Yeah, I probably could do with one of those, really. I tell you what, though, I haven't got, you know, 9/11 troopers aren't so bad, even though clearly I had somebody who was in the building at the time who lost his life, and it affected one of my closest friends, and still does to this day. However, that's the only connection I have to it, other than the fact that I lived opposite for 2 years, blah, 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 blah. I haven't really got a problem with people asking questions about it, because there is an awful lot of there's a valid question with regards to geopolitics, not so much the building and how it collapsed and how it's shot down by super beams, aliens jumped on the top of the building and ripped it down and all that crap. I'm talking about the geopolitics and why it happened, rather than that. Yes. I can understand people questioning that. I really can. Okay.
Right.
However, when people tell me that Sandy Hook was a hoax and that the people at Sandy Hook were all acting, that's when I start to lose my shit.
Yeah, I never bought that for a second. Listen, Annabelle, I'm totally with you. Half of this stuff is batshit crazy idiocy, but when you really do look into, like you said, the geopolitical parts of it, you know, there's some weird shit going on there, in my opinion, anyway.
Yeah, and some of the 9/11 conspiracy theories, some people, as I understand it, and there's even an acronym for it, but I forgot what it is. But there are those who think
IDIOTS.
No, there are those who think that the U.S. government made it happen, that they orchestrated it entirely, and then there are others who think they didn't do that, but they let it happen. They knew it was going to happen. So there's division there, and I'm just reading.
Definitely an argument, though, there, Jeff, that they let it happen because they were clearly probably more than aware that there was an imminent large terrorist attack due.
Yeah, we don't.
That's for sure. I mean, it's much easier for them to detect it now because of the internet, and because of the way that communications are. But even back then, I'm absolutely convinced. It's only 15 years ago that they would have known that something was due to happen. There was clearly something was going to kick off. Whether they believed it was going to be the 2 most important buildings in the world, who knows?
Yeah, I think this is all circumstantial, but one of the interesting things, if you read people like General Richard Clarke, who worked for both Clinton and Bush, reported on day one that the Bush regime was anxious to invade Iraq, overthrow Saddam. This all happened before 9/11, and even these accusations about his, working for Al Qaeda and that kind of stuff, which turned out to be false as well.
Go ahead.
So there, so this actually, what happened was incredibly lucrative and good for those in power. So that aspect of it is really interesting. Did they just get lucky, or I don't have any evidence to support the idea that they actually knew. You could say that in August of 2011, there was a memo from the State Department, the daily briefing, that warned of
I just posted that in Sidechacker.
Hijackers. Yeah, right. Oh, okay, great. So there was a warning. Now, whether in all of this information, intelligence people will tell you that the more information we have, the more difficult it is to find stuff. Rather than all this massive surveillance that's being done now actually makes it harder than targeted investigations. So to me, it's just not that extraordinary that something like this would be ignored. Or maybe they thought, well, that would be a great thing, and then we could have all of our foreign policy invasions that we want. So who knows? I mean, I don't put anything past those in power. People in power.
Well, my argument to that, I've only got one argument to that, and that is, why would they need to bring down those towers and kill thousands of their citizens? They didn't have to do that. They could have just gone to war anyway. They made up the weapons of mass destruction, and it was made up by people over here. And then Bush took that so-called intelligence, and that's how the Allies justified invading Hussein, with the weapons of mass destruction, not because of 9/11.
Yeah, but 9/11 also was a precursor to the Patriot Act and the enhanced security that we have now, that they wanted to bring the country.
So you're saying that they wanted they staged 9/11 so that they could bring the Patriot Act in?
Part of it,
amongst other things.
And how does the Patriot Act affect you? Just curious.
You ever been to the airport lately?
Well, yes, and I'm more than happy. I'm more than happy. I can assure you that.
Oh, I bet you are.
I had to take my shoes off. It was very inconvenient.
I would rather queue up for an hour and know that that plane is safe and that there's not a shoe bomber on it than walk through so that the shoe bombers can get on and kill me. No, absolutely, I have no problem with it at all. And we have the same security everywhere. It's not just the US where you have to take your shoes off and queue up for half an hour. It's everywhere.
How about if they shove their hand up your ass? How's that?
Oh, come on, Red.
That's why animals flies frequently.
I wouldn't say
or they steal valuables out of your luggage that they open.
Well, they would do that anyway, wouldn't they? Irrespective of a Patriot thing. Are you crazy? In today's society, are you suggesting that we shouldn't have security at airports? Nothing to do with terrorism, just making sure that everybody that's getting on those planes, it hasn't got anything that they could attack you with or take a swipe at you with, or I don't want people with guns on my aeroplane.
I think the airlines should be responsible for their own security.
No, I do not.
You do what Archie Bunker suggested. You give everybody a handgun on the way into the plane, and on the way out, you take it back.
I like that idea. Yeah.
Yeah. Prior to 1968, anybody could take a firearm on an airplane, and there were really very few hijackings. The hijackings actually occurred between that period. And,
the hijackings. There were lots more hijackings in the 70s.
In the 70s, right? The guns were not allowed on airplanes in the 70s. They were prior to 1968.
Not to derail the gun thing, but there was also little known fact that there was a huge major lithium mine in Iraq, also worth trillions. That's what they use for cell phone batteries. And
I'm not. Hang on a sec. Really? I thought that was in Bolivia.
Will you stop trying to contradict me?
Okay, sorry. I'd just like to say, I really am. I mean, that could be true. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying I thought that was in South America, not in the Middle East. But that could be wrong.
I'd like to dispute one thing you said. Prior to 9/11, it's almost hard to remember this, but for the U.S. to go to war, to go to an overt war, not a secret CIA war, but an overt war, it had to be sold to the public, and it had to be done so dramatically.
What, like Vietnam?
Yes, well, that's a good example. So the Johnson regime, and probably Kennedy initially, but I think Kennedy was probably was sort of retreating on after the Cuban Missile Crisis. I think Kennedy started to rethink this Cold War thing. But prior to that, they both wanted to get U.S. involvement in Vietnam, and so the Gulf of Tonkin was the casus, the alleged casus belli, or cause for war, and that was. By the next morning, if you read Daniel Ellsberg, he was working for Rand Corporation at the time. The captain of the Maddox, the ship that was claimed to have been attacked, he was retreating from the statement, and it was a fog of war, and it was a tiny ship as compared to the Maddox that allegedly attacked it. And they were retreating and saying, no, we don't think this really happened. And people at the Defense Department who had heard this, like people like Daniel Ellsberg, who later wrote about it, they were stunned that Johnson came on national TV and looked the American people in the eye and told them that the Maddox had been attacked. And that was the justification for the war. But another thing to keep in mind, no president has actually declared war, which is constitutionally required since World War II. But even with that power, they needed something dramatic, some kind of first strike, and that's there have been examples where those first strikes have been manipulated, maneuvered, or faked.
But do you honestly, though, Deb, do you honestly think that they faked the 9/11 in order to attack? When you've got to remember,
I'm not saying that, but 9/11 has been used as an excuse. You can't say that it was not to the advantage.
As was pointed out, that the people behind 9/11 were not a country. They were a group of terrorists. They weren't a country. It wasn't a country that attacked that was behind 9/11. It was a group of terrorists. They then went on to suggest that it could, I suppose, give the impression to the people that it could happen again. I mean, this is where your argument possibly has some sway, that it could possibly happen again. Isn't it terrible what's just happened? If we don't do something with Hussein, this could happen again, even though he had nothing to do with 9/11, and that he's got weapons of mass destruction and he's threatening Israel with them, blah, blah, blah. And we all know now that dossier was faked. We all know that. Now, isn't it strange how that manages to get out into the public arena? The fact that the war on Iraq was falsely begun on a false basis, on a false premises, yet 9/11 has somehow, this setup for 9/11 hasn't got out into the public arena?
Oh. And you're right about Bolivia, but they also found one in Afghanistan that exceeds that to about 1 trillion.
I mean, that's why I said I wasn't aware that lithium, you got lithium. But I mean, obviously lithium is incredibly important to the continuation of us having mobile devices. So I mean, obviously
it's Bolivia, but also Afghanistan. They found one even larger than Bolivia. That's 2010. This article. So
I hold that 9/11 was blowback. That's pretty much the position of the author Chalmers Johnson, ex-CIA man, who wrote a book called Sorrows of Empire and a couple of other books as well. But I would hold that 9/11 was blowback for U.S. Or the West in general foreign policy in the Middle East and in those regions. So that's my position. I think I don't want to. I'm not making the argument that. That it was orchestrated by the inside, because we just don't have any evidence for that. But my circumstantial argument would be that however it happened, it benefited the military-industrial complex in the U.S. enormously, and still to this day does. It's used as a rationale for every kind of cockamamie thing. Now the president can declare war. Somebody sneezes in a oil-rich Arab country, and off we go to war.
I give it to you. I don't think it's as easy as that. I mean, look, with Vietnam, obviously, it was a complete disaster. But I think that the public, how do I put this without, so okay, it's not as easy for them to convince the public anymore because of global communications, the internet, evidence can be found everywhere for anything.
It's getting more challenging, thankfully. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Would you go so far, Adam, as to say that the government possibly might have let it happen, possibly?
Yes, I mean I've already acknowledged that they would have known about this, possibly with intelligence that there was going to be a hit. Without doubt,
there was intelligence that put forth this as a strong possibility.
Yes.
So you can't prove who read it. It's just like another good example of this. There was a memo before the bombing of Pearl Harbor written by a man named McCullum. It's called the McCullum Memo, and he wrote in September before Pearl Harbor that the embargo was working and that all we would need to get into the European theater would be for the Japanese to attack Pearl Harbor. You can look this memo up. Or for a Japanese first strike. I'm sorry, not Pearl Harbor. It wasn't specified, but they wanted Japan to make the first strike so that the U.S. could get involved in the war, mainly because Roosevelt had been utterly unsuccessful in ending the Depression. This is what happens a lot of times in bad economies. Is that
exactly
this rallies the troops and it makes unemployment full, but of course we're basically killing the unemployed. So this is what happened. But did Roosevelt actually read that memo? We also know that the actual codes that the Japanese were using to discuss Pearl Harbor, those had been broken. But whether or not this filtered up to the right people, that's all speculation. And we see that there were warnings about there were various people who tried to report about these suspicious characters taking flight lessons and not being interested in landing planes or anything like that, have a very focused interest, and those claims were pretty much ignored. So we don't know.
It stinks. The point is, we're not making definitive comments on exactly who or what or how all this stuff took place. I don't anyway. I have a pretty good idea, but I don't make claims about it. That you have to at least admit that there's some smelly stuff that goes on, and it really does a lot of the times go back to government. I mean, it's just a fact,
Mm-hmm.
I would kind of go along just with what Rev said. I'm not going to make any. We can't know. It's impossible, but something was going on. Like you said, geopolitically, and somehow, some way, there's something. Was it just plainly happened the way officially?
Let me give you. I've got a question that might, it's just a simple thing, but it's interesting. Okay, I fly, or did up until last year, because I've changed my contract. I flew all over the world.
Because you like going through the security. Okay.
No, nothing to do with security. Oh, I see. So because I could have a bit of a feel up. Yeah, I see. Right. Okay. No, I'm white, blue-eyed, and blonde-haired. I very rarely, if ever, bar one time, have ever been pulled over. So it just doesn't happen to people like me. I've particularly around the States. So, for example, I used to take a plane from New York to Hong Kong, and always, without fail, they would be, and I can't remember what they call them, those guys that they put on the planes.
Pilots?
No,
Marshals.
very good.
Yes,
Very good. Marshals.
SA.
Yeah, marshals. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean these guys are big guys, and because I've travelled business, they all travel up in business, and they sit together, and they don't talk to each other, they don't talk to anyone else. You know who they are, and they just sit there throughout the flight. They don't seem to go to sleep. And why would just out of curiosity, nobody knows. I mean, nobody at the back knows they're there. The only reason I know they're there is because I happen to be my entire family are in the industry, aviation industry. So I chat to the crew, and they let things up. They let things slip. I'll say, are those marshals out there? Oh yeah, and stuff like that. You just know who they are. and I've got used to, you know, they're always at the front of the plane, they're always in the first 2 seats, that kind of thing. And I just think, why would the American government do that? Because it's not the British government, it's the American government that do it. And spend all that money and time doing that on pretty much, you know, probably about 20, 30 flights a day, if they didn't feel any threat.
Because they want us to not have to feel any threat.
But you don't know they're on there.
Well, they want us to. They like to order people around and make people obey and do things and take your shoes off and stand here and do this. This is how
that's not
totalitarian regimes work, and they do it. They do it incrementally. So, you know, when I flew in 1984, if you had told me that someday I would get an open air X-ray, or that somebody would do practically an invasive body search on me every time I get on a plane, I would have those two choices. Then I would have been appalled. But so how do you get? Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. You're talking over me. I'm almost done.
Because you're talking about a different subject.
I'm almost done. So these things all happen incrementally. So first you're taking your shoes off. First you're walking through a metal detector, and all of these things. And what is the reason for this? It's not because the world just suddenly became more dangerous. It's because of U.S. foreign policy poking at hornets' nests. They have been doing it for the last 50, 60 or more years, starting with Iran, starting with the overthrow of their democratically elected prime minister. This is why we're being poked and prodded. We don't. By the way, we don't know the long-term effects of open-air X-rays either. This is something that was.
We're not on that subject.
Well, you were saying you didn't mind it, so.
No, I wasn't. No, you've gone. I don't know where you've come from with this. I really don't.
Low-level X-rays are more dangerous than high-level.
Okay, it's a completely different subject to the one I was just talking about. I was talking about having marshals on pretty much every long-haul plane journey that goes out of the States. That's got nothing to do with X-rays or poking. I mean, I clearly get you.
You were. I don't get to jump in very often, so the last thing I heard you say was, "Oh, I travel all the time, and you know, it's fine and dandy."
No, well, you weren't listening then, were you?
What was the point?
I think I was. I thought that was what you said.
What did I say then? Go ahead, tell me.
I'll stand corrected. No, so what is your position? Do you think it's appalling what's going on in the airports, or do you think it's?
Okay, that's not what I was talking about. So do you want me to talk about what I was talking about, or do you want me to go back to what I've already said?
Yeah, I was just able to jump in. Okay, so we're talking about marshals, and maybe I did miss that part.
The marshal up in the front of the plane.
Yeah,
Okay.
Absolutely nothing to do with airport security, to do with the fact that you have air marshals on every single long-haul flight, pretty much. I mean, maybe you don't have them on all of them.
I don't think they're on. No, I think they're on a few random flights.
They've definitely been, like I say, I've travelled in and out of the US for probably about, certainly every 3 months or so after 9/11, and they're pretty much on every flight that I've been on. So, because I travel in business, and they're always up front in business, and you know
on
what
international
they look like.
flights.
Yes,
okay.
You know what they look like. You know, they don't talk to each other. I mean, this is what I'm just repeating myself, just so you know. They sort of sit right next to each other. They don't talk to each other. They just sit there, and they don't seem to sleep. They're just there, and you know what they are, okay? And it does make you feel safe. Absolutely does it. Absolutely. So. What I'm saying is people don't know. The people at the back in coach and what have you don't know they're there. So why do the US government spend what must cost them millions to fly these people all around the world and bring them back and then send them out again and bring them back every day of the year if they don't feel that there's a threat to those aeroplanes?
I don't know.
But that was
I'm not entirely sure that they are on as many planes as you think they are.
Well, they're on pretty much every one I've been on, and like I say, probably about 20 a year. I would say I flew internationally in and out of JFK with American Airlines, not American Airlines the company, with American branded airlines like United, American, etc., etc. They definitely have been on every single flight I've been on. So I would say that probably is, there's a chance that they're probably on pretty much every international flight.
You're talking about after 9/11?
Yes, of course, absolutely. And that was just, as I said at the beginning of the conversation, it's an interesting thing to look at. That for those that governments have put, clearly are concerned about being hijacked, are concerned about getting terrorists taking over, because it's not necessarily having the door locked to the cockpit. All they've got to do is threaten an air stewardess, which has happened, to unlock the door. I mean, what happens when if you're in the galley chatting to the crew up in first class, obviously right next to the cockpit? If the pilot wants to come out, you have to go back to your seat, and they curtain off. So while he's going to the toilet or whatever.
So your question is, why would they spend that kind of money if there was really
Well,
no
no, why would they put these people on the planes if they didn't feel that there was a threat that they might be hijacked?
To make it look good for the first-class passengers?
Really? Seriously? Oh dear. A lot of the first-class passengers don't know that they're there. I mean, the only reason I do is because my parents and my family are all in the business, and I get chatting to the crew, and invariably, you know, we talk about the past as being air hostesses and all that crap, and eventually they let you know little secrets. I mean, I've been letting the cockpit in the last few years about 5 or 6 times.
Well, like Adam said, I mean, we're picking at hornets' nests. So I mean, obviously there
Yeah,
are.
and I agree with that. That's not something I take issue with. Clearly, I know that American foreign policy and British foreign policy has created the mess that we're in now. Definitely.
So I'm sure that's why they're there.
Yeah, but they're there to prevent the plane. One of the arguments is that we're not under that much threat. That it's all sort of made up by the government to try and create, you know, a fear. And I'm just saying, if the government weren't concerned about it and they were making it up to create fear, then why do they put air marshals in pretty much every other flight? Or if not all, I believe. I suspect that it's quite.
Well, I'm just reading the USA Today myths about air marshals. There are 30,000 commercial flights in the U.S. per day.
What's international?
That's just in the U.S.
Right, I'm talking about international flights.
They don't travel incognito. They're known to the flight crew, which some people have criticized.
But I already said that.
So,
the flight crew know exactly who they are.
It's a boondoggle. I mean, there are all kinds of make-work jobs in the government. I don't think.
Wow.
I think the since 9/11, if there's another terrorist attack, they're not going to do exactly the same thing. They used the element of surprise back then. They're not going to do. Yeah.
But that's why we all have to take our shoes off now, because somebody decided to keep the bomb in their shoe.
How many terrorists has the TSA caught? Have you ever asked them that? they will tell you. They won't tell you, but the answer is none.
Well, how do you know?
We'll go to their site. Find me one terrorist that they've caught. They haven't caught any.
I know over in the UK they're catching them all the time.
Yeah, but it's more of a deterrent.
Yeah, I mean that's agreed. That was my point, that they're doing it because they're concerned that somebody is going to hijack the plane.
Yeah, that's kind of the elephant repellent fallacy. You know, I'm wearing this elephant repellent. You don't see elephants attacking me. So we don't know what they're preventing or anything of the sort.
Is that a serious analogy, Jeff?
It's called the elephant repellent fallacy, or the tiger
repellent fallacy. The sad thing is, Jeff, is that terrorists are attacking us. Look I mean, all over the world currently there are examples of terrorists attacking the West.
Well, that's because the West went over there. That's what they wanted to have. That's what Bin Laden wanted to have happen.
I haven't got an issue with why. I'm not arguing with you about why. I'm saying these things are happening, and they may happen again. That's what I'm saying.
If you want a safer world, you don't need more people feeling you up at airports. You need a rational and a peaceful foreign policy, and to not be the target of these kind of things.
But what's wrong with the airport? I don't get that. What are you talking about?
I don't either. I think it's because Americans just don't like it. Everybody else in the world has no problem.
No. Let him answer. What are you talking about?
What am I talking about?
With the airport, what's so egregious at the airport?
Well, if you're older than, say, 40 years old, you remember that we used to be able to get on a plane without being felt up or treated like a criminal, and we can't do that anymore. And what's changed since then?
I don't even remember what it was.
Well, when I went to America as a
Have you not flown in the last 14 years?
Yes, I went to America as a foreigner, and I thought actually got treated better than when I was in Australia. I thought it was actually quite nice. I mean, the worst thing I thought was weird is I had to take my shoes off. I thought that was a bit weird, but that was it. I thought it was actually quite good. Australia is actually far.
You didn't have to get an open air X-ray, or you didn't have to get an open air X-ray to get an open air.
That's not being felt up. What are you talking about? That's not being felt up.
Well, if you opt out of that, if you're concerned about radiation, you get one of the blue glove.
No, I didn't get waived or wanted or anything.
You stood in line and you walked through like a loyal subject.
What's wrong with that? I mean, what are you talking about? What's so bad about that?
No, Christian, it's an American thing. They really are offended by any kinds of rules and regulations that curtail their so-called freedom.
Actually, most Americans walk just like sheep through the thing, just like anybody else.
I've got no choice, because luckily they have no choice, and I'm more than happy about that.
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, in domestic flights, I've got to do the same thing here. Even before 9/11, I had to do that. So what are you talking about? What did 9/11 have to do with it? I had to walk through X-rays anyway.
Christian, they didn't have the. You could walk onto
if you
a
don't
plane.
Mind it, I can't make you mind it. I've seen the trend over the last 30 years. You know, I guess most people don't mind it. To me, that's kind of sad, but I think it is a cost that we've paid. Travel. I'll give you an example. I used to. It used to be very time effective and cost effective for me to fly from DC to New York. You could get, as long as you got to the airplane before they closed the door, you could jump on, and you know, I even had a couple times when the stewardess, come on. Now, because you have to be at the airport so early.
Sorry, no.
It's ridiculous.
How early do you get to DC to get onto the New York connection? I'm just curious, because I've done this flight about 100 times. Why? I probably walked in there half an hour before I need to get on the plane.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely have.
I don't know if that's arguing the point, though. What are you talking? I don't know what you're talking about.
What I'm talking about is
what are you talking about, Jeff?
American
you keep interrupting me, so this is getting tedious. So.
I'm interested to know what he's talking about. What's the difference?
My example, which she didn't let me finish, was that it's no longer cost effective. Now, forget about anecdotes. For one thing, I have to drive to an airport. I have to park. Okay, you have to drive to the airport. Get to the. It's faster to drive to New York by far from my door to wherever it is that I'm going in New York would be faster for me to drive.
Because of airport security.
Because of all the delays, because of
right, okay, yeah, we're making it up as we go along now. Ridiculous. You saying it's quicker for you to fly to drive from DC to New York than it is to fly?
I don't know why that's unrealistic. You have to be there an hour and a half before the flight.
Yeah, exactly. It only takes 4 hours to drive there. You might as well drive.
Don't exaggerate. Don't exaggerate. That's ridiculous.
I have never.
An hour and a half.
You guys need to get some sleep. You're getting cranky and it's annoying.
I don't understand. You're annoying me because you're telling me an experience that I've been through 100 times. And
I told you about my experience.
Yeah, and I'm telling you about mine, and that doesn't make me cranky because I've got a different experience to yours.
Well, I was talking door to door. You don't let me finish, so whatever.
Let me explain. If you have a bag to check in on domestic flights, it's an hour and a half that you have to be there prior.
Okay? No.
Right.
Let me finish. I don't talk that much. You take the hour and a half there and the hour and a half on that end. That's an hour and a half. Plus you put the 45-minute flight. You're up at 2 hours and 15 minutes. Plus you put any parking or anything that you have to do to actually get to the airport. And usually the airport isn't just around the corner from your house. That's another 45 minutes. You're up at 3 hours, right? But then when we look at the cost effectiveness of it as well, right, you have the actual flight of the plane, which has gone up with all the taxes now. Then you have the rental car, whatever you're going to drive when you get there. It just goes on and on and on. And we already had those prices before. So, but the whole point is the 3 hours that it takes to drive to New York, assuming that there isn't traffic, right? That's the big assumption. To drive.
And I can go door to door with my car. I don't need intermediate transportation.
A rental car and everything.
Right,
else.
and you also that was really good, Ermine. But you left out one thing. You have to wait at the baggage carousel too, and that can be time consuming to get your bags that you now have to check in. You did say that. I'm sorry, I missed it.
No, I forgot about that. You're right.
Yeah.
See that?
That's time consuming.
Well, I'm I'm just letting them rattle on.
But
I do see what you're saying. I do see what you're saying, but I think the hour and a half you have to rock up before the air travel is absolutely ridiculous. I'm a foreigner and didn't have to wait that long.
Exactly. This whole thing is a joke. I mean, I travel all the time, business, admittedly, so I get special compensations where I can go in, I can get in quicker, and I can.
So you're not a very good example.
If you let me finish.
In other words.
But however, when I'm traveling from.
I'll let you finish. Okay. Go ahead.
Hilarious, Jeff. When I'm traveling from 45-minute flight, I don't travel business. I travel economy. And anyway, you can't travel business on American Eagle. There isn't any. Okay, I pitch up around 45 minutes before I'm due to fly. Because I'm usually flying from DC down to New York, up to New York, sorry. When I've come in on business, I've got a whacking great big case with me full of 2 weeks worth of clothes. That takes me 10-15 minutes to check in. So I'm then straight through security, and yeah, it can take some time. If you are running late, you can go to the front of the queue and they'll let you through, which I've done myriads of times. And then I go straight to my plane. 45 minutes. This hour and a half malarkey, yeah, if you're flying internationally, of course you've got to go through the whole process.
But even if that was the case, why wouldn't you blame the airline's lack of, being more efficient? Why in the hell is that anyone's fault but the airlines being cheap asses?
Well,
not putting more security on or whatever and speeding up the process. That's not in any way the government's fault.
No, the airlines are not. I agree. The security should be done by the airlines. It's not the case. The security is offloaded to the airports and to the TSA.
Yeah.
The airlines are not responsible for their own security.
Of course, Jeff's a libertarian. I've just realised I can't. That's why I'm getting annoyed, because I forgot you're a libertarian.
Well, it shouldn't matter. I'm talking about stuff that's either true or false.
I don't want a corporate organisation running security. They'll cut corners every possible way they can.
They don't.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Whoever's running security. I mean, isn't that the argument? Like, be more efficient. Whoever's running it, be more efficient. I mean, it's not. Oh, we had a terrorist attack, so we got to check people's. We got to do X-rays with people now. I mean, we've always had to do that. What are you talking about? Like, I want to go back to what Jeff was saying before. Even on a domestic flight, before 9/11, I had to be X-rayed.
Not in the United States, we didn't.
Well, maybe you should. Maybe the whole time. It's a half an hour. It's a half an hour in Australia. Half an hour domestic delay. That's it. To get checked. That's it. Half an hour. Bang. Done.
Get on camera, because I'm ready to slap this cat.
I swear.
Well, America's different. Oh, boo-hoo. Yeah. America is so different.
But it is, though. They do get really anal about anything to do with their freedom. Look at them every time they quote the Constitution.
Oh, don't X-ray me. Don't X-ray me. Well, for God forbid you have a deadly illness and you need to be X-rayed.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine?
Hold on. I had a dental X-ray a couple of months ago, and I had to wear. Would you? Okay, you guys, this is no fun. You're talking over me. I gotta go. It's great. I'm not mad, but it's a nice Sunday morning here, and I think I'm done. I'll take.
Sure.
Bye.
It's good seeing you, Jeff.
I mean, Jeff. I don't even know who's who anymore.
He's a libertarian. He's going to be like that because he doesn't want anybody.
I am dumbfounded. I am dumbfounded.
No, but it's
we've
American.
had to be X-rayed going into domestic airports in Australia for years, and you guys are so worried because you had 5,000-6,000 people killed in New York, and then suddenly they go, well, let's do some proper security at our fucking airport.
How many
Like,
people are killed in car accidents every day compared to how many people are planes?
What's it got to do with X-raying people?
So you're prepared to take the risk then of being blown up? That's my question.
Well, let them through. They carry guns.
Marshals are flying on the plane. Metal detectors. I don't know.
Well, if we're going to go back to 9/11, if Commando's interested,
Oh God, no! I don't want to. I can't deal with him. Sorry.
Fucking Christ!
Oh,
wow, rough, man.
This is craziness.
It's like, Commando is one of the most ridiculous people on the earth.
Why don't they just lock us in our houses so no one can get hurt, and then everything will be fine?
No.
See, look at the wall. There you go, Rev. You've got your answer. We think an Archon did it.
Stay clear from them X-rays and mobile phones as well, and
stop using mobile phones. Can't use them.
Telegraph poles.
We should outlaw cars too. Cars.
Yeah.
The leading cause of death.
Oh, here we go. Now we can rev it up. We got Vaughn in.
So look, sorry for being
You kept
sorry
your
for being
internet.
surprised.
Come on, you kept your internet.
I'm supposed to be going out for lunch. I'm not going for lunch now. I've got to watch this. This is going to be hilarious.
Conspiracy Central, baby. All you got to do is ask Von. He'll tell you.
No, Commando's even funnier, I have to say.
Von, explain why the scanners are bad in the airports, please.
No, God.
Please.
But correct me if I'm right. He's got a friend that's a security guard in the airport. So
first of all, here in America we have this thing called right to privacy. We have another right that prohibits illegal search and seizure. We have a list. We have literally a laundry list of rights that the TSA is currently violating. That's why Americans are all pissed off about it. We're not pissed off about it because it's a fucking inconvenience. We're pissed off about it because it violates our fucking rights. Every turn, it violates our rights. And it's not just one or two. And it's not just one or two rights. It's not just one or two rights. It's a whole laundry list of rights that the TSA is violating. They don't have a right to frisk us up. That's totally against the
little man, aren't you, Commando? You're so weak. You have to shut me down. That's how.
Damn. Paybacks are right. But anyway,
what a child.
But no, that's the reason Americans get pissed off, is because it violates our fundamental rights given to us by our founders. That's why we get mad. We're not mad because it's an inconvenience. We're not mad because we're delayed an hour or a half hour or 45 minutes or whatever it is. We're mad because it violates our fundamental rights. We have a fundamental right to be secure in our person. We have a fundamental right to privacy. We have a fundamental right to not be held accountable to illegal search and seizure. Those are fundamental rights.
So terrorists have that fundamental right as well.
Notice the commander doesn't shut Bob down.
People! Except for the fact that we don't have a fundamental right to fly. See, that's where we get it wrong as Americans. Yes, we have the right to all those things, but in that it did not say that we have a right to fly, that we have a right to drive, that we have a right in all situations for those cases. So while you're right in your own persons, in your own home, you do have those rights. When you are flying and it is something that is interstate and intrastate, those are wiped away if you want to get on that plane. If you choose not to, great, you still keep your right.
Well, you know,
I agree.
But eventually we're going to be stuck in our house and we're not going to be able to drive for some
that
reason.
That was exactly the point I was heading for. Wait a minute. Did when Ben Franklin got on his horse and buggy and he went a 2-day ride up to Pennsylvania to serve in Congress, and then a 2-day ride back to work in a printing press, Did he have to have a driver's license? Did he have to have a passport? Did he have to have all these fines and all this? No, he didn't. The more crap that they pile on top of us, the more stifles our freedom. And yes, by the way, we do have a freedom.
Where do you go? How does the government stop you from doing what you want to do?
By regulating every damn thing.
What do you do? What have they regulated? How have they stopped you?
Regulated by the government.
How have they stopped you? Give me an example. Give me an example.
I just gave you an example. Ben Franklin didn't have a fucking driver's license when he got in a horse and buggy and went to Pennsylvania. He didn't have to have his papers when he went to Pennsylvania.
No, how does it stop you? How does it stop you?
No, it doesn't affect you at all. You haven't even got a car.
That's a bit different these days to going here. Here's a Ferrari. We just hope that you're going to drive it okay, like Ben Franklin did, the horse.
You've got to understand. You've got to understand that these things have been brought in for your safety and other people's safety. I mean, yes, it may infringe slightly, unfortunately, on your, I hate to say freedom, but it infringes slightly on your, inconvenience. But I mean, these things are being brought in because we're in an unsafe world. These things are dangerous. There's terrorists. There's people who are going to take advantage of rules and regulations. So there's got to be some sort of protections in place to stop that from happening. I mean, I'm dumbfounded that you guys didn't have X-rays at airports until recently. I think that's incredible.
If the American people give up their freedom for a sense of security, they deserve neither. That's what Ben Franklin said. Go read it. That's what he said.
Well, I don't think Ben Franklin had a crystal ball, though.
And he's right.
It holds better for, like, the Patriot Act. Things that should be probably their phone calls.
When he went to Pennsylvania.
But I'm sure you wouldn't have this problem, Von, because you've probably got a private jet, haven't you? These days to go in here, here's a Ferrari. We just hope that you're going to drive it okay, like Ben Franklin did, the horse.
Well, more importantly,
who's got the feed running?
One seems to think it's perfectly acceptable.
David, you got the hangout running in the background, bro. Okie doke. Thanks, Chris.
But more importantly, Von seems to think it's perfectly acceptable for people to drive around drunk, clearly.
Who said anything about driving drunk?
So you can't. So we can stop. So we can make that rule that you can't drive drunk. But every other rule on the road
because if you're driving drunk, you put other people's lives at risk. That's a whole different thing.
If you drive without insurance, you put other people's lives at risk.
Without a license, you put other people's lives at risk.
Didn't have to have a fucking driver's license.
Without a driver's license in today's world, Von, you're putting
other people at risk. The government can't monitor you.
So if you can't drive, so people who can't drive...
A car's a lethal weapon.
Yeah, so people who can't drive should be allowed on the road. Is that what you're saying, Von?
A car is a lethal weapon. Okay.
Yeah, it kills more people than anything else on the planet.
Fine, we'll outlaw cars then.
We don't need to. We don't need to do that.
If a machine gun is a lethal weapon and we can outlaw machine guns, so then you're saying a car's a lethal weapon and we should outlaw cars as well. So
No,
we put a license on it.
We're not saying that. We're saying you should be monitored.
You said specifically that a car was a lethal weapon.
Yes.
And the government has the right to regulate them. Right. Take it away from your happy ass.
Yes.
Von,
you work in an airport?
2 secs, Von, right? So you have to have what? A license to own a gun, don't you? You have to have a lot.
There is nowhere in the Second Amendment that says I have to have a license to own a firearm. Nowhere. Show it to me. Show me in the Constitution anywhere where I have to have a license. For that matter, show me in the Constitution where I have to have a license for any damn thing.
Do you have a gun license?
Licensing is regulation.
Do you have a gun license? Yeah, do you have a gun license?
I have several.
No, 2 secs, but...
I have several, but I don't have them because they're constitutionally sound. I have them because the government will throw my ass in jail if I don't.
Right. So you have
what is that? Well, now wait a minute. What is that? That's control, is it not? Is it not control?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is control.
No, it's not.
The government says I have to have this license or they're going to throw my ass in jail. That is control, man.
No, it's not. It's making sure crazy people don't get hold of guns. And quite frankly, the fact you've got guns scares me immensely.
He doesn't.
Good. I hope you are frightened. I hope you are frightened.
I'm glad I don't
Because I will defend this country with my very life.
Von, you don't have them guns at the moment, though. You got them taken away from you.
No, I don't. I have my guns back. I just need to get me a. I need to get
you have
me
them back.
I have never listened. Okay, stop listening to fucking assholes on YouTube.
You ain't got your guns, Vaughn. You ain't got them. They got taken away.
I'll wait until you're fucking done.
Well, this is when you're ranting, Vaughn.
Are you done yet?
Give us a glimpse of 44 Magnum.
Done yet?
I'd like to say something, please. I'd like to point out that the reason why we have licenses for guns, for cars, for even in our country we have them for television sets, because we have
Whoa! Stop! You have that for a fucking.
No, you're not allowed to.
There's something that people don't understand.
I'm with Von there.
There's a
fact. Can I explain? I mean, if he stops shouting, I might be able to explain. The reason we have a license is because we have a public television service. A massive public television service that provides radio, TV, all sorts of educational tools, everything. So we are asked to pay on well, not asked, we're told we have to contribute approximately £100 a year to this, and we have to have a license so that they know that we've paid our fee. Okay. Let's go back to the car problem. You're suggesting that anybody and everybody should be able to drive freely on the road as and when they please. So people who are blind, people that can't drive, people who are drunk, people who are stoned, all of those people should be allowed to drive whenever they feel like it on the road. Is that right? I just want to I want to get it right.
Can I please explain something that happened in our history that people are not really paying attention to right now? When we were under the control of the British Empire, we had to have a license for every damn thing under the sun. If you wanted to make someone's shoes, if you wanted to sew a coat, if you wanted to do anything, you had to have a license. That is one of the ways where Great Britain was controlling us and trying to get money to pay some kind of war debt, which rightfully they really had the right to get money somehow for the war debt that they during the French Indian American War, which we helped rake up. But there's so much political stuff going on. It just was a big old mess, and it ended up being to where the common person was just getting fucked.
Have you finished?
It doesn't mean that licenses are bad
yeah, we're talking about licenses, not about
itself.
Well, this is why Americans have an aversion to such things.
Yeah.
Because we want our freedom. It's our birthright.
Okay, so you want to be free to drive drunk. You want to be free to drive without insurance.
Nobody's saying that.
That's what Von is suggesting. That's how it should be.
I don't.
He wasn't saying that.
I've never suggested that. That's a goddamn lie.
You need a license.
You're putting words in my mouth, Anna. I never said.
Why do we need a license? And I've just given you the reasons.
Driving drunk isn't a license. Driving drunk gets thrown in jail.
If you drive drunk, you lose your license, which means you're not allowed back on the road.
No.
And I actually work in an airport. And the security in airports, it's all theater. It's just nonsense. If a terrorist wants to do something, all they got to do is go up to where everyone's waiting to go through the check-in and do it there. Nobody checks you when you're in line.
You might see them blow a plane up from the check-in.
All the security does is protect the plane. It's not protecting the people.
That's not exactly. That's always been my point.
That is exactly.
What are you talking about?
I work at the airport every day.
Yeah, but that's
if a terrorist really wanted to do something,
we're talking about people flying up planes.
To let someone talk about something that they know about.
Well, you don't make sandwiches, David. You don't actually have anything to do with security. You make sandwiches.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, what are you talking about? I mean, I got even checked for explosive residue when I was boarding a plane domestically in America.
After you go through the checkpoint. There's a checkpoint you go through before you have to take off your shoes and stuff.
No, there's not.
Yes,
no, there's not. No, there's not.
Okay. If you're talking about a woman that sits there and puts a stamp on your passport, I think that's not a checkpoint.
You go through the checkpoint. The security people are at a podium. You line up to the checkpoint. Show them your boarding pass. You go in. You have to take off your shoes and stuff. Put them in the gray carts, and then you go through all the machines. When people are lined up outside security, trying to go through security, that's when the terrorists can do what they do.
We're not talking about terrorists walking into airports and shooting people. We're talking about terrorists blowing up planes.
Who's to say they could? You could walk in with the freaking bomb in the middle of an airport.
Okay, one more time. It's about terrorists blowing up planes, not about people walking into airports.
A damn inanimate object. A terrorist doesn't give a damn about an inanimate object.
No. So what you're saying is,
holy shit! I gotta get this out. A terrorist goal is to create fear. Inanimate objects don't have fear, dumbass.
Just like the Boston
plane doesn't know fear. A plane does not know fear. Terrorists.
Bomb rage. Bomb rage.
So no. So what you're saying is because a terrorist hasn't blown up a checkpoint means that it's irrelevant. You shouldn't be doing that checkpoint. It's redundant. Don't do that checkpoint anymore. Maybe the checkpoint is stopping terrorists.
No,
I mean, there was one a year ago. There was one a year ago that went through there with a gun and shot heaps of people with CSA.
Nothing is going to stop a dedicated terrorist. Nothing will stop a dedicated terrorist. Nothing.
Nothing will stop a dedicated terrorist.
Nothing will stop a dedicated terrorist. No, it won't.
Except everything else that's worked.
No.
What about the guy with the explosive in his shoes? That was stopped.
Yeah.
The guy had explosive in his shoes. He was stopped. By the security.
They just happened to get lucky.
They also
got lucky. There was checks and balances in place. They checked his shoes.
There was no checks and balances for shoes.
He had chemicals in his shoes.
There was nobody checking anybody's shoes when the shoe bomber was around.
Don't they also have dogs that can sniff out explosives?
What about the Boston?
That's true, but how often did we have dogs in airports? Not very often.
How about the Boston
That's all the time when I was there anyway, but in Australia all the time when I'm
It depends on what flights. In international flights, they do have dogs. As soon as you get into the area where your bags are, they're all over it. And they certainly have dogs in other countries. I mean, this is the thing with America, is it just because it doesn't happen in America.
No, the thing with America is that we've become like Europe. We coddle fucking criminals. We coddle enemies. We coddle terrorists. We capitulate to every goddamn theory and ideology out there except our fucking own. How about we start defending our own goddamn ideology and our own fucking culture?
They are.
Cultures.
That's what we're doing.
Stopping people from blowing up airports, and
that's exactly what we're trying to do, you idiot.
No, you're not. Capitulating to the fucking enemy. When we have to give up our freedom because of some fool in the Middle East, we lost our freedom. You don't understand? Can't you understand that?
I can't understand.
Can't you grasp that? When we're coddling to the fucking enemy, we're giving up our freedom.
Off he goes again.
Yes, I'd like to go again.
You're going to have a heart attack.
You have absolutely no concept of freedom whatsoever,
You're going to have a heart attack.
None. You have no concept of it.
Yeah, I'm free as a bird. I'm free as a bird.
You are not free.
Yes, I am. I do what the hell I like when I like. Thank you very much.
Okay, Annabelle, answer me this. Honestly, answer me this. Is there anything that the government can't do to you? Anything at all? Name it. Name one thing that the government cannot do to you at present. Name one thing. One.
I don't understand your ridiculous question.
They're even talking. Your own government is even talking about putting cameras in the fucking bathroom.
What?
you just said one thing. You just said one thing. I mean, the government.
Well, if they're willing to put cameras in the fucking bathrooms, I think that says a lot about whether you got freedom or not.
I am free to do what the hell I like. Thank you very much.
Well, name it.
Well, I go out. Right, for example, I'll give you my day today. In a minute, when I finally stop laughing at you, I'm going to go out and meet friends.
When you go out,
I'm going to drive to the shop and pick some stuff up. Then I'm going to come home, light a fire,
when
make
you go
some
out, what's waiting on you as soon as you walk out the door? The goddamn CC cameras.
So, I haven't done anything wrong.
All right, well, you're truly free. No, you're not.
Why do I care?
You got a camera watching you every 5 fucking seconds. You're not free.
Camera?
Can I just ask him something quickly?
Fucking government every goddamn second of the day. And you call yourself free. You're not free. You're a goddamn
Von, can I just ask you something? Right? Here in England, we are the most recorded place, right? On the planet.
You are.
Okay, but all these cameras have solved loads of crimes. People getting murdered, people being followed. But don't fucking wank assign me, you dick. Oh, Von.
This is a man that's got. No wonder you got short.
Is the violent crime rate extremely high?
Oh my gosh.
No,
it's not as high as over there. They need a few more cameras.
Far from as high as over there. That's why it's such a joke. Yes,
they need about 23 just surrounding Von's house.
No.
Listen. Cameras every
get your stuff from.
You're saying they're free. Oh my God.
There is a defense. There is a defense to the cameras. There's a big defense to the cameras. It's called a tin-foil hat. You need to make a hat. You put it around your head, and that'll protect you from the cameras.
Haven't you seen Von's collection in the background? Look, he's got about 20 of them, all different shapes and sizes and colours.
And what about the smart meters they forced on us? Now they can tell. That can tell everything that you do in your home, what appliances you use, how often.
People think into this shit too much.
That was forced upon us.
Flip's a conspiracy theory, so you don't.
What are you talking about? They come and they rip the old meters off, put the new ones on,
sure
and the new smart appliances. They can tell when you put things on, what appliances.
Yeah, and those fucking things. You're concerned that your electricity company knows what appliances you're using and tells you how much energy you're using. You're concerned about that, are you?
Yeah.
At some point, they're gonna be able to switch it off and say you're using too much of it.
I've got one of those meters. I've got one of those meters in my house, and it's brilliant because it stops me from leaving the heating on all the time and leaving lights on. It reminds me that I'm saving money because of it. I'm saving money.
People like this
can turn things on and off for you.
People like this need to just go and move into a cave.
This isn't a one-face palm. This isn't a one-face palm incident. This is a two-face palm incident.
Von, you're so paranoid, yet here you are on the internet.
It hasn't got anything to do with paranoia, damn it. It has to do with freedom. You don't have. You have lived in bondage so long, you don't even know what freedom is.
Say paranoia, did I? You're here on the internet with a webcam in your home. If you're that paranoid about it, why you got a webcam switched on?
Because at least at this point I control that camera. That's the difference.
So you think? Are you free? Von, are you free?
Oh my gosh.
Von, what's stopping you from living your life, Von? Why can't you live your life?
You're not understanding this.
I'm asking you a question. You could at least answer me.
Let me explain it by saying this.
I want to see one of them guns.
I could put a frog in a pot of water. And that frog will stay there, and I can slowly turn the heat up, very, very slowly. And that frog will still sit there, and that frog will literally boil to death if I'm real careful and turn up the heat real slow. Do you understand?
What are you going on about?
Is this one of your favourite pastimes?
You don't even fucking understand what I'm saying, do you?
This is what you do.
You don't even understand what the fuck I'm saying.
90% of what comes out of your mouth is bullshit.
It's bullshit, okay.
Our freedoms are taken away in very slow increments, and we barely notice it until it's too late.
I mean, you guys reckon that we're all so hard done by over here, yet we have a much safer society, and we're all a lot happier by the looks of it.
If you give up your liberty for security, you deserve neither.
Yeah, I'm quite happy to do that if I'm happy.
Oh, the totalitarian tiptoe, baby.
As long as you're not living at the end of my street, Von, I'm very happy.
Yes, as long as you're living over there and not over here, I'm very happy to.
Let's just be all put in pods, and we'll have a virtual life, and this way no one will get hurt. It'll be perfect.
I don't need the Punisher coming around and seeing me and my family.
You have? Are you a criminal? Wait a minute. Are you confessing that you're a criminal?
What?
Well, the only people that have to fear me are criminals. Are you a criminal?
Well, because you're a lunatic.
Yes, Vaughn, I'm an ex.
You are a criminal. Well, then you have a right to be afraid of me then.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The only people that have a right to be afraid of me are criminals. Are you?
The
normal everyday person ain't got nothing to fear from me.
Out of all your guns you got taken away from you, you still like to show them.
Well, first of all, that's a lie. They will never take it
Show
from
me
me.
one of your guns.
My guns
You
were
ain't
not
got
taken.
them. You ain't got them.
No, they're right next door over at my mom's.
Go
Until
check-
I get
oh,
away.
Mommy's got them. Mommy's got them.
Yeah, it's good to
locker.
whisper. It's good to whisper. in
It
case-
was never taken by the government. That's a lie. My guns were never taken by the government. That's a fucking lie. They're just
He's got his guns.
until I get me a security cabinet. That's all.
You know,
Mummy's
what
put a ban on your toys.
What I don't understand with Vaughn is why does it always become like extremely personal with this guy? I mean, every time.
Because he's a dick, that's why, Red. And because
not
everybody's
a
invited.
dick.
He's nasty as
He's
hangout.
full of shit and he brings it on himself.
Start yelling and screaming and talking shit, he's going to get it back.
Hold it. Rick, you don't understand why I get upset over this stuff, really?
I don't care what you get upset about.
Wait a minute. Let Rev answer. Let Rev answer, damn it. I'm asking him. Rev, you don't understand why I get so upset over this? Really?
Oh, I'm with you, man. I'm very close to the same views you have. So I'm with you.
Then what's the problem? Why do you? I don't understand your.
No. I'm saying I don't understand why they make this stuff personal about you every time.
Them making it okay.
I'll ask you, Red. Do you think it's he comes up with mature and eloquent arguments, or do you think he just comes on here raving and shouting and spitting? I mean, come on, let's be honest.
Well, he's passionate, and he's like Alex Jones. He gets on here, he screams at you.
So I'm passionate about the fact that I think he's a dick. Is that okay?
That's
he made the stealth bomber. He's done all sorts. So
Yeah, exactly.
what are we
He's
going
going to be the next president of the United States. Come on.
Yeah, but the difference is, though, guys, he's coming on here being passionate about his beliefs. You're calling
beliefs.
Yeah.
His beliefs.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. His beliefs. Oh, don't be so ridiculous, Rev. Him being completely paranoid. It's not a belief.
The guy's not entitled to his own fucking beliefs.
Opinions. You're entitled to your own opinions, but not your own facts.
Not with this lady in the room.
Oh, David, shut up. The way you behave, I'd like to see Rev stand up for the way you just behaved towards me, calling me a dirty, filthy bitch for half an hour.
That was rough, Dave. It really was.
You've got no right to sit there. You're a vile little cretin.
You are a condescending cunt. You are a condescending cunt.
And you're a condescending cunt as well. Right back at you, you little
Taking
shit.
on every fucking thing.
No, I've made myself very clear, and I'll try it again, you dumbass.
He was even talking over Jeff, for fuck's sake.
Oh, so who cares? Listen to me, David. You are a liar, David. That's what you are. You're a liar.
Y'all heard her say that. Y'all heard her say that. She said, "Who cares?" See, that's the problem, right?
Yeah, I don't care about you.
I'm interested. That's what you picked up on. I'm interested. That's what you picked up on when he said condescending cunt. And that's what you picked up.
When she said.
No. That's what you picked up on.
I don't care what Dave said.
You don't care. You don't care that. You don't care.
Condescending cunt, and then he has to go up to saying who cares. Right,
I'm not here to defend Dave, but when somebody says who cares, that's the problem.
No. Condescending cunt isn't the problem.
Doesn't necessarily have to be.
This is something you need to understand. This is what I'm.
Whether it's Annabelle or anybody else. When somebody makes the statement, "Who cares?" That speaks volumes as to their opinion.
I'm talking about your opinion. I don't care about your opinion.
So what do you think about what Dave said there, Vaughn?
Well, I mean, I've heard the British use the word cunt quite liberally, so I mean,
So you're being an apologist for him then?
Not necessarily.
Cunt means can't understand.
David, shut the fuck up. David, shut the fuck up.
No, you shut the fuck up.
You shut the fuck up. Don't you fucking dare call. Don't you fucking dare call a woman that, or I'll fucking smash your fucking face in.
Now wait a minute. Now wait a minute. The UK people are guilty of using the word cunt all the fucking time. So what are you talking about,
He's
man?
not from the UK, you moron. He's not from the UK.
He's American. He knows exactly what
understand normal
Look how dishonest these people are.
Can't
You're a fucking coward. You're a fucking coward, David.
Yeah.
Fucking
They're dishonest.
you say that face to face, mate. You say that face to face. Your head would be in the fucking
I'm here,
curb.
asshole.
It's
Your head
amazing.
would be in
Isn't
the
it, how
fucking
they
curb.
call themselves Christians. Look at how they
I don't
behave.
like somebody be hurt.
You're a disgusting individual, David.
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck what you think about me.
Fuck you. You're not a Christian.
Fuck off. I don't care.
Okay, there you go. There you go, Vaughn. There you go, Vaughn. He said he didn't care. What are you going to say to him now? He said he didn't care.
Well, you guys threw it in his face. He threw it right back. So what?
No, okay, there we go. There we go. Apologists for disgusting behaviour.
He won't have to throw it back.
Apologists for disgusting behaviour. Apologists for disgusting behaviour. Apologists for disgusting behaviour.
You know what I was told? You know what I was told when I was a boy? You know what I was told when I was a boy? Don't start.
You're an ugly prick. That's what you were told. You were told you're an ugly prick.
That's what I was told when I was a boy. But you damn sure
with a woman. Well, with a woman, so you can say that to a woman. The woman can't bash you.
Neither of these two little creeps would say it to my face. They wouldn't dare.
You're defending that fucking toe jam over in the corner. Fucking saying about a fucking woman. Fuck you, Vaughn. You're a cunt.
Would not speak like she speaks.
Hey, Vaughn, did you have a deal with your mum? Did you have a deal with your mum? She took your guns and she'd give you the money so you can come on the internet.
No.
Very sad, man.
You never call a woman.
Very sad. Get money off your mum for the internet, because that's the most important thing in life, isn't it?
No. No.
He hasn't got to look after his kids anymore.
The most important thing in life are my children.
Right. Well,
the most important. No, troll. The most important thing is my children.
Why? Well, then why? And seriousness now. Why ask to get the money to come online?
I didn't ask you.
With your skin.
I didn't. No. I had already turned in. No, you don't understand the story.
Okay, she offered it to
you. You've been listening to trolls instead of listening to me.
No, I've been listening
to what happened was, what happened is, if you'll let me get it out.
Okay,
what happened is that I went and I turned in all my boxes and everything, and I still had a few boxes yet to turn in.
Okay.
And somebody in the family, a friend of the family actually, compelled her to let me keep the internet on. I had nothing to do with it. I had already turned in half my boxes.
Someone in the family compelled her. Hilarious.
Yes. Yes. I already started turning in my stuff.
But when you're skin and you have no money, why would you put you living beyond your means?
No. It could very, see, this is a concept that you all cannot understand, but there's actually things that are higher than us, okay? And those things that are higher than us, the supernatural realm, the gods, if you will, perhaps maybe they felt that my voice was still needed in this world. Instead of stifling Von Helton's voice, maybe they felt that his voice needed to get out there more because people needed a wake-up call in their fucking skull.
But you said it was the generosity on one of Nadia's hangouts that your mum gave you the money for the internet.
Yeah, because she didn't have to do that, did she?
Yeah, but
Hang
on, Annabelle. But if you're really skint, then you would have gone, well, yeah, I'll take that money, but I'll do it with other things. In the internet.
Like I said, I was already in the process of turning everything off. So you can't lay it on me at all. I was already in the process of turning everything off. I'd already went to the office. I'd already turned in some of my boxes. I already told him to turn the shit off. It was a friend of the family that compelled my mother to turn it back on. Okay, not me. I had nothing to do with it.
A friend of the family told your mum into.
I had nothing to do with it. You can't lay it at my feet. I had nothing.
Can I ask a question? Bob, have you ever been to the UK?
I'm not at liberty to say whether I've been overseas. Maybe I have, maybe I haven't.
Okay, I just wanted to.
Maybe I have, maybe I have not. But what's the point? What's the relevance? What does it have to do with
I just heard you earlier mentioning about who's got the echo? Mentioning about cameras in the UK. Just for your information, there aren't cameras everywhere. There are.
No, you're right. There are lowlands. There
can
isn't.
I finish?
Right.
Can I finish?
All right, go ahead.
There are cameras in the city centres, and those cameras have saved hundreds of thousands of pounds for taxpayers, where motor accidents have been resolved for insurance companies, murders have been solved, assaults, etc., etc. I don't have any cameras near me. There are some traffic cameras in the city centre that monitor traffic, so that the traffic lights can be changed according to how bad the traffic may be to keep things running smoothly. There are some cameras mounted on traffic lights to catch people who jump red lights. But there are no cameras near me.
I will concede the fact that in the lowlands and in smaller hamlets and
lowlands? No, not small hamlets. What idea have you got of the UK? You think we have hamlets? This is the 21st century. We have towns, cities, villages, and the propensity of cameras is virtually nil where I live.
Virtually nil where you live. Okay.
Where I live, yeah.
All right.
And also, this idea that we're going to have cameras in our bathrooms is utter nonsense. I think you're reading the wrong sort of newspapers or internet sites.
Okay.
It's not going to happen.
Yeah, just like when the lead barrister over there in the UK said Sharia law would be UK-wide. I made it up.
For a start.
I made it up.
For a start.
No, wait a minute. No, wait a minute.
Your mistake
Did
there
I
is
make
Sharia
that up?
law.
No, wait a minute. No. Did I make it up? Yes or no? Did I make it up? Did I pull it out of my ass? Yes or no?
You're asking questions, let people answer. That's the polite manner of thing to do. The word Sharia law is a bit silly because Sharia means law. So it's just Sharia. Not Sharia law, just Sharia. Otherwise you're saying law, which is a bit daft. There's no such thing as Sharia in the UK. There won't be any such thing as Sharia in the UK. And whoever you think this lead barrister is talking out of their backside. Again, you've probably read the wrong sort of newspapers. Or wrong sort of internet site. There is no such thing as Sharia.
Yeah, so the BBC's lying. Okay, well, I'm glad we cleared that up.
You said it was the lead barrister. Who was that?
Oh, he doesn't know names.
I don't remember the guy's name. I don't remember the guy's name.
For a start, it wouldn't be a lead barrister.
No, wait a minute. No, wait. What you're saying, by saying what you're saying that the BBC is lying. Okay, I'm glad we cleared that up. That's fine.
No, I'm not saying the BBC is lying. I live in this country. You fucking don't. That's the difference. I wouldn't presume to tell you what goes on in your shack, so don't tell me what goes on where I live.
Well, then good. Then the BBC lied to me. So what? What's the problem?
Well, they take out.
I'd like you to provide. No, hang on a sec, Mark. I'd like you to provide the link that the BBC says that the lead barrister in the UK has told everybody that Sharia law is now part of the English law.
I didn't say now. I said going to be.
No. Okay. All right. Then provide me with that link then.
Cricket.
No, he's doing it. Let's see what he comes up with. This should be funny.
Funny how he never can remember names.
I know. Were you listening to yesterday's name problem?
I only listen to bits because I walk away a lot dumber than when I first come on.
He claimed that the architect behind the World Trade Center had specifically said that it would withstand a jetliner going into it. He couldn't remember the name of this architect, even though he claims to have studied the 9/11 subject for years. And when I found the name of the architect, there was no such claim made by him in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
And that's a total and complete lie because I read to you from the link. I read to you directly from the link. I read to you directly from the link where the man said it was.
You read to me from a Truther website that some engineers had an opinion on it. You did not give me the name of the person who built the World Trade Center or designed it.
Well, are you saying that the buildings were not taken into consideration that a plane could fly into it when designed?
No, hang on a sec, Flip. I mean, can I just make myself very clear here? It was a claim made by Von yesterday that the architect behind the World Trade Center had made a statement after 9/11 to say that the building was built specifically to withstand an jet airline going into it. He has never made such a claim ever.
Okay.
What?
But I'm sure it was designed with that purpose in mind.
Well, it may have been. However, it clearly didn't work.
That tall. I understand your point.
But what I'm saying is that was the claim made by him. He didn't know this guy's name, yet he made this claim, and the claim doesn't exist. And what he came up with was a truth of website.
The claim does exist. I read it from the very man himself. What are you lying for, Annabelle?
What's it called?
I read you the damn thing.
What's it called? If you read it, what's it called?
Why don't you screen share, Von, and take us to this link and we can go through it?
Oh, for fuck's sake. I didn't bookmark the goddamn thing. That was, what, 2 days ago?
You've got
was his name Santiago Calatrava?
No.
What?
Well, that major memory, that major Black Op memory and stuff you have, I thought you would have been able to think what, you know...
Vaughn has no idea who the architect was behind the World Trade Center.
Manure Yamasaki is his name.
That's him, yeah.
Alright, well let me see, let me find out.
I've already done it, Flip, don't waste your time.
I notice Von always gets raged when he's being proven wrong.
Well, he doesn't know half. Clearly, he claims that he knows all about the World Trade Center situation, and really doesn't know anything. To be honest with you,
he does know the Punisher, though.
What's this Punisher thing, Bob?
Well, he know the comic book thing of the Punisher, and he goes out and he's like a vigilante that goes out and kills people and punishes them who are like he said, if you're a criminal, you got to worry about me. That was based on him. The whole comic book thing was based on Von, the Punisher. It's basically like Iron Man. That would be like me saying that was based on me. I was Iron Man. You've only got to Google Punisher.
Well, alright, I'm just off the bat, Connecticut TV, CTVN News, September 11, 2001. Built in 1973, Twin Tower, were engineered to withstand the force of a 747 slamming into them.
Sorry, is that, sorry, go back, Flip, was that...
The author of the book of the buildings tells Bloomberg.
Yeah, was that the architect behind
Well,
building?
let me go further, let me see. Let me see.
Putting a side link there, Annabelle. The Punisher's a film as well, by the way. It's all based on Von.
Okay, thank you. And I have seen quite a lot of the stuff, which is why, I mean, when Reg says, "Oh, why don't you respect him?" It's like, why would I?
Well, I don't get how he's not like got loads of money being in all these services and all these jobs and designed the what's it called plane, but they stole his idea, didn't they? The stealth bomber, and when he would have been about 12 years old or something. It's just, how can you take someone serious that's going to chat that crap? You know. I don't hate the guy. I don't even know him. But when someone's gonna, you know, chat so much shit, then you're gonna get called on it. That's all there is.
Christian?
And he shouldn't take it so personally of why people would question him on stuff like that.
Oh, because he's paranoia. He's got paranoia. Christian, are you reading the chat?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Can you see what he said?
Yeah, I know. I know. I've taken a screenshot of it. Don't worry. I've taken a screenshot and I will be posting it shortly.
I'm expected to be docile and soft-spoken. And he wonders why he's single.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, I'm pretty angry right now.
No, I don't. Honestly, he doesn't bother me in the slightest. I feel sorry for him.
David obviously has said before in Hangouts that his life or his character, as it is
now,
I
know all about
has been affected by his mother.
Yeah, but let's not forget, Mark, that he also knows about my background too, so that I don't make excuses for my behaviour. I don't blame my mother and father on my behaviour.
Women at all. No.
But I don't have an issue with men because I had a domineering father.
Yeah,
No, I don't. I get on brilliantly with men, don't I, Mark?
Yep. The thing is, David, is that what happens is we do something that's called growing up.
I mean, it's almost as bad as Tommy, really. It's almost as bad as Tommy saying, what were you wearing when you got raped? I mean, it's almost as bad.
That's stupid.
Yeah.
That's nowhere near what I was saying.
No, you're just
No,
ignorant
I posted a link. I can't find the actual BBC.
I appreciate women who are ladylike.
I can't find the actual.
I appreciate women. I appreciate women as fellow human beings.
I can't find the actual.
Yeah, this is not this. All this is a blog by some bloke.
I can't find the actual BBC.
No, because it doesn't exist. That's why.
No, because it's been removed from the fucking internet, doofus. That's why.
No, it hasn't. I looked it up myself, Ron. There's no such thing. It was in some city newspaper.
Anyway,
this is what makes me laugh.
This
9 years old.
Contrary to what you said, it says that Islamic Sharia law is gaining an increasing foothold in parts of Britain. A report claims.
Which is bullshit.
You just got through saying that it ain't when this person says it is.
Ron, it's a blog 9 years ago by a bloke called Abdul Kahim. What do you expect?
Well, it's just hilarious that he even thinks he can bring a blog into the equation when he claimed it was the BBC.
References BBC Radio 4.
Reference what it wants. You reference a lot of stuff. It's just hilarious.
Are you back on the cameras again?
Opinion. A 9-year-old one. If it was going to happen, it would have happened 9 years in the last 9 years, wouldn't it? It's someone's opinion, an Islamist's opinion.
Now wait a minute. They've got a link to the BBC or to the Telegraph rather down there. So let's see.
Yeah, a newspaper article.
Yeah, so that's your media, isn't it?
It doesn't mean it's true, you moron.
Okay, so the media is lying. Okay. All right. Well, that's what I said before, an hour ago, was that the BBC was lying, and you said no.
No. So when he's wrong, he's right.
The BBC was lying.
Well, who's lying? Somebody's got to be lying because one person says
it's an opinion,
and the other person says it ain't.
There was lots of opinions suggesting that Sharia may affect the UK, but it hasn't. It doesn't, and it won't.
Yeah. So you don't have a Muslim problem in the UK.
No.
You don't have a Muslim problem in the UK.
No.
No. Okay.
No.
So when we see on the media all the UK,
Fox News doesn't count as a news source.
Marching in the street with signs saying Sharia law will be the law of this land. That's all.
Freedom of speech.
Okay, I'll tell you. Bon,
Hang on a second, Mark, let me just answer this. Let me answer this. You say that we have no freedom in the UK, yet what we do have is freedom of speech the freedom to march and to protest. That's what you're seeing. It is not a group, it's a small group of people that are just giving their opinion. So they're free to do that.
A small group of people, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
2% of our population are Muslims. About 0.3% are fundamentalists.
Somebody take a look at Palm's screen share there. Take a look at Palm's screen share.
Ron, we had 1 million more people that marched against the Iraq War. Didn't stop it. People are allowed to march for their and have free speech.
You tell us we don't have any freedom, but clearly you were wrong about that too.
Muslims marched. We've had marches from the EDL. We've had marches from Nazis. We've had marches from the British nationalists. We've had marches from people who want to keep Britain white. We've had all sorts of marches. Doesn't mean they're taking over the country. They have the freedom to have their opinion and peacefully protest. That's all that you saw was a relatively small amount of Muslims marching in one town called Luton, which is not even a major city, marching about Sharia and what they want. But they're not taking over the country in any way, shape or form. And they won't.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad you think so.
Well, I live here. I live it day in, day out. So I can tell you that's the truth.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. I have a question, a serious question. Can these Muslims vote?
Of course they can.
They can.
Yeah, they're British. Not a lot of them are British citizens.
I'm not going to say any more about it. I'm just asking if can they vote. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and there aren't any Muslim parties to vote for before you suggest.
I never suggested anything. I just asked if they can vote. That's all I said.
Of course they can vote.
All right, thank you.
The British citizens, the same as the Muslims in your country, can vote.
Oh, all right.
Because they're American citizens. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean exactly? Well,
yeah, just for something for you to do in your spare time. Google the history of the country called Lebanon. Google it. You know, do some research on Lebanon.
Yeah, I know about Lebanon.
No, apparently you don't. Find out, do some research on that country, Lebanon, how it was formed, where it came from, who the original occupants of the country were, etc., etc. Just do some research on the country Lebanon.
Well, the little tiny place, you mean? You're going to now suggest that the UK is as small as Lebanon, and we're going to get taken over?
The size of the country hasn't got jack shit to do with it. It's about how it was taken over. That is the key.
Right.
That's how it was taken over.
I don't get this idea that you've got this down on the UK and think it's going to be taken over anytime soon. It's about as likely to be taken over by Muslims as America is. The population of Muslims in the UK is 4%.
And they're having how many kids per family?
Well, that's irrelevant because there's only a finite amount of space for them to live in.
Now, wait a minute. How is that irrelevant? If they're having 5 to 7 children, and you've got
to have somewhere to put them,
and the average UK family is only having 1 or 2, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure
well, we
it
have
out.
we have Scottish people living here. We have people from America, Australia. We have people from all over the world living here, and they're all having children.
And that's wonderful. But the
yes, you can have as many children as you like. If you haven't got a big enough house to put them in.
But the average Western family is only 1 or 2 children.
Again, you're reading from silly sources or watching too much Fox News. Or say news.
Actually, Fox News is becoming more and more fucking liberal every day. It's rather depressing.
No, what it's becoming is it's realising it's got no respect in the industry, so it's starting to have to tell the truth.
What it's realising is that it's a fucking media channel, just like all the other fucking media channels.
This idea that the Muslims are going to take over the world is just scaremongering nonsense. They're not going to take over the UK, certainly not in my lifetime, probably not in my son's lifetime, and probably not in my grandson's lifetime, if I get one.
But you maintain that they have a right to vote, right?
Yes.
They're British citizens. They're born here.
Why shouldn't they be able to vote?
Are you saying they shouldn't have the right to vote in this country because they're a different religion?
If an ideology that is contrary to your ideology has a right to vote, how long do you think your ideology is going to last?
Are you suggesting we shouldn't give people with different ideologies the right to vote?
Not if
that's all Christians out. That's all. Considering how many non-believers that we have in the UK, that means that Christians should be out too, so should Jewish people.
Get rid of them then. What's stopping you?
What? Because we're a decent society that don't have the mindset that you have.
You can't understand that a culture that is diametrically opposed to you might use your own democratic beliefs against you. You can't concept that?
Yes.
I'd like to see how, when there's only 2% of the population, and most of them are not Muslim fundamentalists.
Muslim fundamentalists. You guys.
This is what happens when you live in a hut.
Here's what I need to do. Here's what I need to do, guys. Here's what I need to do. Okay, I need to send you. my Muslim paraphernalia here so that you can read
Pretty sure Mark's already got that.
I know what the Quran says. I've read most of it. It doesn't mean that my country is going to be taken over anytime soon.
Right.
Mark, he's read the Quran 5 times, so you can't say anything out of it without looking into it.
Well, here's the thing. Okay, the Quran says that it is the goal of every Muslim, not just radical Muslims, but every Muslim.
Have you read it in Arabic or in English?
To conquer the world by the sword.
Have you read it in English or Arabic?
I've read it in English.
You're not supposed to. It's only supposed to be read in Arabic.
Hold it. Stop.
5 times.
Stop. I've also had an actual Arabic speaker translate their version to make sure they correlated, and they did. So your point is...
Oh, he's such a liar.
No, I have an ex-Muslim.
You can't afford the internet when you can afford a translator.
No, I have a friend who is an ex-Muslim and is fluent in Arabic because he lives in the Middle East. He's a Middle Eastern Christian now. He's an ex-Muslim. He translated it directly from Arabic because I asked him, is there a difference between the English and the Arabic? And he said no.
Tell me what parts of the Quran advocate violence. Give me the verses.
Holy shit, 3/4 of the damn book advocates violence.
I asked you for the verses. You said you've read it 5 times. I know the verses. What are they?
What do you mean? What I'm supposed to sit here and give you the whole fucking Quran in an 8-hour Google Hangout? Are you serious?
I just said to you, give me 2 or 3 verses where this violence is advocated. What verses are they?
Chop off their hands and their feet.
What verses? You've read it 5 times. Give me the names.
I don't have it. I'm not the amazing Kreskin. I ain't got to fucking memorize.
But you've read it 5 times.
5 times. You can't memorize anything.
I know. I don't memorize things like that.
He doesn't remember anything.
Or what about Quran 2216? What does that say?
I don't know. You tell me. You're supposed to be a fucking expert. You tell me. You're a fucking expert on the... No, motherfucker. You're claiming to be an expert on the Quran, so tell me what it says.
I'm just about to. Just about to, if you let me finish. We'll start.
How many times did
Stop beating around the fucking bush and just tell it.
It's something... I'm not beating around the bush. I'm just trying to tell you, and you're screaming, you fucking...
Well, tell it.
Yes, it's along the lines of fighting is prescribed for you, and yet you dislike it. But is it possible that you dislike a thing which is good for you and love something which is bad for you? But Allah knows, and you do not. I haven't finished. You asked me to read to remember.
Go ahead, read it.
There's also 356 that mentions about rejecting faith, and I will punish you with terrible agony in this world and the one after. And you won't have anyone to help you. There's another verse that says, let those that fight in the way of Allah sell this life of this world, I think, something like that, or the other, who fight in the way of Allah.
You don't even know the fucking surahs either, so there we go.
I'm pretty much word perfect on them.
Yeah, you did pretty well there, man. You've read it 5 times. My daughter's 15 and she's read massive books and she can remember it all.
Take neither the Jew nor the Christian or pagan as a friend. That's a real good one. Chop off their hands and their feet. Strike the infidel about the neck.
What verse is that?
You just told me that you didn't give a surah, so I'm not going to give one either.
I said the first one was Quran 2216. The other one is 356.
2216. Now you're saying it. You didn't before.
I said it. Yes, you did. I did say it. The other one's 356.
Right. Okay.
And you can't after reading it 5 times. Bullshit. You ain't read shit. You ain't read shit.
See, here's where a study comes in. Because if you had actually studied the Quran, you would know that those peaceful books, quote unquote, of the Quran were before Muhammad went into the cave and are therefore not applicable to most Muslims.
The ones I read out were the violent ones. The ones I read out were the violent verses, you utter fool. You weren't even listening to what I said. They were the violent verses.
It's too raised.
You just said I said they were peaceful ones. They weren't. I said, read out the ones where they
were talking about Muslims.
They weren't even listening. Turn your hearing aid up.
They were not talking about infidels. They were talking
What about the ones from the Hadith?
They were talking about Muslims, not infidels. Read the passages about infidels.
The ones I read out were the ones that advocate violence, so they're the ones I asked you about, and you didn't know. And then you said, oh, they're the peaceful ones. You weren't even listening.
All right, well, let me find something here. Okay, let me find something.
Because
since you want to make the hangout into a fucking study of the Quran, we'll study the fucking Quran. Because 95% of the Quran is violence towards non-Muslims.
I wasn't disagreeing with you. Where did I disagree with you?
Then what's the problem?
I was asking you to give us the benefit of your vast knowledge of the Quran, and you can't. Then we were going to go on to the verses that advocate peace.
Well, like I said,
you obviously know those as well, and you can quote them.
The peaceful verses, though, like I said, the peaceful verses were before Muhammad went in the cave, and they absolutely do not apply. Then this comes straight from the Muslims.
No, most Muslims are peaceful. They don't want to believe what the Quran plainly says.
No, the reason Muslims are peaceful are because they're in a land of peace. The Quran breaks the world into 2 pieces: a land of peace and a land of war. Guess where you live, motherfucker?
England.
Oh, dear.
5 times of reading it though, Von, come on, you would remember a lot of it. If
I
not
remember
most
it,
of it.
but I don't remember chapter.
No, listen,
Well, you don't remember it. You
I
don't
don't
remember it.
Wait a minute, hold it, God damn it, you guys
I
are
doubt you could read what was on your last Christmas card, let alone the fucking Quran.
I can't even get a goddamn word in edgewise.
Because you're talking shit.
Listen, I grew up,
Christmas cards.
dumbass. I grew up as a Christian. I grew up as a Christian, but I can't quote the Bible either.
Screw you, guy. You say shit.
Honestly, Von, if you ever consider having anger management classes, you really do need some help.
I'm not anger management classes. It's beating up criminals, and
You're a racist, Bon. That's what you are.
I'm not racist. I beat up on criminals of every color. I don't give a fuck what their color is.
You haven't beat. You haven't.
Von, you need to beat yourself up then by talking to underage people, getting them to come to yours, because aliens are going to take the world and come to our place.
I'm just so evil. I'm just so fucking evil, ain't I, you
Von,
communists?
you couldn't slap your own face in a mirror. Don't go telling us you could beat out criminals.
Von, you're
Goddamn communist.
Von's going to now mute me because I brought up that he's the criminal and he should be beating up himself.
I'm not a criminal. What
Yes,
kind
you are.
of?
Yes, you are. What about when the aliens were going to...
What crime did I commit? No, what crime did I commit?
The aliens are going to come.
What crime did I commit?
What crimes did you commit?
What crime did I commit? Yeah, it's a simple question. What crime did I commit?
Do you really want me to go into this?
Name one.
Name one?
Name one crime that I've committed. Name one.
Lying to a child saying the world's going to end with aliens, come to mine and live with me in the woods.
How's that a crime? She had the right to say no, didn't she?
She was 13
wait a minute.
What? You told a kid that the world was going to end?
No, wait a minute.
13 years old,
okay,
you
so what you're saying is that she had no rights, right?
Hang on. Backtrack. What did you tell a child?
He's claiming that I manipulated my wife to come up here, which is total bullshit. But he's
no, a 13.
See, this asshole here is actually one of my trolls, most likely. Since
I'm
he
not.
can quote his troll videos, he must be one of my fucking trolls, right?
Oh, do you want
this about aliens?
All you can do is quote my fucking troll hater videos. So you
what's this about aliens and the world ending? What's
the aliens and the world ending have no correlation between the two. I don't know where he got that shit from. He pulled that out of his ass.
You did a video with your ex-missus, and you're both talking about the aliens coming and this was definitely going to happen. And then there's the video with you messaging someone, a 13-year-old, saying bring your tins and everything because I've got all what we need and everything. I wasn't talking about your ex-missus. I was talking about a minor.
No, okay. First of all, the teenage girl ended up being a 35-year-old man with a beard. Number one, which by the way is a felony, I might add. But anyway,
but you didn't know she was 35.
What he's talking about?
9/11 engineer.
No,
the structural engineer you mentioned. I've got his name.
What he's talking about is
the Japanese guy.
No! What he's talking about is the Kelly video, which has been proven to be fucking false to begin with. Okay, he's talking bullshit out of his fucking ass.
Can we stop this?
From shit that's already been done away with years ago. Years ago. It was done away with years ago. He's too fucking stupid to understand that it was done away with years ago.
Right.
He's bringing up bullshit.
Right, back to the bit about the engineer, about the planes. Someone has pointed out to me in a message, the structural engineer who said that these Twin Towers were built to withstand a Boeing 747 was Leslie E. Robertson.
He wasn't the engineer behind the building of the 9/11. It was a Japanese guy, Mark.
Oh, right. Someone sent me a message saying the structural engineer that mentioned it was Leslie E.
Yeah,
Robertson.
I mean, that wasn't the argument. The argument was that the actual architect and engineer World Trade Center towers, that they were built to withstand a jetliner, and that's not true.
Yeah, well,
this is the only link I could find.
Leslie E. Robertson was one of the structural engineers that was responsible for the design of the building's sway reduction features.
Oh.
When it was built.
It would take too much research to try to get his actual quote.
Multiple aircraft hits.
When you get a chance, look in the sidebar. I just put a link of him actually saying shit himself from a court paper. So I'm not that much of a troll. You actually say the video says it all.
Those were allegations, and the allegations were proven in court to be fallacious. What's
the allegations of professionals from around your house?
The allegations were proven to be fallacious, so what's the problem?
What, so professional people like social services would lie?
I won my court case, dipshit!
So they were lying. Did they lose their jobs? How come you ain't got a couple of $100,000?
You're not getting this, are you?
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. You're not. You're too fucking dense to understand.
Why did you not then sue them if they had lied?
Sue them how? How am I going to sue them? I don't have an attorney.
For them.
Well, I did there for a while.
That they said that they were lying.
You're not getting this, okay? The prosecution put forth accusations. Okay, that's all they were accusations. They were proven in a court of law to be lies, false. They were proven to be false. I won my court case. If I had not have won my court case, we wouldn't be having this conversation because I'd be in fucking jail right now. Do you understand? They were proven false.
All right. Where are the kids now?
The kids are with me.
Well, I can't hear them all coming through and asking for a drink.
Well, no, because they're over at Mama's playing. They're over at Mama's playing. So what?
All right, cool.
The kids don't have a right to play?
No, they've got a total right to play. Cool. Cool, man. You get very angry, don't you, about this?
My God, how dense can you be? Just because I read some allegations from a document doesn't mean they're true, dumbass.
The documents come from social services and what they documented whilst around your house.
It doesn't matter where they come from. I won my court case.
Sent this whilst observating round your house. How can you argue against that?
There was nobody at my house. That's a lie.
Watch the video. Watch the video.
CPS came out here and checked, but the point is that
it's all in the video.
Every allegation made to me by a prosecuting attorney was proven to be false in court of law. That's all that matters.
Did they lose their jobs? The social services?
No, they didn't lose their jobs. They should have, but they didn't.
Then why did you take them to court?
I didn't take them to court. They took me to court. I had to go to court to get my children back.
That's disgusting.
See, the way it works, here's the way it works. In my area, here's how it works. You get an accusation, they come and take your kids, and then you go to court and prove your innocence. That's how it works here. I don't know how it works everywhere else, but here they take your kids and you go to court and you prove your innocence, and then you get your kids back if you're innocent. If you're guilty, they keep the kids and give them to foster care. That's how it works here. Okay?
Okay, cool. I'll drop it now. I just couldn't get my head around that if social services came around to my house, made up such bullshit, and then I went to court, I'd sue the fucking shit out of them.
How?
How? I'd take them to court.
You gotta have an attorney. You gotta have money.
Plenty of lawyers would take that case up.
No, they wouldn't.
Yeah, they would.
No, they wouldn't. I already tried.
Yes, they would.
No, I already tried that shit. They don't want. No, there's no.
There's a clear case there for them to get shitloads of money, so they clearly would.
Now we do have court-appointed attorneys for the defense, but there is no pro bono attorney for family court. No. There's a court-appointed attorney for defense, but there is no pro bono attorney for family court.
You could go to a private lawyer, and any private lawyer would pick that case up and run with it because of you winning in court beforehand. So stop it. It's just nonsense.
No.
Is it true that you invented the stealth fighter and you invented .com?
I didn't invent stealth fighter. I invented a space superiority fighter.
Go on, please, Tom. Pom's got a great picture of Ron.
Have we got Boogie in the room? The big YouTuber who plays games. We haven't, but it looks like him with a mask and that. Remember Boogie? He does Francis.
It's Francis. That's not me. I'm not Francis.
You know what I mean, though. The big YouTuber. Yeah, that looks brilliant.
Morning, Nadia.
What else did you invent, Von Hilton?
How old was you when you invented that thing that turned into the stealth bomber?
I was just a teenager.
You was a teenager.
Yeah.
How are you not fucking rich right now beyond all your means? Because Black Ops, you know.
Because all they got to do is change one little thing on it. That's all they got to do.
No, what I'm saying is,
you don't understand how it works. You don't understand how this shit works. So let me explain it to you.
Did you not keep any drawings?
They can steal my design, change one little thing on it.
Where's your design?
Tom's got it. Tom, please put his design up.
They can take my design, change one little thing on it.
How can you prove it was your design?
If you'll let me finish. Are you going to let me finish?
Is it true that you had the biggest shootout?
Are you going to let me finish or not?
Let him finish.
Are you going to let me finish or not?
All right.
They take my design, they change one little thing on it. Doesn't even have to be anything major. It can be something really minor. But as long as they change one little thing on it, they can then put it out there as their own design, give it to Lockheed, which they did, and Lockheed produced the aircraft. That's how they did it. That's
no,
exactly
it doesn't work like that. Because if you can prove that most of it is your design.
It does work like that. And it
where's
works
your
like that all the time.
Where's your original design? What evidence have you got that you designed it?
My mother has the original design and the NASA communication and all that over there at the house.
Is it true? Wait, hang on. Is it true that you had the biggest shootout in the history of Kentucky?
What?
Is it true that you had the biggest shootout unreported in the history of Kentucky?
Shootout? What the fuck are you talking about?
It says that you had a shootout with the government.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Shootout.
Hang on, wonderful. Yeah, shootout.
No,
never reported.
I don't. Like I said, what the fuck are you talking about?
How about the story when you was walking along and a woman said, "Look, I know who you are. You're the Punisher, and my husband's treated me badly in that." And you went round there, and there was knives going from the kitchen coming at you. You chucked a frag grenade in there.
Right, but that has no relevance. That has no relevance on what we're discussing.
No, I know. Just the awesome story. You went in there.
It has no relevance on what we're discussing.
You went in there. There was nobody there. You come back through, and you said.
That's right. It was a poltergeist. So what? That has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with anything.
Cool.
That has nothing to do with what we're discussing.
Okay, cool.
Oh dear.
Was it in the TV?
It was a poltergeist, Paul Daniels.
Yeah.
It was in the TV with static.
One that was really good at chucking knives as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a ninja.
Yeah. What? You guys don't have poltergeists in the UK, really?
No such thing as ghosts.
You have. Wait a minute. Now wait a minute. You have absolutely. Hold it.
No.
Hold it now. You have absolutely. No, wait a minute. I got to get this out.
Stop shouting, Don.
No, wait a minute. Damn it. You have absolutely no cases of poltergeists in the UK. Is that your claim?
It is my claim. We have no poltergeist in the UK.
No poltergeist claim.
I don't believe in ghosts. Ghosts are real, Von. Do you know how many millions and trillions of people have died on the Earth? They'd be fucking everywhere. There's been not one recorded properly on camera. And just think about how many people have died on the Earth since it's been here.
No cases of poltergeists in the UK.
We have cases of people that think
no cases ever in the UK. None.
No cases.
There's a reason why it's called.
So if I get on Google and I find a poltergeist case in the UK,
it's not a poltergeist case. It's called the unexplained for a reason.
No, you guys are claiming there's no poltergeist cases in the UK.
You prove that they are.
Pull one up.
Cases. You're not talking about cases.
No, there are no cases in the UK for
proven
ghosts. You can provide any kind of link you want, but unless it's a valid scientific link that has peer reviews, then no.
Hang on, Vaughan. Hang on. I just want to know one thing. Who are you going to call?
Now wait. Okay, so now you're claiming there's no poltergeist cases.
Oh, how many more times?
Hang on.
So if I pull one up, I've proven y'all are fucking
there are no proven cases.
I didn't say proven. I said no cases.
Well, you
can't call it.
Hang adding to it. I said,
something strange in the neighborhood.
Cases of poltergeists in the UK. And she said no. And she said no. There's none.
Stop
Can I
shouting.
speak, please, Von? I'm
Well,
just
there's
going to make myself
something
very
strange.
clear. You've just said that there are cases of poltergeists in the UK. I've said to you there are no cases of poltergeists in the UK. You've now changed it to proven cases of poltergeists. And I will say this again. There are no proven cases of
I
poltergeists.
never said proven. That
Yeah,
was
no.
He
there are no
did
cases of poltergeists.
Are there any?
Okay.
I said, are there
You did say
any
claim. You
of
did
poltergeists in the UK? That's what I said.
Von Helton, to call it a poltergeist in the first place, you'd have to prove it was a poltergeist. What you're saying is there are many cases of unexplained events that are attributed to being supernatural or ghosts or poltergeists. The fact that you would call them a poltergeist event doesn't make them one, okay?
How the hell did you guys get on poltergeists?
I don't know.
Because Von met one, apparently, that threw knives at him when he was Punisher.
We can clear up one Von lie today by saying, Von, go over to your mum's and grab one of your guns and prove that you've still got your guns.
I want to see. Now, hang on a sec, Bob. I want to see the poltergeist that he claims exists. Is he gone now?
But he's there.
Some of the best documented, frightening, and controversial poltergeist cases in recent
What's
times.
that website?
Alleged.
Well, there was a major exorcism
About
case
anything.
here in the United States that was all across the news.
Okay, which website's that from, please? Is it a
That's
science
about,
website?
it's about.com. It's about.com.
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
you
can you
Christians
link
can
it
really believe
into-
anything, don't you?
Can you link it into the chat, please, Von?
If you click on Von Helton's avatar, it will come up.
Yeah, I know. I can't read it because I need glasses.
Alright. But Von, all that is someone alleging that there are poltergeists. They
Well,
don't prove
yeah,
anything.
there's still a case, though, isn't it? Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
no-
there's a case for
prove
you
it.
being mentally ill. We've yet to prove it.
It's not
I never
proven,
said
is it?
anything about proof things, did I? When did I say that?
But it's not a
Wait a minute,
poltergeist.
hold it now. Hold it. When did I say I proved any damn thing?
Okay,
No, you don't
there
believe
are-
they exist then.
All
You
I
don't believe they
said-
exist.
all I said was that I was approached on the street by a woman who said she was being attacked by knives. I never said anything about proving a damn thing. Did I?
Right.
You
Did
said something
I ever
about
say?
poltergeist.
No. Did I ever say that her case was proven in
There
a
are-
court of law?
There are
Or by
doesn't
the
have,
police,
doesn't have to be
or
a court
by
of
the
law.
FBI or by the
Right.
CIA. I never
Stop
said that.
shouting. You have
I
to.
never said that shit.
You ever heard of something called talking?
I never said that shit.
You ever heard of something called talking? It's a new concept. It means you don't have to
Here's
scream out.
no, the
face off.
concept is I have to yell because you guys keep
No, you
talking over
don't.
my ass.
We
and
can
I have
hear
to
you.
yell to
Stop
get out through
talking
the
for
gap.
an
No,
hour.
you don't.
If you guys wouldn't keep talking over me, I wouldn't have to
No
fucking
one's
yell.
You
talking
haven't
over you.
stopped talking for an hour, Von. You have literally talked for 1
There are
hour.
many cases of people that say they've seen Jesus. It doesn't mean there are cases of
Well,
Jesus.
okay, please cite the time when I said that her case of poltergeist with the knives
Right.
was ever proven.
You can't call
Her-
it poltergeist.
No. Show me
No.
by video, text, anywhere where I said that the poltergeist case was ever proven.
Right. Okay. Let me.
No,
Right. I'll tell you. Right.
Show me where I
Shut up
said
when you're getting
that
answer
her
to your
case was
question.
proven.
You have to shut up when you ask a question. That's how it works. Done now? Ask me something. Ask me. You've got to shut up in between. You can't call it a case of poltergeist unless it's proven to be so. It is a case of something unexplained or allegedly supernatural. Because it's not been proven to be anything. You can't call it
Tell me more
a
about Lebanon.
poltergeist case.
I liked your stuff about Lebanon. That was pretty cool.
If
was
stuff
that?
is being
I haven't heard
thrown at you and there's nobody throwing it, that is a casebook definition of poltergeist. Yes.
No, it's not. It's unexplained.
Then what does the term poltergeist mean, for fuck's sake? What does it
It's
mean?
a term given to something that people can't explain and they think it's a ghosty or a ghoulie. And you are talking a lot of ghoulies. I'll tell you that.
No. What a poltergeist is an entity that throws things at its
It's not.
Yes, it is.
It's labelled that way by people who think it's a ghost.
Well, so
they're giving it a
fucking what?
name.
It's still the goddamn definition, and I'm going to use it.
You'd have to prove it first.
Tell me more about Lebanon and its history.
The idea, you're missing the fact that you went in there as a superhero.
Sorry, Ron, you're very red in the face.
No, I went in there as somebody that cares about, a person's safety.
What the woman said, I know I know who you are. You're the Punisher.
She said, I know who you are.
But you're not, are you? You're not a superhero.
So what?
They're made up.
So what?
Superman's not real. Nor is Batman.
And
Wonder Woman.
That matters how?
Nor is Spider-Man.
How does that matter? How does
You're
that
not.
matter?
You're not the Punisher.
Wait a minute. A woman is being victimized. How does it matter that Batman doesn't?
It matters because.
How does it matter? Wait a minute.
You've asked a question again. You're not allowing an answer.
A woman is being victimized. She comes to me. She recognizes who I am and what I represent. She says, "I know you can help me." I go to help her. What is the problem?
Right.
What's the problem with that?
Right.
What's the problem with that?
Is that a question? Is it? I'll answer it now.
What's the problem?
Shut up and I'll answer it.
All right, answer.
You've asked it 5 times without letting anyone answer it.
Well, answer it then.
I will if you shut the fuck up. The rag there is the woman recognised you as the superhero. She wouldn't have approached any old Johnny in the street. Oh, look, there's the Punisher. He's bound to help me with my knife-throwing poltergeist.
Did it ever occur to you that maybe you'd already approached other... Wait, hold it! Hold it!
Hello, Dan.
Hold it!
I'm lucky. A superhero just happens to be walking by.
Hold it! How do you know
Batman, he was busy.
Hold it! How do you know? Oh, my fucking God.
Right. Shut up.
I can't even get my fucking counterpoint
You're
out.
not the Punisher.
I
You're
can't
not a
even get my...
superhero.
Talk quietly and
gimp who thinks he's something.
He may well be. He may well be. He could be the Punisher. You don't know.
He'd have got some teeth by now, surely.
Approach other people. How do you know she did not approach other people and they rejected her? How do you know that?
Because Bruce Wayne doesn't live near you, probably. I don't know.
All right then. All right then. She recognized me as somebody that would truly help her. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
It is all that matters.
She recognized you as the Punisher, which is
no. She recognized me as somebody that would help her.
How do you recognize
all that fucking matters?
No, she recognized you. She said.
See, here's the thing that pisses me off.
I know who you are. I know who you are. Help me.
This right here is what pisses me off. Because when I really do try to do something to help somebody, you guys fucking throw it in the goddamn garbage can.
People who bullshit.
What did you? Because it was about a perfect
bullshit.
No, I helped somebody.
You didn't help her though.
I really helped somebody, and you guys trash talk it. That's bullshit,
You
man.
didn't know because this was all stories. It's all stories.
Hang on. What actually happened though was you went in
It doesn't matter. The
Actually,
fact is,
though-
I helped somebody, and you trash talk it. That's what matters.
Don, what actually happened was, according to your story, what actually happened was you went in the house, you opened the door, and loads of knives hit all around you, and you fucked off and said to the woman, "Oh, it's a bit more past my powers. That's a poltergeist," and you left. So you didn't help her. You ran in, thought, "Fuck this for a game of soldiers," and ran out again.
I gave her information
Run off
of
like a
what she
little
needed to
pussy.
do.
What
I
did you
gave
do?
her information of who to contact and how to get help.
You said,
to
"I
solve
can't
the
help
problem.
you. Here's someone that can. See you later, love."
Yeah.
What am I going? Hey, dumbass! What am I going to shoot at? Hello,
You're the
what am I going
Punisher.
to shoot at? It's a
You're a
fucking
ninja.
ghost. It's a fucking ghost. How am I going to shoot it?
So if that was a real person, you would have just shot him up.
Fuck yes, I would have shot him.
Oh right, yeah, you're a dangerous man, mate. You're
How
a
did you
dangerous
help?
man.
Is it true that you had a shootout with the government because
You
NASA
don't
stole
know.
your land?
See, here's the problem. You guys don't believe in self-defense. We in America actually still believe that shit. You guys
Are
don't.
you Rambo?
You don't fucking believe in self-defense, apparently.
How did you help
do.
the woman though?
You don't have to worry too much about self-defense.
There's a difference between self-defense.
I don't have to worry about self-defense because mommy government's going to protect me.
Yeah,
Right?
that's right.
Oh,
They do.
Did
That's
you
why
say-
we live in a 10 times safer society than you do.
For fuck's sake.
Go and get one of your guns from Raj Mum's and show it.
You feel so safe. You've run away to a caravan in the middle of nowhere.
Why does your mum have your guns?
Why does my mom have my guns?
Yeah.
My mom has my guns
You've
because
got guns?
I am going to get
I know
a
exactly
locking
that.
gun cabinet.
Let
And
him
it
answer,
takes
Mum.
time because they're expensive. Now, if you got thousands of dollars,
No, you
why
hadn't,
don't
though.
you
You
buy
had
me
them
a
all.
gun cabinet and get it all over with.
You had them all around your house. So why did you have them all around your house with kids, and then suddenly go, I'm going to put these over to my mum because, you know, I shouldn't really
He's
have
on
them.
the phone talking to the CIA. He's going to get you. He's going to come and have you.
He's on the phone talking to Mulder and Scully.
No, he's actually he's on the phone to his mummy.
Did anyone hit that link? Did anyone hit that link? Did anyone hit that link that I put up?
That phone call, he said, your mission, should you choose to accept it. That's what it was.
He'll come back in a Superman. He'll be
Now
back
what
in
he
a
needs the
Superman
music.
outfit in a
Yeah.
minute.
Going off mission will destruct in 3 seconds.
He's probably just rung his mama and said, "Can I come and get one of my guns, please? I need to bring back up my gun."
That's why he's had to leave. His
He
chair's
says
about
he's
to
had a
catch fire.
shootout. The biggest shootout in the history of Kentucky, man, right? That's his claim. He's been saying this for a long time in the history. So when I asked him, he goes, "What are you talking about?" So I'll read it to him, and then he'll watch what he says. He'll say, "Oh, that. Yeah, well, that's what happened."
I mean, all you need to know is he said he's died and come back to life 3 times. I mean, fucking hell. What more
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's more than Jesus. I mean, is he better than Jesus?
Do that one time. Jeez.
Yeah.
My favourite one is that he thinks that that half the people on the planet are made from reptilian DNA.
Wow.
It's possible that reptiles could walk on 2 legs and become humanoid.
He is vampire as well.
That's according to him.
There's no such
he's
thing
a
as
vampire
biggest,
as well. Yeah.
What I want to know about this biggest shootout in Kentucky. Does anybody know what it's about?
Yeah, I'll give you the link. I'll put it in. Hang on.
Was it a paintball event?
Hang on. Yeah, read that.
I just want to say, because Pom said a couple of times that we shouldn't be horrible to him. Pom, he does bring this on himself. He doesn't have to come into these hangouts and start yelling and screaming for an hour and a half.
I think Pom's seen my links there. That will change Pom's mind.
I mean, I
to
know
be fair,
Pom's
maybe we ought to change the subject.
What do you see?
I mean, he's not going to change the subject, is he? He's just going to keep going. You know, whatever. If we start talking about the Queen of England, he'll suddenly decide that the Queen of England's a Muslim. If we start talking about, I don't know, volcanoes, he'll say that it's the devil's work. Do you know what I mean? He'll have some kind of theory about whatever you say. So while he's here, the conversation will not be normal.
I found it quite interesting that when I said, yeah, I'm an ex-criminal, he said, then you need to be worried about me, but didn't even ask what that was for. I could have nicked fucking a pack of Mars bars or something, you know?
But isn't he an ex-criminal?
Yes.
Wouldn't put it past.
Yep. Why do you think he's in trouble with all that shit? They're all giving him... What do you mean? He's got no guns, no kids, no nothing.
Yeah, he did have his guns taken away because he pulled one on his ex-missus.
I don't get the idea about the design for the stealth one, because if you could show that 95% of the design was yours and you had proof, then that would stand up coolly.
This here is what matters. This
Don't put your kids on camera.
Fuck you.
No.
Fuck you.
Don't put kids on camera. What's wrong with you?
Well, too late. I already did. Too late. I already did. This right is what matters. And it doesn't matter how you downgrade me, how you make me sound like I'm crazy.
You shouldn't put your kids on camera.
This girl right here loves her daddy. This girl right here loves her daddy. And there ain't no evil words
you're scaring her.
Going to change.
I'm not talking until the kid's gone.
It just goes right up your craw that you can't make her hate me, doesn't it?
Take your kids off camera.
Yeah, take your kid off, man. Let a kid be.
Someone on broadcasting, please. We don't want children on camera.
Look,
because
honestly,
it's bad language and
you can't say what you say about me to her.
You're a retard, man.
You can't say it about it in front of her.
Man, you're sick. That's sick.
I'm sick, am I? I am, huh?
I don't think it's good. It's all chatting.
Look, you're scaring her.
This right here loves her daddy, don't you, baby?
You shouldn't have your children in an adult chat room.
Right? It's not your kid's fault, man. Just let it go.
It's disgusting, Ron Elton.
It looks like you've just woken her up, but I thought.
Is there no one with mods in here?
No, you're appalling.
Hermione is.
Look at them. They look terrifying.
I thought they were out playing.
Hang on. Who's got mods in here?
Hermione.
No one I know of.
No one. And this is.
They were outside playing.
Nadia.
For a while.
And this is.
Nadia, are you awake? Nadia.
No, Hermione does. Hermione does. I'm telling you,
Hermione,
Hermione has.
Are you there?
Hermione has Google powers, man. She can go into any hangout, yours or mine or anyone's, and kick anyone out.
I am here. What's the problem?
Right, can you please take Von Helton off broadcast? He's got his children on camera in here.
Oh,
that's all right.
It's trying.
I wasn't aware it was against the law to have my kids on camera since when?
Okay, that's fine,
Because
man.
of the language that might be used and other stuff like that. It's not on.
Wait a minute.
Well, you already cursed.
Where in the Google rules does it say?
It's not about Google rules. It's
Where
about
in the Google rules
decency.
does it say I can't have my kids on?
Yeah,
It's about decency.
It's not worry about Google or us. What about your kids, man? Don't worry about them. Let them play.
It needs to be taken off broadcast.
And I think everyone should try not to all talk at once as well, because it might come across a bit thingy towards the kids, you know?
Yeah, let's all be quiet now. I mean, it's appalling what he's doing.
You guys are awful brave when they ain't no.
I am not talking.
It's not about brave. You don't put your
No, just don't. Quit
muting me.
I am not talking until they've gone.
Yeah, let's just ignore him.
Quit muting me, Annabelle. Quit muting me, Annabelle.
It needs to be taken off broadcast. There are 2 young children on
muting me,
camera.
Annabelle.
I mean,
can't do that.
Quit muting me, Annabelle.
if you've got mods, you can.
I don't have mods. I just have the ability to eject.
Quit muting me.
Well, that's full mods.
Well, then eject Annabelle. Eject Annabelle.
It's all right. Okay, Nadia's awake. She can take Von Helton off broadcast.
There you go. He's off
Yeah,
broadcast.
yeah.
Well done, Nadia.
Thanks, Nadia. I mean, honestly, it's just appalling. Just appalling. They're putting his kids up as kind of trophies. Look, my kids love me. Whilst, you know, I just can't believe he's done that. I'm just gobsmacked.
I think they're cute.
I mean, they're cute as hell and they're lovely.
They shouldn't be on camera.
With your children. Would you do that? Would you bring your kids and go, look at my kids, they love me?
Honestly, the mum of my kids would smash me before I did something like that.
It's not. The point is about having children on camera in an adult chat room where they're witness to arguments or bad.
Nadia.
Where
they're witness to.
Then again, I'm with someone normal, right?
Oh my god, it feels like 3 in the afternoon and it's just 9 in the morning. Oh.
You shouldn't be having hangouts and not being awake for other people to do anything and porn drop or anything. There should at least be someone else being able to mod properly.
Yeah, but part of the thing is, Bob, part of the attraction of Nadia's hangouts is that people are able to just be who they want to be and say what they want. But there comes a point where kids. I mean, nobody does this usually. It's only Von that's done this, and nobody.
I think Bob's saying there should be someone that has mods when Nadia's asleep, so they can kick.
Yeah, I understand that's what he's saying, but unfortunately that doesn't happen. And part of the attraction to some people is that that there is no moderation on this in these chat rooms.
Hermione, ask Hermione if she's around.
What?
Yeah, she is.
Hermione.
Anyway, it's been done. It's been sorted. So.
And breathe.
I think he's sick.
He's back on his own now, so which is okay. You do need to bring
Okay, thank you for censoring me. Thank you for censoring me.
No,
thank you for censoring me. No,
let me talk.
Stop abusing your children. Stop abusing your children.
And that is wrong. That is wrong.
No, we were censored.
I have as much rights to be here as you fuckers.
Your children don't, though.
But you censored me. My kids do so have a right to be here. There's
No, they do
Google.
not. It's an
There's no
adult
Google
chat
law
room.
that says my children can't be here.
You were using them as a barrier.
I was not using them as a barrier at all. I was
Yes, you were.
saying my children love me.
Who said they
So
didn't
what?
love you?
What's wrong with
they
that?
Who
No,
said they
you have this. You have some kind of fucked up mind. Because my kids love me, that's a crime. fuck?
No one said they did. No one said they didn't.
He was putting them on there.
No one said they didn't.
Asshole. My kids love me.
No one said they didn't.
Yeah, you did, liar.
No, they didn't. I didn't say your
Yeah,
children
liar.
didn't love
That's
you.
why I brought them in here, because you were
I
saying
didn't say your children didn't love you. No, I didn't.
what you did.
I didn't say any
That's why
such
I brought them in
thing.
here, because you said they didn't love me. You
Go
said
back
you
and give me a
evil son of a
timestamp.
bitch.
Who said that? Who said that they didn't love you?
Go back and give me a timestamp.
You implied that nobody loved me. Yeah,
No, they
did,
didn't.
motherfucker.
No, they
Yes, you
didn't.
did. I don't know if it was you, Mark.
Go and get a
but
yeah, well, don't call me a liar
But
and go and get a
one
timestamp.
of you implied that.
Then you make accusations. You go and
One
prove
of
it.
you implied that you didn't, that nobody loved me, and that
No, I said no such thing.
well, my
One-
children do love me, motherfucker, and you'll
Wait, one, you can't derail the Hangouts,
you
man.
will never change that fact.
No one said that to you.
Hey, you just
You will
can't come
never
in.
turn my
Von
children.
Helton, shush.
Dude,
Hey,
just
hey.
take it a fucking,
You
just
will
take a
never-
breather, man.
Hey, Von, I love you, man.
You will never.
No one said that to you.
Just take it easy, man. Fucking hell.
Calm down.
I love you, man. I love you.
He's a machine gun. Just relax, right? Just take it easy.
You said no one loved you. I
Look,
love you. Okay.
Look,
I
honestly,
love
man, you come in and you derail the fucking Hangouts with your alien weirdo bullshit, right? And all the other shit that you're into, okay? That's fucking fine, man. But you don't sit there and yell and scream and carry on for hour on end. That's why people react the way they do, man. And don't bring your kids on camera.
No,
dickhead.
you sat here and said that nobody loves one
Who
of you.
said that?
No one said that. Don't bring
you.
your
I
kids
love
on, man.
you.
I've got
I
kids.
love
You're a
you.
fucking
No one
idiot.
said that. Go
Who
and
the
find out.
fuck is Bob Hope? Who the
Go and-
fuck is Bob Hope?
You need to
Who
go
is
and
that?
find out. Hang on,
Listen,
hang on.
All right, here we go. Now, a little bit of muting back. How's that?
No hope.
Right, Von Helton, you need to go and find out who it was that said that before you start scattergunning and calling people liars. Have the decency to go back and find out who did say that to you and address that person rather than screaming at I'm still talking! Shut up!
Why don't you shut the fuck?
Because you accuse people of lying and saying that your children... Yes, you did!
Just one at a time.
It wasn't
One.
Go back and find out who did it, then deal with that person rather than scattergunning and screaming your face off.
Right. Yeah, well,
Don't bring your kids on here, alright?
you'll
That's
never
all we
turn
care
my
about.
kids against me.
You guys.
We don't care about your kids, man. Honest to God,
Right,
we don't
right,
give a shit. We don't care, man.
Stop muting him.
Eject them, Ermine. Please, for the love of God, eject them. Please eject them.
Hang on, Ermine, you're complaining people are muting him, yet you wouldn't do anything when he had brought his children on camera.
Because it's not against the law to bring my children on camera.
On camera.
It's not against the law.
Anyone from muting? I'm just asking him to stop.
Is there an age restriction on this hangout? Like you normally have it set of 18 and stuff.
There is no law against me bringing my kids on camera. None. None.
Bring them on and cuss in front of them.
What about the ethics and morals of it that you bring two toddlers on a camera where people are shouting
I brought
and
two
swearing?
toddlers on the camera to prove that they love their father. There's nothing wrong with
No one
that.
said they didn't.
There's nothing wrong with that. I even asked them.
No one said they didn't.
Fucking muting me, you would have heard me ask them.
No one said they didn't.
No one said. Yeah. No one said you did.
Screaming your head off all the time. For no reason.
What I don't tolerate is assholes, which is what you guys are. That's what I don't
No one
tolerate.
suggested. No one suggested.
Man, it's getting annoying, right?
No one suggested you didn't love your children or they didn't love you. No one suggested that. You got it
was
into your head.
implied. It wasn't said, it was implied.
Well, you changed your mind. First you said someone said it, called them a
Well,
liar. You're saying they implied it. Sort
Okay,
yourself
throw
out,
and
mate.
slip. It was
Sort your
implied,
head
not
out.
saying it.
Calm down and sort your head out. Stop screaming.
Yeah, you gotta stop screaming, man. Seriously.
I want to hear.
Nobody's going to hear a word I say if I don't scream.
I want to hear more about the poltergeist with knives, please.
Currently, your children are currently terrified by all your shouting and screaming.
Actually,
now, calm
my children had smiles on their faces, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bitch.
Now, calm down.
No, what you're upset about is that you couldn't prove that my children hated my guts.
No one said they did.
That's what you're upset about.
No one said they did.
You're a tripper. You're a full-blown tripper.
He's probably going to get him again, by the way.
Yeah, probably.
That was my dog, sorry, not me.
He's probably going to get him again, by the way.
The truth is, Von Helton, no one said that your children didn't love you or you didn't love your children. Bringing them onto camera doesn't prove that either way. All it's done is probably you've woken your children up and you've probably worried them and then stuffed them in front of a camera for no real reason. The ethics of that is appalling.
And sworn.
He's a tripper, man.
He's just sat there for 10 minutes screaming his head off like a lunatic. And any child, even 8, 9 years old, would be terrified of what's going on. Never mind little toddlers like that. It's appalling.
I just don't want to hear like tripper views out when he comes in a hangout screaming for an hour straight like he does. He always does that. Everything's aliens and fucking this and that. That's fine, man, but an hour straight of it.
I had to scream to get over the din of a bunch of assholes talking.
Come on.
If people want to talk,
I don't have to do anything, Von.
Be honest, Von, and own up.
You know what's funny?
You don't have to do anything, Von. You can just behave like a mature adult.
Holy shit.
Quit fucking muting!
Stop screaming, then. If you just spoke and you didn't scream, you wouldn't.
I blame that mutant on Rancam. He's got the power of the internet.
Is somebody watching the broadcast in the background?
Stop. Just stop. Von,
Nadia.
if you speak... Hang on, I'm talking. Von, if you speak and you don't scream...
Nadia, can you give mod controls to someone, please?
No, because if you give mod control to somebody, they'll kick me out.
No one's going to kick you out. You just need to stay calm and stop shouting.
You fucking liar! You just said 2 seconds ago, kick him out.
In front of your children.
Because
you just said 2 seconds ago, kick him out.
You don't have to scream. You don't have to
caught you in a fucking lie again.
You don't have to scream. I said kick him out when you had your children on camera, no other time.
There is no law against having my children
I don't care whether there's a law or not.
There's a law about frightening your children, though, and you're frightening them now.
Happy. They were smiling, you doofus.
You woke them up.
They were, no, I did not wake them up. They were outside playing. That's a lie, too.
Could be an
Quit making lies.
room, though.
You haven't got a clue,
Stop
have you?
screaming. Just stop
saying lies.
Stop shouting. Stop shouting.
Quit lying.
I haven't said a word.
Right, no one is shouting.
Did you have
Von, just stop shouting. Have a discussion. We're just saying that everybody thought that bringing your children onto camera was not the wisest,
quit lying and quit muting.
ethical thing. I'm not muting you. You're muting me.
You can see who's muting who.
Let's
No,
stop.
quit
Let's
it
stop.
then. Just quit it.
Right, just calm down. Stop shouting.
Quit
have a
muting me.
discussion. Let's choose a topic, people, and discuss.
Yeah, and now the topic isn't going to be aliens or ghosts and shit because that's ridiculous, right?
Has anybody seen the new Terminator trailer?
Fucking, that's more interesting than all the other shit put together.
I mean, it's horrible, isn't it? The new Terminator. I mean, it's just ripping off Terminator 2, and just introducing like 3 new Terminators in it.
They've ruined it.
Terminator.
They've ruined it. The new Terminator.
Yeah, they're just trying to rip off the success of the second movie by doing the same storyline, but with with different things added in.
With a very much older Arnie.
Oh, that was ridiculous. Grey-haired Arnie. That's ridiculous.
Why do that? He was one of my idols when I was growing up. Commando. And
yeah,
I loved Arnie. I still do to a point, but it's just got to come on. Who's playing in the background?
Not me.
It's Nadia.
The echo.
I can hear my own voice.
The echo is actually Nadia, I believe. Yeah.
Oops. I've
it's
just
the CIA.
Is it Nadia?
I think.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's cool.
Sorry, Nadia.
What do you think about the new Terminator film, Von? On a serious note.
I actually haven't seen the trailer for the new Terminator. I did see the new trailer for the new Doom game coming out, though.
I haven't seen that.
It looks
Didn't
bad.
know there was a new Doom.
Yeah, they're redoing the original Doom game. Oh my god, dude! The special effects are just fucking phenomenal. They are phenomenal.
That's the phone, love.
Hello. Yeah, baby. Yeah, I can take this job up as the Punisher. No, I best stop. I just brought it back into life by asking him a serious question. I can't. I'm going to pull myself out of that. Behave, I say. Behave myself. Yeah, no. It's like the Rocky films. They were brilliant, and then they just went over the top.
Yeah. I mean, imagine that now. Like, imagine Sylvester Stallone now doing a Rocky movie. It'd be like, you know, Rocky 6, Rocky 7, geriatric.
Well, he did, didn't he? But it was his son. He trained his son.
No, that wasn't. No, he didn't do that. It was Tommy Gunn that he did in Rocky 5.
Oh, was it? Oh.
Yeah, Tommy Gunn. He was guy off the streets that he trained, and then he had to fight Tommy Gunn in the end. But then they had Rocky Balboa, where he fought the current world champion to teach him a lesson or some shit. And Leo lost on split decision. But the fight is exactly the same swing for swing fight as the original film.
Oh man.
Were any of them any good after 4?
No, not really.
Okay.
Well, Balboa was okay, nostalgic wise, but yeah, no.
I think they did pretty well with the Blade films, Wesley Snipes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I enjoyed most of them, and as well with Underworld, I enjoyed pretty much most of them too. One film where they did ruin was Resident Evil. The first one was brilliant, the second one was good, and then they just got absolutely ridiculous with them.
Yeah, I stopped watching them after that.
Yeah, the one with the guy from Prison Break in it, that was just absolutely crap. And at the end, it was so tacky, it was unbelievable. So how could you make such a brilliant film, do a second one, and then go on to do a third and fourth, and you just ruined it? You know?
Yeah, outside of Jaws and films like that, they did the same thing. Or Alien even. Alien 3 was pretty shit.
Hey Christian, where are you from, mate?
I like most of the aliens.
Yeah, asked me that the other day. I'm from Melbourne.
Oh fuck, you remember me, do you? Oh well.
I know the
just
accent.
kept asking you.
Hey, you in Melbourne?
Yeah, I'm in Melbourne, man.
Did you go and see Dillahunty last night?
No.
Aaron Ra, Dillahunty, and Aaron Ra, and Seth Andrews. They were in Melbourne last night.
What are they doing here? Why don't they just fuck off?
Well, they have now.
That's
They
right.
recorded that, I'm sure, right?
Hey?
They recorded that, I'm sure, right?
Oh, I hope so. It was really awesome. We actually had a couple of fundies in the crowd, which is quite good. One guy stood up and said, "Hey, you're talking about the Old Testament too much, and you know, God, Jesus come to fulfill the Old Testament." And Dillahunty was arguing with him for a while, and then Dillahunty just goes, "Look, you know, that's enough. You're done," and then pretended to hang up on him and just send him back to his seat. It was quite funny.
Oh, that's cool. Are they doing a show thing together? Oh, well, fair enough.
Yeah, the Unholy Trinity tour.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Yeah, they're gone now, though. They did Brisbane, Melbourne, and Sydney.
Yeah, the most religious people you'll get are in Sydney, man. Bar none. You won't find anyone else.
Yeah?
Sydney's always... Yeah, but they'll mostly be Muslim, man.
I think last night they had one Muslim who stood up and said something, and one fundy Christian and a moderate Christian who stood up and said, well, the moderate Christian said he had a project to completely revolutionize the Christian churches, and what he wanted to try and do was bring science and rationality to the Christian faith and whatever.
Oh, yeah.
So it was quite interesting. But yeah, it was actually quite interesting. Probably 80% of the crowd were men above the age of 30. Probably 80% of the guys there, and 20% would have been women, like young women. So it was mostly men in the crowd.
So you went into Melbourne all the way in to go see him?
Yeah, I stayed in the city overnight and stuff. I booked it in ages ago, and it was packed. They sold out, and the people that I was sitting next to, there was a guy and a girl, his girlfriend, and the girlfriend was actually used to be a fundamentalist Christian, and her boyfriend converted her based on the Atheist Experience TV show. Like he just showed her the TV show and showed her Aaron Ra and all the rest of it, and she deconverted, and she's now an atheist. That was quite interesting.
My missus is a Catholic, man. Eh? That's pretty fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's alright there. It's all their own, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't bother me in one bit at all.
Yeah, it's not like you have to deconvert her or anything.
No. She'll always be a Catholic, you know. She doesn't go to church on Sundays, but she does all the things like Lent, you know, it's like Lent because it's Easter and all that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she'll do all that. So she'll eat fish for Lent. Which is fair enough, man. You know what I mean? It doesn't bother me at all, bro.
No,
I don't never talk to her about it because I don't want to piss her off. She's not someone to piss off.
And just as long as she doesn't start talking about poltergeists and knives.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Is Von Helden still here? Because I'm playing a game in the background.
He is, yes.
Is everyone still here, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. He's a tripper! Yeah, he's a tripper, man, the old Von.
If G-Man is listening, I asked Dillahunty personally if he would debate G-Man, and he said, why the fuck would I give that guy any more views? That's what he said.
Oh yeah,
That's
no.
Word.
You won't bother with
That's
G-Man.
what he said, word for word.
Look, G-Man, honestly, I think, this is my opinion, that he's a crackhead, right? Or he just
He's
uses
a crackhead.
occasionally. Yeah, man, I'm serious.
What did I do?
No, not you, G-Man. He's saying G-Man uses coke.
Oh yeah, he's on something, man. I don't think he's on it hard, but he uses something, man.
He's on the Holy Spirit, I would imagine.
Like, when I say I think he's on it, I would actually bet a couple of grand that he is. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to discredit him. I don't care about him, man, but I just watch his behaviour.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's tripper, man. He's like not a tripper like Von Helden. Like Von Helden doesn't touch anything, I can tell, right? But fucking, even though he carries on, you think that he might, right? But with G-Man, no, he's definitely fucking doing something. He dabbles in something, but not hard, but just enough. You know what I mean?
Holy crap! Hey Nadia.
Hi there. I don't know.
Alex, how old are you? Alex, how old are you?
17. Why?
Uh-oh.
That's close enough.
That's close enough. Oh, I better go to bed anyway. So I'll see you all guys later.
Hey, later, man.
Guys and gals.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna
Oh, what's Trevor going on about?
domestic duties.
Yeah, was Trevor using my own channel as a platform to disparage me? Yet again.
Trevor, what? Sorry.
Was Trevor using my own channel as a platform to disparage me yet again?
Who was Trevor?
Bob Hope.
Yeah,
Oh,
Bob.
I did. That's Trevor, is it?
Yeah, Bob Hope was in here. Yes, he was. He was in here.
I didn't know that. Oh, if I'd have known that was Trevor, I'd have said something.
Well, nobody had mods to kick him out anyway, Nadia, so there's not a damn thing we could do about it.
Well, everyone who I gave it to either left or went to sleep. So.
I didn't know that. Is that Trevor? Yeah, I know the guy you mean.
The guy that was in here is Bob Hope.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know it's Bob Hope. I'm trying to think of Trevor's other name. So that Bob Hope is a soccer account for Trevor, is it?
Yes.
That's not good.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Not good in the respect of he gives Nadia a hard time, but.
Well, in the interest of full disclosure, I didn't know who he was either at first, so my bad.
Yeah, he's on the Isle of Wight or something.
It's a bit much if he can come in here while you're asleep.
Yeah. He's not the first.
I know. Rob Lane came in once while you were asleep. I kicked him out.
Yeah, he's gonna piss off enough people to.
Yeah. Right, I'm gonna nip off for a little bit. I might pop back later, so I'll catch you later.
All right, cheers, Mark.
Cheers.
Yeah, I can do it on their own channels. On my own. Go for the damnation of memoriae policy. Kind of the same logic as Matt, Bill. Don't give him more views. Don't give him more publicity. And they really got to be fishing at the bottom of the barrel, so they're coming after me to try to generate views. Because I have no subscribers, no G+ followers, compared to like anyone who's remotely active or whatever on social networking. I mean, it's not just the quote-unquote hot chick effect or whatever. I mean, that'll get people followers and viewers, their subscribers fast, but you know, there are people who like never used an image of themselves at all, and you know, with 30,000 plus, it's like followers on G+, and some similar cases for YouTube subscribers. Oh, just kind of going on about like how to deal with people behave badly and so on. Kind of going the no platform route, especially when there's not sort of content to address. So it's like if there's like a fundy or something who has big anti-LGBT opinions and says bad things on account of that, there's something you can actually address there, right? Yeah, there's a debate to be had. I mean, it's just somebody going after me personally. There isn't.
Was this in a Google Hangout?
Yeah. He was on while I was asleep, and as soon as I woke up, he hightailed it and ran.
Well, that sucks.
I think he got a few. Well, when I was in the process of waking up still, he got a few digs into me and so on. It's like, use your own channel.
Do you know his name, his username?
Yeah.
Does he like Does he have like a regular YouTube channel, or does he like do like vlogs?
Yeah, it
or...
was all stock accounts. Stock accounts, yeah.
Oh. I was watching a little bit earlier. What happened to that guy when he was screaming?
Vaughn's AFK. He's still. I mean, you can see his interior of his house.
Oh, that's him. Yes. Yeah, he's not there. Okay.
Yeah, I'm usually on camera, but right now I have to inject medicine, so.
Okay, that's fine. I don't even have a camera. I've just got my cool profile pic.
Yeah, I remember, you know, it was Blade Runner and such, you know, we were going to have video calls. We finally do it, nobody wants to use them.
I wanted to talk about the age of consent in Mexico, but I think that's been done to death. So I'll
In Mexico?
Do you remember, not too long ago, when, I suppose you're in so many hangouts, it's probably quite hard for you to keep track of every conversation, but the last time I was in here, we were talking about the age of consent, and then we spoke about puberty and like the prophet marrying a 9-year-old and Joseph marrying Mary when she was 12. And we were talking about the age of consent and what is an adult and what isn't an adult and things like that.
Yeah, there's. I don't know, and if you approach it scientifically and had unlimited resources and, you know, comprehensive ability to, you know, bring those resources to bear on every, you know, child or whatever, you have like regular psychological evaluations for maturity, and, you know, that's sort of answer of different ones being at different rates. I mean, there are some obvious cases, I mean, like prodigies or something. I guess you would say they get people look the other way a lot for that case. For other instances, people are not looking closely enough.
Yeah, I can agree with that. It's obviously, I mean, I've always said, you know, it's subjective to an extent, because people grow at different rates, and you know, people start puberty at different times. But my point was, as a general rule of thumb, I think 12 is too young on an overall scale, because obviously there are going to be the odd 12-year-olds out here who are mature-minded, but I think as a general rule, it's not a good idea to have percent that low in any country in 2015. That's more of a political thing rather than a psychological point, though.
Yeah, there's not going to be a way to politically produce a meaningful standard. So, hence the blanket 18.
I think anywhere between 16 and 18 is arguably reasonable to an extent. I think you can argue reason. I think once you start dropping below 16, I think it gets a little bit weird. And
yeah, it's like the delta.
Sorry?
I think some places have like an age delta or age difference clause for, you know, essentially like the relationships where, you know, one has a birthday first or something. And there are other cases where they don't, and it's like, you know, high school boyfriend and girlfriend, you know, one of the two turn 18, and, you know, suddenly statutory rape. They're still in high school.
Yeah.
If you're old enough to go to war, you should be old enough to be able to do any damn thing you want. That's the way I look at it.
Fair enough. I think the age of consent for going to war is 18 in most places, which I've got no issue with. If an 18-year-old wants to go to war, 18-year-old wants to have sex, 18-year-old wants to star in a porno, I think that's completely fine. I think when people use, you know, this whole kind of, well, life expectancy was shorter back in the day of these religious figures, therefore it's okay. Like, it doesn't work like that. Scientifically, you can't say, so let's say, for example, we all are going to live to 80. So when we turn 40, we're halfway through our lives, which means that we're at a certain level of maturity then. You can't say then, if back in Jesus' time, people only lived to 36, that a 12-year-old would be the same proportionate maturity as a 40-year-old now. It doesn't work like that. The body still develops at a certain rate. It changes, but it doesn't change that much, where a 9-year-old or a 12-year-old would ever be mature enough to be having sex and having kids and all that.
Well, it hasn't really changed in 2,000 or even 10,000 years.
No, of course not. No.
The reason why, age of survival is still low was, number one, infant mortality. Number two, murder.
Disease.
Number three, disease.
Yeah.
It was not like people were aging to death. It didn't age faster, like some kind of science fiction.
It wasn't. It wasn't.
Dying at the age of 10.
It's not Benjamin Button, is it? It's the other one. What's the one where they age quickly?
I don't know.
Is it Species? I don't know. But yeah, it definitely wasn't like that, and I don't buy into that justification of people didn't live as long back then, so therefore we were more mature back then. It doesn't make sense.
Well, I don't know what's going on, but I do know that I've seen 12-year-olds that are as big as their parents and as developed as their parents, and in some cases as intelligent as their parents. I have a relative that has a 12-year-old daughter. She's as tall as he is, and he's over 6 foot, and she is, a fully formed female as far as that goes and everything. She has an intellect like an adult. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. And I've seen, according to what I've been told and what I've seen with my own eyes, there's a lot of 12-year-olds out there that are acting like adults and looking like adults. And so I don't know. I don't know if it's just because we're putting growth hormone in the food or what. But yeah, I mean, I've got a relative that has a daughter that's 12 years old. She's taller than me. She's taller than me, fully developed, got a mind like Albert Einstein. So I don't know. I don't know what the hell's going on there.
If I was to unpack that, it would be that, I mean, physical growth is you can only measure physical maturity in its entirety.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. She not only has the physical growth.
Being tall isn't enough on its own to measure maturity.
No.
If we're talking about the mind, it gets more complex, because then we've got to look at, maybe they're academic, they can retain more knowledge, but are they mature? Do they have the life experience to?
Well, they don't have life experience because that only comes with age. But as far as having an intellect and as far as acting mature, yes.
That's fine, but that's fine. But I'm saying that without that lack of a life experience, are we saying at 12 years old they're ready to be in a sexual relationship?
Probably not. No, probably not.
Specifically talking about the age of consent. That's all I'm talking about. I wasn't talking about just being mature.
Well,
right.
Muhammad took a wife at 6 and consummated at 9.
Muhammad was what we would consider a kiddie fiddler. Muhammad, and there's no justification for that.
I agree with that. I mean, even by their standards. I mean, even the Jews said it had to be over 13. So I mean,
But then obviously Joseph and Mary was only 12 years old. Joseph was a lot older.
I don't remember the Bible saying anything about her age.
She was very young. I can't quote the particular verse. I don't know that well, but I know that Mary was she was 12, within that kind of 12, 13 age.
Well, according to the Jewish tradition, she had to be at least 13 to be considered an adult. So.
Well, okay, even that 13-year-old, that's
Well, I don't know what their life expectancy was back then. So.
Well, now this was the point I was just making before you came in. I was saying that just because somebody had a shorter life expectancy, it doesn't necessarily. It doesn't mean in any case that they're going to mature faster just because they're not going to live as long.
Well, see, I wasn't there, so I can't say.
Okay.
But what I can say is that even by the standards established of the day, Muhammad was still a kiddie fiddler.
Of course he was, but then so was Joseph, except maybe in Mexico.
Yeah, but see, they had laws and they had traditions that, there's extraneous circumstances regarding that.
But then so was Muhammad. Just because there was a law.
No, that's not true, because there was no law in Islam about that particular thing. And then, in fact, all of it.
No, hang on. I know exactly what the law is. It is when a woman bleeds, menstruates, she's a woman, and that was the law.
Well, that doesn't happen until 12. What's he doing?
No. See, now here we look at different cases. The youngest ever recorded pregnancy was at 4 years. No, she got pregnant at 4 years old. She gave birth at 5. You can have a period at 8 years old. Yes. It's 4. Look it up. 4. She got pregnant at 4. She gave birth at 5 years old. Melina. She's from Peru. Look it up. Youngest ever pregnancy.
I'm not even sure that's possible.
It's possible. It happened. And when I was growing up and we were in school, we had some girls in my class who were having periods around age 8 and 9. It's not. I'm not saying it's common. I'm not saying it happens all the time. It's the rare cases, but you can have start puberty very, very young, and that was the basis that Muhammad went by when he married the 6-year-old, consummated at 9 years old. But just because somebody menstruates, it does not mean they're old enough to be having sex. And even if someone's 13, it doesn't mean they're old enough to be having sex.
Dude, you're preaching to the choir. I agree with you. That's much too young. But I'm just gobsmacked that it could happen. That I'm finding it hard to believe that.
I mean, when I looked it up, I was shocked as well.
I mean, their organs are still developing, for fuck's sake. How can that be?
I know. I'm gonna give you the link right now. 1 second. I'm gonna give you the link. Youngest pregnancy. Right. Youngest birth numbers. Lina Medina. Lina Medina. She gave birth at 5 years old in Peru. In the 1910s, 1920s.
That's insane, man.
No, it is. I know. But yeah,
Their internal organs would still be developing, I would think.
I know. It's crazy. This is why we can't measure when people are ready to have sex just based on when they actually scientifically give birth. There's so many other factors to look into. Because her body was ready to have a baby, but her organs were still developing, as you're saying.
Right, but how was that? How did that? How could that have occurred? I mean, she's not large enough to. You get what I'm trying to say here.
Well, honestly, we're gonna have to. You just have to look at the report. I mean, I haven't read it in detail, but.
I mean, a 4-year-old girl is not going to be large enough to be able to. You get what I'm saying here, right?
No, I get what you're saying. It was obviously an extreme case. I mean, it's obviously like a once in a blue moon type of thing. I'm not trying to visualize it. I don't know how it could have happened, but it did happen. Maybe the baby was really, really small. I have no idea, honestly.
I think somebody's blowing smoke up our asses over that thing. I just, I find that very, very hard to believe.
It happened.
Alleged. We don't know. We weren't there. Alleged happened.
There we go. Although the case was speculated as a hoax, a number of doctors over the years have verified it based on biopsies, x-rays of the fetal skeleton in utero, and photographs taken by the doctors caring for her. There are 2 published photographs documenting the case. The first was taken around the beginning of April 1939. That was it. It was the 30s. When Medina was 7.5 months into pregnancy. Taken from Medina's left side, it shows her standing naked in front of a neutral backdrop. This is the only published photograph of Lena taken during pregnancy. The other photograph is far greater clarity and was taken a year in when Gerardo was 11 months old. So it was late. Oh, no, he would have already been born. Except for the effects of precarious puberty, there was no explanation how a 5-year-old could conceive a child. Extreme precocious puberty in children aged 5 or under has only been documented with Medina. It's treated suppressing fertility, which preserves growth potential and reduces the social consequences of full sexual development in childhood. It was a rare case, but it did happen. Like a freak occurrence. But that wasn't really my point. I mean, the point is that being 9 years old, 8 years old, you can have menstruate. So that was the basis of Muhammad having his wife at that age. Which obviously I don't agree with. I don't agree with Joseph getting with a 12-year-old. I don't agree with Muhammad getting with a 9-year-old. I don't agree with King Richard marrying a 10-year-old who was his cousin. I don't agree with any of it. And I don't King Richard, something like that. I don't think that just because these things happened a very long time ago and life expectancy was different and whatever other excuse that some people want to use, it's not good enough. We have these age of consent rules, subjectively, obviously, but it's because we have to give them enough time to be developed as much as possible before they start joining the army, having sex, getting married, so forth.
Well, this was an interesting morning.
Yes, it was.
Welcome, Flip.
Thanks, Nadia. I've been here the whole time, though.
Oh, I thought you just woke up.
No, Annabelle woke me up at 7:30 my time. She was talking to somebody, and I had a dream of her on a talk show. And then
God.
Yeah, I swear, I'm not kidding. And then I woke up, I realized she was talking.
Oh, God. I would feel sorry for the announcer of that show.
Yeah, well.
I don't know why nobody kicks me out when I fall asleep. But they don't.
She has a very, just something about her accent. And I'm saying this as a British person, it's quite hard to listen to. And that's not saying that I don't agree with her points. But her accent is very hard to listen to. For some reason, it does hurt my ears. I don't know why.
I wonder if she's listening right now.
It's fine. I'm not insulting her. I'm just saying she might not like my accent.
She's got a shrill sound to her voice.
Something like that. Yeah, it's quite cutting, quite piercing.
Oh no, it's gonna start up again.
It's fine. What, we're gonna have a war on accents? Oh, come on. I know some Americans don't like other Americans' accents. I know, like, people from New York. No, sorry. People who aren't from New York find New York accents quite obnoxious, I've heard. Like the really strong East Coast accent.
Yeah, they don't bother me.
Oh, fair enough.
I'm not originally from there, but...
I just depends on the American. It depends on the American. Of course, then I was in New York for a while, too, so maybe that's why.
I mean, look, don't get me wrong.
I'm not originally from there, but I thought the accent's weird.
Yeah, I'm not originally from New York either, but I was there, and it didn't bother me. And some of them have a really strong accent too, but it didn't bother me at all.
I mean, when I say
Brooklyn, yeah.
When I say it bothers me, I mean it's just the word. It's just a preference thing. I mean, some accents are really nice to listen to.
It's
I
harsh.
really like.
It's a little harsh. It's like rough.
I personally really like the what they called it, the Cajun, the New Orleans accent. I find it really easy to listen to. I can listen to that for a long time. Certain British accents I just cannot listen to for very long before getting a little bit irritated, and maybe I'm just really picky.
Well,
But,
New York is more like attitude. It's like they don't put up with shit.
Yeah.
You haven't been to New York, have you?
Huh?
You haven't been to New York, have you? It's more like Crocodile Dundee's naive little statement. You know. Yeah, 8 million people all in the living in close quarters. They must all be really nice to get along.
No, I said they don't put up with shit there. That's the attitude. But no, I haven't been there in many years.
I like when Star Trek went to modern day New York, and Spock was trying to understand New York, and he started cussing. He said, "Well, double damn to you too." You know, he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about, right? I thought that was funny as hell.
What does anybody know? What part of England is she from? What region is she from?
She's traveled extensively, lived in the U.S. Substantial portions of her life.
I just can't tell. It's hard to tell the accent because what it sounds like, and this isn't an expert opinion, but it sounds like she's not from London, but she's quite what's it called? Quite learned, quite academic. Like she knows a lot, and she's probably studied at places. What we have in England is we have the received pronunciation accent, and it's how people speak on the television. I know in America you have the newscaster accent, which is this kind of middle America, kind of Midwestern thing. And what happens is that when people in England are very academic and very learned, they have this, I don't want to call it posh, but it's kind of like the Queen's kind of speech. And it can come across to other British people sometimes quite condescending, because it sounds like you're being spoken down to by somebody who has maybe gone to university or school longer than you. So that kind of accent, but not really. It's got hints of that though.
She
But
told me
I
where
wouldn't
she
know where
was
she's
from last time, but I forgot. I can't remember where she said.
No, it's so many places in England. So many little parishes and villages and stuff like that.
Yeah, somewhere in the surroundings of London, but also extensive travel and time living in the U.S.
I've heard that if you're British and you live in somewhere outside of Britain, if you retain your accent, it actually becomes a lot sharper because it's the contrast of speaking with people who aren't British. I've never left the country, so I have what's called a lazy Brit accent. I don't pronounce exactly. But I think when you've travelled and you speak with people who don't speak your accent, you sharpen your own one to pronunciate harder to try and get across what you're saying. So yeah, it makes sense.
I've never worried much about my accent. I've been around the 4 quarters of the country and been stranded a few times in the center, so.
Sounds it's very easy to understand what you're saying. You haven't used any slang or anything that I don't understand.
You have an accent, not you?
I wouldn't know what it was. It sounds Midwestern to me, but what do I know?
Well, given that, across Miami, Portland, Oregon, New York, and San Francisco Bay Area, the average is somewhere in the middle.
People say I have an accent, but I don't hear it.
Your sounds Midwestern as well. I can't identify any traits that sound like they're in any particular region. You sound Southern.
People have said I have a Southern accent, but I was actually born in
You do have a Southern accent.
Well, I've been in the South for half my life, so maybe that's why.
Well, there we go then.
But I was actually born in Ohio. Lived in a lot of northern states off and on, but Yes, I picked it up.
Where were you born in Ohio?
Hamilton, Ohio.
I'm in Springfield.
Yep, Springfield or Springdale?
Springfield.
Springfield, okay.
South of Columbus and north of Dayton.
I was going to say probably somewhere near Chillicothe, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. My first wife was from Chillicothe.
Hey Eric, what's going on? Is that your name? Oh no, Alex.
Alex, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, hey Flip.
I
I've
got.
never really. Oh yeah.
No, I'll go ahead. I was saying I got Jeff and Adam mixed up this morning. I don't know how.
I've never really gotten to go to that many big cities. The only actual cities got to go to is like Washington D.C. and Columbus.
Where are you from, Ohio?
Yeah, I'm from Ohio.
I need to go back to New York if for nothing more than to die.
That's the spirit.
That's
and the hot dogs.
No. I'd still say Cincinnati chili or New York City chili any day.
I don't care about the chili or the pizza.
Well,
It
you
was
gotta
the
have to
people.
make your way down here somehow.
Down where?
Down to the East Coast.
Oh, there's supposed to be a job for me out here.
Think that's gonna go through?
Well, back in late 2013,
Oh.
there were 3 job interviews lined up, not just one. So I took the one-way flight. I had 2 backup plans. As you can tell, none went through.
I think this should be your job. I think you should you should be a host of some sort of internet politics show.
The Patreon will keep pay the phone bill, but not rent.
Not to go into it, but I was thinking of stuff for myself. Did you ever consider tutoring through Google Plus, like tutoring math for like high school kids and college kids? You know, charge like $20-30 an hour. Do it through Google Plus, because I was thinking of doing that with some other stuff for myself. It just popped in my head. That's something.
That could be something. Make a website on it.
Yeah, just got to throw out some ads though. Advertise it. That was just a thought. I don't want to go into all that.
Yeah, advertising will make or break you, man. If you got good advertising, you do well. If you don't,
Well, my advertising is a large contingent of rabid detractors, so.
You know, word of mouth. I think everybody who comes in here, and they invite their friends, and I mean, look at the waiting list just to get in one of these Google Hangouts. I had to wait 3 hours. So there's obviously some interest.
Yeah, I know. It takes hours and hours to get in. That's why I'm hesitant to give up my spot, but you're getting popular now, dude.
Yeah, definitely. More popular than G-Man. More people want to get in these Hangouts than his ones.
we have an empty slot. I don't know why somebody ain't occupied it. We have an empty slot.
Because we're not arguing. It's because we're not screaming at each other.
That could be. That could be.
You need like a fist fight on here.
Oh man, the first time I watched Japanese Parliament, I laughed until I cried. Because the least little thing they got up and said behind the podium, it broke out into a little fist fight. I mean, they literally jumped over the pews at each other to fight each other. It was crazy. I was just sitting there dumbfounded. Oh my God, it was hilarious. I loved it.
We do that in England too.
It was great.
We'll compare Australian Parliament to a rugby match.
Oh my God, it was great. I loved it, man. This one Japanese guy, he literally leaped across the podium in front of him to get at this guy and grabs him by the throat and just goes down with him, pounding him. And I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy. I've never seen such thing, man. Craziness.
Hey,
they're making life and death decisions. I mean, you should, and the stakes are that high. Would you expect anything less? Obama's the Antichrist.
Yeah, I'm joking. I'm just fucking around.
Yeah, no,
we can't tell because we have.
Yeah, well, let's clarify though. He's not the Antichrist, but he has what they call a spirit of Antichrist. He does things that maybe an Antichrist would do, but he's not the Antichrist. He's just basically he's just an ass.
Hope maybe.
I'll accept that.
The figure of the Antichrist described in Revelation and elsewhere would not be someone you would describe as an ass.
Yeah, he's gonna be a real gamer of words, man. He's gonna be able to speak words, and you're gonna be like, oh, this guy's the greatest thing since sliced bread, you know. And he's gonna be able to fool the masses, you know. So I don't know. Too many people out there think Obama's
who would be criticizing him if that were the case?
Well, this guy, you know, the real Antichrist, you know, he's going to be able to perform magic. He's going to be able to, you know, even call fire down from heaven, they say, you know, and so, I mean, you know, he's going to be able to actually back up what he says with supernatural events, you know, so, I mean, you know, nobody's able to do that shit. Not really.
Nobody's ever going to be able to.
Yeah, but I wouldn't buy any of that stuff with the technology of holograms, all that stuff. I wouldn't buy it. They'd have to do something pretty fucking spectacular for me to believe it.
Well, I tend to agree with you. I mean, I tend to agree with you. With the modern technology we have now, you can pretty much make anything real. I mean, holy shit! Look at computer games, how real they look these days. I mean, you know, so I mean, you can come up with all kinds of crazy shit, man. You know.
They got those Oculus Rift headsets now, so you can feel like you're inside of the game.
The graphics on those aren't massively impressive, bro.
Oh, they're getting. Oh, no, that's not true, Clarence. They're getting. I mean, it's getting to the point where they, especially with the Oculus Rift, like what Alex is talking about.
I know.
It's so fucking real, man. It'll blow your mind.
The Oculus Rift, that they have the potential to become something very real, but I'm saying at the moment they're in very early stages. Oculus Rift graphics aren't, well, that realistic at the moment, but they will be.
We're not that far away though. Imagine like a 4K Oculus Rift.
People won't leave the house.
I know.
And then you've got
it's really further miniaturization of transistorized circuitry.
Well, have you seen that add-on for Windows 10? They got an add-on for Windows 10 where everything's a damn hologram around you. Have you seen that? I'll give you a link. It'll blow your fucking mind. Everything in your damn house is a hologram all around you, man. It's an add-on for Windows 10. I'm sitting there watching that. I'm like, whoa.
Can you use that just on regular monitors, or?
Yeah, well, that I don't know, but I mean, I saw the ad for it, and it's like, whoa, what the hell is this? But everything in the guy's house was a fucking hologram, and he's just sitting there pressing on it and interacting.
I saw that, but I was kind of skeptical about that because that was Microsoft's thing. That I don't think that's exactly an add-on for Windows 10, but I think it runs on Windows 10 and Xbox, the new Xbox One. But it's pretty much their VR headset, or their like Google Glass mixed with VR, and like I wasn't gonna believe it, but then somebody from like Wired used it, and it was like. He came in thinking, no, this can't be anything like the commercials, and then came out being like, oh my god, this is everything. So I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, it's supposed to be groundbreaking technology, man. It's literally like Star Trek, man, where you can just interact with everything, and it's like, holy shit, what the hell?
Did you see Did you see there was a Dice documentary on? It's kind of like an Oculus Rift thing, but it's how they've revolutionized like pornography. and
yeah,
and the fleshlight thing, and they're saying that once that gets to a certain stage of development, that men will have no more need for women, or we won't interact with each other, yada yada yada.
That was weird, man.
That was really weird. It was weird to watch from the outside. I haven't tried it out myself.
Well, when virtual reality becomes just as practically as real life, I mean, where's the line drawn at that point, you know? I mean, people play video games 24 hours a day and get lost in it as it is, because it's getting so.
We're not 24 hours a day. More like 22, because they have to have 2 hours left over to go on forums and talk about, complain about
playing.
Yeah,
I mean, if it starts becoming, holographic, I mean, forget about it.
Yeah.
Actually, Arton was playing some cool game yesterday, Rome 2.
Yeah.
That looked pretty fucking cool.
Rome 2 Total War.
Isn't there like a 3 or 4?
There we
That's the
go.
only thing I know about video games is I read about the Rome series.
Isn't there what?
That's the only thing I know about video games is the Rome series. Like you can build a civilization from scratch, like from one person, and take it all the way up to an empire, and then is that the way it works?
That's actually called Civilization. Rome is a RTS game where you can select your army. You don't have to build it up. Maybe you can, I don't know. But most people play it is you have all these armies and you have to direct them on where to go to defeat the enemy.
Okay, we have.
I'm joining the new hangout.
Yeah.
New hangout.
New hangout. Yeah. This one goes off air in about 2 minutes.
New hangout.
Who's gonna beat the buzzer?
In principle, we could just like record until something nasty happens, like I get knocked offline for more than 5 minutes at a time or something. There isn't a real sort of need for a limit to how long hangouts are in technical terms. Well, there isn't a need for that limit. You could, in principle, record essentially until you're interrupted for technical reasons, and then it shouldn't be a problem.
Is this the new hangout or the old one? Am I in the right hangout?
Oh boy. I may start it a minute or two late. I am apparently forgot to edit the settings and whatnot.